They're really saying the insurrection is still going on, and thus the attempts at a coup are still ongoing. The damage Trump has done to the country is incalculable and probably permanent. Look around. The insurrection has had and is having a huge effect on every aspect of our society, our perception of ourselves and who we are, and the world's perception, too. Can you really say it isn't still happening? Can you say it isn't having the very same Reichstag burning effect that Trump and his co-conspirators have sought to achieve? Think again. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Let's keep it real. A vaccine is not a cure. It's effective, but not 100%. So what is it? It's your best shot to protect yourself from getting COVID-19, or from getting seriously sick if you do, especially if you get a booster too. And big bonus, if enough people get vaccinated, it could prevent another nasty new variant from ruining everything. Again.
No!
Get honest info at ourbestshothawaii.org.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
What makes essential workers essential?
We build safe roads for you to drive on.
We harvest fresh produce for your families to eat.
We help you heal when you're sick.
We get you where you need to go.
We keep where you work and live clean and safe.
We make sure you get what you need to make your household work.
You're the essential workers who help our nation run. You're in every city, town, and corner of our country, and you come from all over the globe. And you have essential protections under the law. I'm Marty Walsh. The Wage and Hour Division at the Department of Labor helps ensure you receive the essential protections you deserve. If you have questions about your pay or about your job protection during an illness, visit our website or call 866-4US-WAGE. That's 866-487-9243. We can provide help in more than 200 languages.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Labor.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Wake-Up Calls Are Coming More Tragically Now. Maui didn't see it coming, although maybe it should have. After all that, and after all the wildfires, heat waves, droughts, rain, and floods on the mainland and around the world, and the damage and disruption that inevitably follows, we should appreciate that climate is really out of the bottle and very possibly out of control. Al Gore wasn't kidding, and it's coming home to roost, pretty much everywhere, including right here at home in Hawaii. And we find that it's not just another primetime news event from a faraway place. It's life and death right here on a huge scale, including the dead and wounded and missing and the wholesale destruction of our homes and buildings, and a considerable piece of our state economy. Maybe we thought that Hawaii, with its distance, was somehow exempt from these things. We have to admit that complacency on climate, and on so many other things, has ruled the day, here and elsewhere. No, we are not exempt, and now climate has clearly caught up with us. You can put solar on your roof and drive electric cars and be just as green as you want, but it would not have stopped what happened in Maui, because this is a global problem, isn't it? What happened there is not a question of living well and sustainably. It's more like a question of Herculean effort at resilience, to protect what we have, to prevent unknown levels of existential risk, and to clean up and fix up all the destruction that took place, largely beyond our expectation or imagination. No easy task, but maybe now we'll spend more time and lots more money in dealing with it. Of course, we all know that this will happen again. It's not necessarily limited to wildfires, although that is certainly possible. But other things like, for example, extreme weather, like Hurricane Iniki or worse, on any or all of our islands. What have we done to protect ourselves from that, and to recover from it? Look around and ask whether we are working on dealing with the next disaster, and the one after that. What happened on Maui should not be seen as a one-off, but as an alarm bell for many other threats to come. All these threats still exist, and they are being exacerbated every day by global climate change. So let's see all this as the canary in the coal mine, as a message for the future, as an alarm we really need to listen to, and a lesson we really need to learn, or else we'll be even more vulnerable the next time. It's really much more than playing the proverbial blame game, as human nature likes to do. More important, it's time to redouble our public awareness and our efforts to open our personal and legislative pocketbooks and develop an agenda and organize our resources, so we won't be caught so badly the next time. Face it, the world is different now. If you don't think so, consider what it will take to rebuild Maui and so many other places that have been damaged or destroyed, and ask yourself whether this fire is the last of it or just the beginning. We need to think and act on this every day, and the media needs to cover it every day, not just in the aftermath of the tragedy, but in the very real possibility that it will happen again, and possibly soon, and possibly worse. Tempus fugit. Are we ready? Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha. Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled, "The Federal Indictment of Donald Trump is not the end, but only the end of the beginning." The federal indictment of Donald Trump is a positive event for anyone who cares about national security. We have many
Welcome and aloha. I am Mark Sklarz, the host of ThinkTech Hawaii's Law Across the Sea program. Today we're going across the sea to Europe, and then across Europe to Zurich, Switzerland, to meet with Urs Lustenberger. Urs is a very experienced and well-traveled Swiss lawyer whose law practice includes Asia Pacific and international clients and issues. Most of us view Switzerland from far away. We don't go there, we don't get there. And it seems to be surrounded, but I know it has international relationships and connections. I've asked Urs to share his personal and professional views of life, law practice, and the world from Switzerland. Welcome, Urs. It's good to see you. How are you?
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for all the good words and the introduction. It's lovely to be on this show with you. And of course, Switzerland being small makes it being international, because if we just deal with our local issues, we can go home very early in the day. And I guess, yeah.
That's what I want to ask you about. First of all, I mean, I want to put up a couple images of Switzerland, a couple maps. The first shows Switzerland seems to be landlocked right in the middle of Europe, and
we are
surrounded by the green.
Well, there are two things. We are to the south, kind of protected by the Alps, even though we have an Italian part that is south of the Alps. The country as such is kind of cut off by the Alps in the south. We have contacts to the major countries around us, which is the German-speaking part to the north, Germany and Austria, the French-speaking part to the west, which is France, and the Italian-speaking part to the south. And just being nestled into the center of Europe makes us be interdependent with these countries. I think if we would not deal, let's say, with the region of southern Germany, we would not exist. If we would not deal with the region of northern Italy, which is extremely busy economic commercial area, we would not exist. And if we would not interact with the French area around Geneva, we would not exist. So I think these are very crucial contact points for Switzerland.
That's very interesting. So what you're telling me is that you have relationships. Is that what it's like with these other countries? So you don't feel intimidated or surrounded, but you have collegial relationships. Is that accurate?
I think that's very accurate. If you look, for example, at the migration patterns, if somebody from Germany migrates to Switzerland, he could blend in very, very easily, speaking generally the same language, even though not the same dialect, but speaking the same language. Same is true for the French side there. I think from a language point of view, they would blend in even easier because the dialect difference is not as big. Same again with Italy. So there's a lot of daily travelers that come just for a job in Switzerland from the French side, from the German side, from the Italian side, and keep the economies in the respective towns buzzing. And without them, there would be an incredible slowdown.
So we're talking about kind of a personal relationships between people of different countries, but it is enhancing Switzerland's development. And how about, I mean, and commerce too? I mean, it helps business. Is that what you're telling me? Not just people to people, but business to business?
Initially, actually, my comments were more about commerce, but then, of course, people to people. It's a tradition in Switzerland to send the young men abroad to learn about how the world functions. So often when they go abroad, they find their wives. So my mother, just to give you an example, my mother comes from northern Italy. I myself, I picked my wives from further away, but I also found them whilst I was away, because it's almost traditional that you go abroad, you do a stint of work for 1 year, 2 years, somewhere in a far, far away country. Then you come home, start your family, and then you know about the world.
Well, does that have anything to do with Switzerland's location, with that tradition of sending people out? Is that where that comes from?
I would think so. It started that you would send the people within the country into another language region. You know, for example, that the German speakers, they go to the French-speaking part and vice versa, because it just opens your horizon if you learn how to firstly communicate in a different language and you see a different culture. And then as the world started to become more global, also for Switzerland, instead of just going to the French part of Switzerland, young men and women usually go further abroad. And for me, it happened to be America. For others, it might be even further away. It could be Australia, it could be Germany, whatever. But a lot of the young people do a year abroad just to broaden their mind.
So that sounds like a philosophical position in Switzerland that I view as being part of the geographical location, that came out of it, and that travel is good for the country and it's good for the person. And I know that you have a lot of relationships with Asia, and that expands out in Asia too. Is that Switzerland people, they just keep moving out?
No, it's absolutely correct. I think when you grow up in Switzerland, just imagine, you grow up in Switzerland, you're kind of this unruly teenager or whatever. Switzerland is not fun to grow up with because it's very conservative, very quiet, nothing happens, nothing changes. If you think in your head revolution, you can forget about it. It will never happen in Switzerland. So as a teen and tween, you often dream of going somewhere else where at least something is happening, and you know, you think of the big towns of the world, the megalopolises, that could be Paris, Berlin, London, New York, or now maybe Shanghai, or all the places that you can think of. But you cannot imagine that you will be spending the rest of your life in this quiet, peaceful surrounding that will never change. And when you then venture abroad, you usually find out that the grass is not so much greener across the fence, and you do your own little experiences, and you find that it's not so bad to go back to a peaceful country where everything is predictable, and all of a sudden you start to like where you come from. And this process, I think, is or a lot of people go through this process, and it's part of Swissness to be very critical about the country when you're young, and to be very, very grateful about it when you get older.
And all of it has to do with travel and meeting other countries, meeting other people from other countries, and going out and seeing different cultures, I guess.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's crucial that you see the world and in its various ways, and it's in its various reflections, and that you experience it yourself, because if you just read about it or you hear about it, that's not the same. You have to experience it yourself.
That's a great philosophy. I mean, that's a great way, in my view, for people to learn about other people and actually to make friends and make relationships, not just business, but learn about other cultures. I didn't know that was a Swiss philosophy or a Swiss way of thinking. That's really great. I really like that.
Yeah. And, you know, one of the great things, or one of the negative things, you can see it whichever way you want to. Switzerland was never a colonial power. We were never deeply entrenched with a foreign nation. So there are no fixed ties, but there's also no fixed enmities. So when we venture out into the world, we are always a minority. We always have to watch. We always have to be a little bit careful. And it makes us good observers, but it makes us also be accepted in wherever country we end up. So we will usually not encounter enmities from old colonial serfs. We will not encounter, you know, whatever. But it also means that a typical Swiss doesn't have a deeply rooted nationalism or pride about the greatness of this fantastic kingdom or whatever it might be. We are not. We are just an amalgamation in the center of Europe, of various ethnicities, and we have to live with that to a certain extent, and we have to find our peace in comparison to these other, let's call them fantastic nations, royals and whatever, who claim they are better than whoever. And we have to find our way into this world and see that maybe we're doing quite the right thing the way we are doing it. But you have to learn as you grow older.
Okay, good. And in that regard, I mean, is there any special relationships that Switzerland has with any other countries around the world, Asia or United States or Europe? Is there any, or is it more equal? Is it just well spread out?
Well, it's very difficult to answer this question. I believe we have the strongest relationships always to our most important trading partners. So global trade plays a very important role. Right now, our strongest trading partner is the USA, which means they have a lot of sway over how things will work in Switzerland. Germany, as such, has an enormous economic importance for Switzerland, but Germany is culturally very close to Switzerland, so I would not say there is an enormous political influence. But currently the US, I think, yields quite a big stick vis-a-vis Switzerland.
You know, I've also heard that Switzerland is a neutral country. What does that mean from the Swiss point of view? Right? Is that true? Is that a correct assumption that I have?
Well, Switzerland used to be very neutral. You know, in the medieval ages, Switzerland used to loan out mercenaries to all sorts of kings and kingdoms around us. So it happened that Switzerland loaned enormous amounts of mercenaries to the Pope, where they still are active now, but they also loaned out to the King of France or the King of Lombardia, etc. And then at some point, when all these forces around Switzerland were fighting wars, you had Swiss on both sides, you know, fighting in the first line of these fights. And there was one very devastating battle where on both sides enormous amounts of Swiss mercenaries died, and after that Switzerland decided to withdraw to more or less the current borders. Switzerland at that time had also expansionary goals. All of northern Italy was once part of Switzerland, a part of eastern France was part of Switzerland. And at that point, Switzerland gave up all these fought over areas, withdrew to the current borders and declared itself neutral. And initially that meant we really did not take part in any battles whatsoever. We did not take sides in any of these mostly European clashes. And I think this neutrality was fine until I remember there was a boycott in South Africa. South Africa was being boycotted for being for the apartheid regime, and at that time, Switzerland developed its neutrality into taking advantage of it. We became a trading hub for trade with South Africa. And that was not really liked by the international community. And then it started to slowly redefine its neutrality. Then neutrality became not taking any commercial advantage, not interfering and not taking part in any bloc. And then it further developed. And the latest development now is we join all the sanctions that the Europeans do, which is not really neutral. And we take part in condemning Ukraine. In condemning Russia. We even start to think about sending weapons to Ukraine. So neutrality has developed into something that is now very difficult to define if you use the word neutrality.
I see. So there has been a reaction to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, which I was not aware that Switzerland had taken that position, and that is not really a neutral type position. And so. And is that feeling about it held by the populace, by the Swiss people? They feel that way too, that this is wrong, this should stop?
I think there's a lot of discussion about it. And I think for many people, it would be much easier if we would be neutral, really neutral. But we are deeply embedded in Europe. And so if Europe sanctions something or somebody and we do not, and they can flee to our country because of that exception, we simply will not fit into Europe. So there is a very clear explanation to the way this neutrality is working out right now, and there are very good explanations for it. But nevertheless, it would be much easier for us if we could remain neutral.
Is there any way for Switzerland to be an intermediary to help bring peace? Is that a possibility? Has it ever been talked about? Or
yeah, it has been talked about, but I think right now it's impossible. We in Switzerland, we loudly speak about collecting all the money of the oligarchs that is within the Swiss banks and use it to rebuild Ukraine. It's not being done yet, but there is talk about that. And you cannot be taken serious as a mediator if you start to entertain thoughts like that. So typically in the old style neutrality or where Europe is not so deeply involved, yes, we would be the typical intermediary, and we have been intermediaries, for example, with Iran, with Iraq. In those wars, we were still very, very neutral, and we could be a credible intermediary. Right now in this war, Russia would never accept it, and we are tainted, so to speak.
Okay, all right. I've learned a lot just from you, just from those points that you brought up. I want to ask you a few personal questions. You live in Zurich, and like to flash a few photos of Zurich. Is that a nice place to live? Is it enjoyable? What's it like for, is it a place for tourists?
It's a lovely place. One of the great things is our largest city, Zurich, has maybe a population of 400,000, which is more or less a village in a big country. But we call ourselves, or we call Zurich, the little big city, which means we do quite a bit of business. We have a number of multinationals that are important in the world, but nevertheless, it's very easy to get out into nature, to swim in the lake. The lake that is in Zurich, we swim in there every day when the weather is warm enough. We can go to the mountains and have access to relatively unspoiled nature very, very easily. That makes it very agreeable to live there.
And you travel around a lot around the world. Any particular countries that you go to, or is it multiple countries, or just where you're asked to work, or how does that work?
Well, I have personal business interests in Germany, so I spend a lot of time in Germany. But for most people, or for most Swiss, that would not be something worth mentioning, because a lot of Swiss have some business interests in Germany. Other than that, the typical orientation of a Swiss, and also of me, would be towards the south. You go to warmer countries like Italy or southern France, and these are absolutely wonderful places. But when I sit into a plane, it often is Asia, as you know. And currently, I just spent 2 months, more or less, in China. I went to Bhutan, to the Himalayas, to Nepal, and I must say I'm very fascinated by Asia, and whatever country it might be. It's just interesting to see the speed of development in these countries. In Switzerland, if you go through my hometown, you can still see the house where I was born. It's all still there, the schools that I went to, etc., etc. If you go to China, to the hometown of my wife, you will not recognize anything. Everything is different, and so that has pluses and minuses. It can be seen as a huge advantage that you still see your roots, but it also means that when you're young, you're kind of bored. It never changes.
Let me ask you. You talked about climate a little bit. I want to ask about how you have the Swiss Alps, which everybody, loves to view and think about. Is there such a thing as climate change in Switzerland? Does it affect the Swiss Alps? What's happening in that regard?
Yeah, well, there are two things where there is effect that you could feel. One is in tourism, for the ski resorts. The ski resorts are not so high up. So it's not so easy to always have the snow everywhere that you would like to have it for a picturesque scene. Luckily, we have artificial snowing machines. I call them snowing machines, where you take water out of a pond at sub-zero temperatures, and you just let it snow onto the slope so you can ski. But this means that often slopes that used to be full of normal snow when I was young, they look like highways on the mountain at certain times, because they were just plastered with artificial snow. So that is one way we sometimes feel climate change affects us. And then the more important, more dangerous way is we have in the Alps, areas that are covered by permafrost, permanent frost, where the rocks and the crystalline formations that we have, they are kind of glued together by frozen water. And if that starts to melt, we have landslides of an enormous extent that could even threaten public roads and so on and so forth. So we have landslides, we have retraction of the glaciers.
So I hear you saying there is warm. I mean, it's getting warmer.
It's getting warmer. It's clearly getting warmer. And we measure all the movements of the glacier every year. They retract. You can tell. There are sticks on the ground where it was, I don't know, last year, and it moves not just in millimeters. It moves in meters and more.
I've learned already a lot about Switzerland through our conversation today. What is there something about Switzerland that you'd like the people to know? What is there something about living in Switzerland or the country of Switzerland that you'd like to tell people about?
Well, first of all, I should, as a good patriot, I should only say good things. So come and see Switzerland. It's a beautiful country. I think most of the foreigners that set foot into Switzerland will love it. If the weather is a little bit sunny, which is not always the case, but most of the visitors who do a quick stint through Switzerland will be amazed at what can be done. And I would want to leave it with that. We have challenges like every other country. We have challenges to motivate young people. We have challenges to keep the prosperity the way we would like to see it. On the surface, Switzerland is very prosperous, but still there is a growing amount of people who have to work 2 jobs to make ends meet. We have that problem with the middle class that is getting poorer, even though the middle class carries all the burden, paying taxes and so on and so forth. So we have all these issues, I think, that we see in the Western world happening. We have them as well. We might have them at a slightly less intimidating scale, which is part of what makes Swiss people happy, because if they compare, let's say, to the average German citizen, we can say we are doing better, but it's still, there's a certain level of decline, and these challenges we will have to face, like everyone else.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I appreciate that insight also. Now we've gone through our time limit. Urs, I want to thank you, but are there any Swiss words of wisdom that you'd like to leave with us at this time in the world where things are difficult all the way around?
Okay, I would love the world to become peaceful again, and I would like humanity to think in terms of preserving life on the planet. And I think the first item of preserving life on the planet would be to live in peace. And the second thing would be to try to preserve what we have. But these are very wise words. It's not so easy to get there.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much. Urs Lustenberger, thank you very much for being my guest today. I appreciate your company, your views, and learning about Switzerland. Aloha.
Aloha, Mark. It was really a pleasure to talk to you today.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Rail, It's Finally Halfway Here. The Star Advertiser has a very nice piece about the opening of the rail coming in the next few days. It's a nice video, nicely done by Diane Lee there, with a new animated logo for the newspaper. It shows us pictures of the trains and the stations and the hypothetical passengers, and in its own way, it's kind of inviting. It makes you want to try the rail, even after all the controversy over the years since Moofy manhandled us into it, and even after paying the gross excise tax surcharge all these years. The video is informative and worth watching, but hardly seems like news, more like an infomercial to popularize the project among potential riders. But questions remain. Who in fact will ride it? It won't be open at night, and that will create a problem for many people. It doesn't stop at the airport, and it won't be useful for local people or visitors coming and going. It stops halfway at Halava, which is nowhere for most commuters. They say there are charging stations and bus transfer connections there, but it sounds pretty humbug for those going to and from the central business district. What about the rest of the way? Not for a while, I guess. We all know that the hardest part is from Halava to town, with all the unresolved easement and demolition problems and expenses along the way. It will cost many millions more to bring it to Ala Moana, much less Waikiki or the university. Do we have the money? Hold on your wallets, everyone, but don't hold your breath. Of course, there will be a blush of excitement with those who want to ride something new and shiny. But will they stay and give up the convenience of driving? Not clear. Or will this rather be a huge white elephant that most people don't want and won't use, but which will cost much, much more going forward? Ridership or not, budget-breaking costs or not, one thing is clear. This will be a subject of further discussion and probably also contention, and it will have a huge effect on our city and our quality of life on this island. Stand by for the rail, finally, and for lots of issues about it. Certainly, there are many more videos and news stories to come. After all, this long-awaited project still has the other half to go. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Good evening, Agent. Your mission is to take down the evil Dr. Ogma. Here's the rundown on tonight's cyber attack at Ogma HQ. It's simple. Gain access, spread the computer virus, destroy the data. Your destination is the application room, located at the core of the building. There is only one way in. First, climb through the Wi-Fi tunnel to the entry portal. Hide yourself in the incoming mail. There may be security guards on duty, but they seldom check. Once you're in the storeroom, wait until the right moment to attack. Your friendly disguise should protect you from being noticed. And the antivirus system is out of date, so you should slip past easily. Next, find the application center and do your work quickly. Install the virus. You may find the computer password protected, but you can usually see the password written down nearby or make an easy guess. Once installed, the virus will spread immediately. Get out before anyone notices. Good luck. I look forward to your update.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Local Voting is Now a National Experience. It isn't just that we vote in our local elections. Given the national news and media we get from and about candidates around the country, we need to spend at least a little time finding out who they are and what they stand for, and for that matter, how we can help the ones we like. Let's do a case study. Let's suppose you don't like Ted Cruz, a Republican candidate for re-election to the Senate from Texas, because you've seen all of the destructive things he's done and the outrageous right-wing positions he's taken throughout his political career. The first thing is to check out his platform positions and see what he's about. A quick Google shows that he's a, quote, movement Republican supporting Donald Trump, wants to abolish the IRS, opposes abortion and favors the death penalty, and opposes Obamacare, gun control, same-sex marriage, marijuana, net neutrality, immigration reform, vaccine mandates, and climate change. What a package. From where we stand, it's really hard to like Ted Cruz or to think he should be re-elected to the U.S. Senate. So let's do a quick check to see who his Democratic opponents are. One is Colin Allred, a 3-term congressman, civil rights lawyer, and former NFL player, considered an underdog. No Democrat has won statewide office in Texas in 30 years, although Cruz only narrowly beat Beto O'Rourke in 2018 in what was a strong Democrat midterm election cycle. If you like Allred, you can check out his platform and send him some money at colinallred.com. The other one is Texas State Senator Roland Gutierrez, a San Antonio Democrat. Gutierrez gained attention during the last legislative session in Texas for his push for gun control following the mass shooting in Uvalde that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. His bills, however, never got a hearing in the GOP-controlled state Senate. If you like Gutierrez, you can check his platform and send him some money at rolandfortexas.com. Maybe you don't care about this because these contenders are thousands of miles away in Texas. But we really do need to care about them and all the contenders in all the Senate races, because if the Senate, now closely Democratic, should flip to Republican, it will have a horrendous effect on confirmation of federal judges and make the Supreme Court even more useless than it is. If you care about these things, you need to study up on the races in Texas and other states too, and vote with your credit card by sending money to the candidates you like. Sure, you could fly to Texas and go door to door, but it's much more practical and efficient to go on the internet and send money to the candidates you select. So in our case, study on this. If you don't want Cruz, you can vote against him by giving some money to either Allred or Gutierrez and hope that that will help. You've done what you could, even though you're thousands of miles away from Texas. This is the world we live in today. No one can deny that politics in America is no longer just local. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Local Voting is Now a National Experience. Aloha.
Our climate is more unpredictable.
Hawaii had its hottest year in 2019.
Drought is affecting our local food sources.
What can we do?
We can shift our energy use from evening peak hours to midday when more renewable energy is on the grid. Doing laundry or cooking during the day lets us use more clean energy, like solar. The power to change is in our hands. Learn more at hawaiianelectric.com/power to change.
Thanks so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And please check out our website, that's thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. COVID is not the only infection Trump gave us. He gave us a whole phenomenon of infection, a package of sick positions. He built this base out of disaffected people, tens of millions. We saw COVID grow to a pandemic under him. It was part of his search for chaos. History shows that autocrats need chaos to enhance their power. He gave us a country divided on COVID, on medicine, on science, where millions acted against their own interest, refused masks and medicines that would have saved their lives. His legacy is a whole package of sick positions like that. He has fomented racism and hatred, bigotry and violence, immigration policies that tear children from their parents, inhumane bans on abortion, fighting like hell against gun control that would protect our children at school, ignoring climate change, undermining voting rights and representative government, calling for people to deny the rule of law even though denying the rule of law makes their lives much worse. Is it that Trump's base all agree on all these issues? No way. People do not come to him in agreement on these issues. He reaches them on say one of them, perhaps one based on racism, hatred, or bigotry. They come to him on that because they are disaffected and envious of others they consider more fortunate. Then they join Trump's madness and accept everything in his package, even if that is against their interest. Perhaps they are religious, captured by Catholic or other dogma on abortion, like the Latinos who have joined him. Perhaps they believe women should be subjugated and should not have rights, especially the right of choice. Trump reaches them on that basis, and they join his misogyny and accept all the points in his package. Of course he has charisma and that makes it easier for him. He has become a cult figure who rewards his followers for loyalty and punishes them for a lack of it. This solidifies the package, and they find themselves buying mindlessly into everything. It's a loss of free will, and it's a tragic irrationality for them and for the country. Guns are another example. Many people have perverse psychological needs to have guns, including assault rifles they will never use for any legitimate purpose. But Trump, the NRA, and his Citizens United dark money, result in a Faustian bargain and voila, the fetishists are his, and the school shootings continue unabated around the country. This money in the disregard of public safety, brings them to him, even though we really don't need 400 million guns for a make-believe militia. What we get are people who join up to fondle their guns and who wind up buying the whole package of destructive issues calculated only to corrupt us and destroy our safety and security. All these things are connected by a common denominator of disaffection. People who don't care about others, people who need empowerment, people who need to deny the realities of medicine and climate change to feel adequate. People who need a cult figure. He brings them in on one thing that helps them cope with their inadequacies and they buy it all, every issue he sends their way. Like a good demagogue, he sells them the whole case of snake oil, and they buy it. He whips them up to feel togetherness on January 6th. When we asked them why they came that day, they didn't say they came for abortion, gun control, climate change or voting legislation. They said they came for Trump. Because he told them to come. The rest of the package comes naturally. What they said tells you everything. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
We live in a country of increasing gun violence. Most people are astounded that we have so much gun violence. But the gun manufacturers and the NRA want it that way. The Republicans want it that way. Trump's base wants it that way. Congress apparently also wants it that way. The most outrageous gun violence takes place day after day and week after week in this country, and they do nothing. The Supreme Court is dedicated to making things worse. The will of the people means nothing. But there's more. There's the media and its sidekick friend, the movies. The media reports heavily and continually on every incident of gun violence, publicizing it day after day and effectively glorifying the shock of it. It definitely sells ads, you see. And there's a kind of blur between the raw meat news reporting on gun violence incidents and the movie industry. Yes, that includes all of Hollywood, and for that matter, the copycat Hollywoods making American-like movies around the world. And of course the enormous number of stay-at-home COVID cable movies into which Netflix and Prime are pouring billions of capital investment. Turn on the TV, and you won't have to wait even for seconds before you see the characters, good and bad, shoot each other. The good guys shooting the bad, and the bad guys shooting the good, the Bonnie and Clyde anti-heroes shooting everyone else, for their perverse sense of justice or vengeance, for the technology and phallic power of today's guns. Gun violence through the movie. Every scene, if not every frame, people threatening, shooting, dying, and being ripped apart by ever more powerful guns. We watch, and that is on us. Why we watch is another bizarre question. Fascination with the magic of modern medicine that can save us even when our insides are blown apart. Awe in the face of the technology inherent in ghost guns and assault rifles that can kill hundreds before anyone can stop them. We sit on our potato couch day after day, enjoying the hate, the vengeance, the violence, all arguably protected by the First and Second Amendment. All things considered, our non-action is really insane. There's no immediate answer, but maybe one solution is to take a fresh look at the use of guns in our public entertainment and try to get some kind of rational handle on that.
This is a ThinkTech commentary, dealing with the question of whether Putin can come back. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this commentary. Can Putin come back? For now, probably. But he'll have to work at it. He is clever and retributive enough to deal with the current loss of face, but it remains possible, if not likely, that what has happened will undermine his long-term ability to retain control, and will make him more vulnerable and more dangerous in dealing with other threats that will arise for him in the future. We don't know exactly how, but we do know that things in Russia have changed. Certainly, the insurrection has damaged Putin at home. His relationships with the generals, the oligarchs, and the bureaucracy were profoundly affected as they watched the Prigozhin and Wagner Group march on Moscow. Although the Russians who have remained in Russia have been reluctant to speak against him, it is likely that many of them, especially those who have lost their children in his inexplicable war, now question him, damage control propaganda, or not. But what are his options? Will he be able to repair the damage? Should we be concerned about the things he will do to escape his embarrassment? We know he will do lots of propaganda on state TV. He will develop a dangerous new friendship with Prigozhin and the Wagner Group. He will buy off or jail oligarchs who might question him. He will initiate more false charges against those he sees as adversaries. He will persecute scapegoats wherever he can find them. He will terrify everyone, perhaps even more than before. Putin's reputation has also been further damaged in the international community, where he doesn't have the same control as at home. He will try to reconnect with autocratic allies like China that may now have less confidence in him. He will do everything he can to get our attention and to recover and project power on the world stage. That includes doing unthinkable things in Ukraine like threatening a nuclear catastrophe at Zaporizhzhia, just as he did by blowing up the Kakhovka Dam, and by repeatedly attacking civilian targets to show he is still in charge, and still out of control. There's no doubt that Putin will continue to foment unrest in the countries of Europe, including France and in the United States, to fragment our political will. Remember, Prigozhin was Putin's social media disinformation chief, who helped him support Trump in 2016. Putin will also give the Wagner Group open license to continue its war crime operations in Africa, the Middle East and Central Asia, and in the process to have us all forget about the insurrection, and to distract and defer us from providing the necessary support for Ukraine. The bottom line is that the insurrection in Russia has changed things profoundly, in ways we don't yet know. So we should be watching what Putin does, and how all of this could affect Russia, Europe, Asia and the United States. Of course, we'll continue to cover the story going forward, so stay tuned for more. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. And thanks for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Aloha.
Are masks over now? Like fidget spinners and the Macarena? Definitely not. You should still wear a mask if you're over 65, immunocompromised, unvaccinated, at high risk because of your health, or a caregiver. It also makes sense to mask up anytime you're indoors around lots of people, like concerts, stores, offices, restaurants, and medical facilities. To mask or not to mask, learn more at ourbestshothawaii.org.
What could be better than a vacation in Hawaii? Well, how about a COVID-free vacation in Hawaii? That would be great. And here is what you need to know about COVID before traveling to the islands. People coming from elsewhere in the United States do not need to show proof of vaccination or proof of a negative COVID test in order to visit Hawaii. There are no COVID-related requirements for domestic travelers. However, there are still vaccination requirements imposed by the federal government on some international travelers coming into the United States. Anyone traveling from abroad should get the latest information from the U.S. State Department. It's wise for anyone visiting Hawaii to check on the current COVID situation here before coming. Most mask mandates were lifted long ago, but you may encounter some establishments that have their own requirements. So it's a good idea to bring masks and keep them with you so you can wear them when required and when in crowds. No one should get on an airplane knowing they have COVID, and if you get COVID while you're here, you'll probably have to extend your stay at significant expense to you. So please, plan ahead. Being COVID smart can make a great vacation in Hawaii even better.
Welcome to Healthy Planet, the show for people who care about their health and the health of our planet on the ThinkTech live streaming network series. I'm your host, Dr. Grace O'Neill. Joining me today is Holly Hollowalk, president and founder of the Popoki Place Oahu Cat Sanctuary. Welcome, Holly. Thank you for being on the show.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. This is important. I'm glad you invited us. Thank you.
No, I'm so thrilled to be having you. So, can you tell me about how you started the idea for the sanctuary and everything?
Well, it goes back to when I was working at Weinberg Village, Waimanalo, as the director there. It's a transitional housing for homeless families. And I walked on the property and there were cats everywhere, along with chickens, but cats everywhere. And I'm like, what are these cats doing here? Well, it turns out there was a colony of about 50 cats there living there, and they were in pretty poor condition, and they were eating rice that was being tossed out the window for them. But the kids loved them, and I cared for them. And so I eventually started feeding them, trapping, neutering them, and taking them to the medical if they needed it, and just having them live there. And so for 17 years, I cared for the cats. And the children helped me, the parents and the children helped me trap them when we were going to take them and name them and cared for them. It was wonderful. And then when I wanted to retire in 2020, my board decided that we were going to close our agency and give it back to the state and let them put a new agency in Weinberg Village. And so the state told me I had to remove all the cats or they would. And I knew what that meant. So I started searching for how was I going to save these cats I'd been caring for all these years. I couldn't see having them put down all of a sudden. So I started asking everybody I knew how to do it. And I found out that there was this huge network of people all over the island that are actually going out every day, feeding in colonies and trapping and neutering. And I started learning the depth and the breadth of the issue and how important it is and how there was no place to take them, that there are a few sanctuaries in people's backyards or their homes or somewhere near where they are, but they're all full. They can't take any more. And most people just trap, neuter, and release them back to where they are, and then they care for them every day. And I'm like, okay, but I can't do that because they can't stay at the village. What am I going to do now? And so one day my husband and I were on Maui, and we decided that we would go check out the Lanai Cat Sanctuary that somebody had told us about. So we took the expedition from Lahaina and went across. And this is the wonderful Lanai Cat Sanctuary as it is now. It started out at 12 cats in a small little horse corral. But over the years, they were given 4 acres of land from David Murdoch, who used to be the owner of Lanai. And he gave them this land in the middle of nowhere with no water, no electricity, no anything. And they ended up they have over 600 cats. They've helped about 3,000 cats over the year, and they're all cats from the island of Lanai. And if you go back to that picture just a second, if you can see the different enclosures there. They're all outdoor enclosures. So what's nice about them is the enclosures are completely encircling the cats. So the cats are safe, and the cats and the smaller ones are quarantine areas for when they first come in, so they don't give other animals the diseases. Everything is done in containers. There's a Kapuna area and a kitten area and FIV area. And it turned into a cherished tourist destination. People come from all over the world, and they just go straight over to Lanai. And it's mostly not Lanai residents or Lanai guests. It's actually people they'll go to Maui and fly over, or Kauai and fly over somewhere just to be there for the day. And they'll spend the whole day there, and they just love it. And the cats are healthy and happy. And I said, you know what? I have to do this. I have to bring this to Oahu. We need exactly this. And I went there for their 10th anniversary in November of 2019, and I announced them, I want to start Popogi Place. And they said, great. And so they've been supporting me and helping me, and we've been working on what I can do. They haven't, they've been giving me ideas and suggestions, and they're very supportive of the idea. So that brought me to starting the 501c3 and getting my board. I have a wonderful board. And I have people in all walks of life, from Malia Wish is with Wall to Wall Studios. She's a branding agency. She's done all of our wonderful branding and slides and logos and stuff. Arabella Ray is with the City and County Recycling, retired. Dr. Keel is from, she's a medical interpreter of Spanish and as a professor at UH Manoa. And then I have my other wonderful board member, Ivana Hearn, who is a Compass real estate founding member for Hawaii. And then Tom Hollowak, my husband, who's also a logistics genius and helps organize a lot of the things I've done in my life and makes my dreams come true. And then we have the beautiful Leslie Witten, who is with the Le Jardin Academy. And she started a little cat colony caregiver there and named it Pono Popoki, and has gotten the students involved in caring for the cats and learning about the problem. And the more I found out about the problem, the more I discovered that there was birds were being endangered and monk seals were being endangered by cats roaming around. And I didn't know any of this, but this is so critically important that I started saying, we need Popoki Place more than ever. We have to protect the birds and keep them from being extinct. And I love birds. And so does the board. We all love birds. And we also love monk seals and spinner dolphins. And we want to protect the ocean as well. And we believe that we don't want any sick birds or sick monk seals caused by cats. That's one too many. So people wanted to start culling them. And they talked about, there was a legislation going out a couple years ago where they wanted to make it a rule that they could cull all the cats in the whole state. And it's unrealistic. It's impossible. You're never going to kill them all, no matter how hard you try it. And you'll be having unintended consequences. So then I realized we believe that you don't kill one species to save another. You find a way to save them all. That's how it's going to work. So the Poke Place has grown in our vision and our plans from a tiny little place to help 100 cats to a very large sanctuary that can be open to the public. And they could actually, here's our vision. As you can see here, we have taken the Lanai Cat Sanctuary and grown it because we're so much bigger over here on Oahu. And we'll have the similar things in there. We'll need all of those. But I want to get enough land that when we start, we can start small, but we'll have room to expand as time goes and money goes. And, the more money we get in, the more cats we can help, like that.
So do you have any potential donors yet, or how are
We
you
do.
raise money for the land?
Well, that's the hardest part of all, of course. Engaging donors to help with this issue is big, but we have a beautiful website. You can go to our website, papokeplace.org, to donate anytime. The address is also on there if you want to mail a check, and you can go through PayPal. And so we have found donors that way. A lot of people have donated to us that way, but they also have written checks to us. We have had angel donor come and really give us our seed money, and we're very grateful for her. And then we've had more large donors come. We just got a pledge for $100,000. So we're getting there. We got another donation of $10,000, and then we have people we love are recurring donors who will maybe give us $50 a month or $100 here and there or $500. We've done Facebook fundraisers. But really, if we're trying to get land from the state, and we've talked to the DLNR, we've talked to the Department of Ag, we've got senators, governor, everybody involved that want to help us because they realize this is a big problem. And so far we don't have any. But if we buy land, we'll have to pay for the land, so we need more money for that.
Yeah.
So how much we need is really dependent on whether we have to buy land or get free land or leased land.
I really feel like, I mean, it would be great if you guys could get money from the state because, I mean, they would they would actually decrease some of their other problems, like the monk seal
Exactly.
problem. You could put less money into doing that because of the toxo, and then, and with the native birds,
Exactly. Well, what he's showing you is that there's an overpopulation here because people aren't spaying and neuter enough, and that's been going on for centuries actually. So the cats are all over the place. So now people are trying to catch up, and a lot of people don't understand that trap neuter, it does, we do release them back to where they are because we have to right now, but it reduces the population. You won't have more cats. From every female can have hundreds of cats. It can exponentially go out and out and out. So the more people cats you neuter, the better it is. And then back to the bird one, if you can get there, what happens is um, the seabirds nest in the sand, right in the sand. So the cats living along the beach and the shores, they'll go after those birds, and we don't want that at all, of course. So we're talking to the DLNR about when we get our land that we want to prioritize those cats. We want to take the cats from the ocean, the park, anywhere that the DLNR identifies a colony of cats or cats alone. Just give us the cats. We'll take that cat, give it a healthy life, and that'll protect the birds and the monk seals.
yeah, and I feel like, I mean, I don't know where the state would give you land, but where would be the ideal location for a sanctuary like this? It would be obviously away from the beach, right? Because so the cats
Right.
wouldn't tackle the monk seals, the shearwater birds, and everything.
Right. Obviously, we don't want it right next to the shore. It can be up the hill a ways because all of our cats are going to be enclosed, so they won't be roaming all over, and they will be using litter boxes, which we will be. We're going to have big outdoor litter boxes, and it'll be made out of pine needles and other chipped waste that helps is also recyclable. And we will be removing all of the litter every day from those boxes, so it won't be running off down the ocean. We have looked at every single place around the island that's available on the DLNR list. We gave them a list of 14 locations that we wanted. And unfortunately, all 14 of those locations came back as being used for something, even though it's not on the map, on the tax map key. They said, but keep looking. We're willing to give you land. Keep looking. I'm like, oh God, where else is there? So we were really frustrated. And then we found a piece of land in Kunia for sale. And so we're interested in that. So we're thinking, well, if we have to buy that, we need to raise $1 million to buy that. So that's $1 million on top of the $500,000 that we need to build the sanctuary. So that's a lot of money. But if somebody wants to help us with that, obviously, if we can find those angels, we're reaching out to angels now. We're trying to talk to anybody with money who's interested in helping with this cause that wants to make it solve it and be a part of it. If they helped us buy the land, it would be like maybe we would name it after them: Papoke Place, Oahu Cat Sanctuary, so and so's park. because it's going to be a lovely park, and it would
Yeah,
be
you can
named
have
after
sections
whoever
where
you.
you can name like different parts after different people too, like the
Exactly, and then there'll be all kinds of naming opportunities within the park itself, within the sanctuary itself. Cute little places. We're going to have fun little places where you can take your picture and for Instagram, and you can sit with the cats under the trees and pet them and love on them, because we'll have lots and lots of cats. And some will be adoptable. You can take them home, or you can adopt them in place by paying, $50 a month or whatever to care for their food and their everything. So that's part of what we're trying to accomplish.
And Michael, can you show the picture of the litter box? Because she had talked about the litter box and everything, and how it's not going to be communicating with the ocean. I guess we could talk a little bit about this too. The kind of fencing that you guys are going to have,
Right.
and the
Well, these pictures, this picture and the one before it are from the Lanai Cat Sanctuary. I have a lot of pictures from there. This shows you the type of fencing. It's a straight up fence about 6 feet, 6 or 8 feet, and then across the top is another couple feet with fencing across. So even if the cat is smart enough to try to climb up, he can't get around the top and get out. And it's very secure. And it's large enough. The thing I really want to point out is that the cats will be living in a natural environment. They'll be on grass, they'll have trees to climb, they'll have little places to climb around and be up out of the ground, but they won't be in cages on cement slabs. I don't want that. We want it as natural as possible. And that's the beauty of being in Hawaii. We have that. We can do that here. We can't do that in Utah. You can't do that at Best Friends because you have hawks and eagles that'll swoop down. So you have to have them enclosed all over the top. But we have the luxury of having them just make sure the cat can't get out, and everything else will be okay. And then we have those litter boxes, which I mentioned, and you can see from the cat actually decided to go to the litter box right when we were taking the picture, which I thought was funny. And that's a naming opportunity right there on the wall. You can see they named it after somebody that they knew that wanted a joke and bought that for a friend of theirs. And so they use pine needles. They have so much Norfolk Island pine over there, they crushed it up and are using it for a natural litter. And then every day they go in and they clean the entire sanctuary, hose everything down, make sure it's all clean, no litter anywhere, all fresh, and no, poop. And it's all beautiful for when the guests are open. It's open every day from 10 to 3, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, because they're already over there feeding the animals and caring for the animals. So why not let guests come? And I agree with that. I think we want to do that same thing too. We want to try to have it open as long as we can, not all day, because I want to be respectful of our neighbors wherever we end up. I'm sure there'll be neighbors somewhere. We're looking at land in Waimanalo also. If we can get rural land, the Department of Ag owns a lot of that land and other ag land, but they're not too interested in letting us have it yet. So we're trying to find out. If we can get land from the state, it would probably be ideal, because that would save a lot of money, and it would be them investing in helping us, right? And I think they want to make this happen. We just have to get all the pieces in place. And there's a lot of red tape and bureaucracy whenever you do that. I've been working on this for 4 years now, and I've been talking to the state for 2 years now. And if I have to go any longer, it could take another year before I actually have land. And think of all the cats that I could be helping in the meantime. So we're trying to do it as quickly as we can. In the meantime, Popoke Place isn't idle. We get a lot of requests for help, so we've been giving advice on where to do trap neuter, how to help with kittens. We've been rescuing kittens. We do foster care for kittens. Not very many, because right now we're still doing it in our homes, and it's not ideal. So we want to, we're spending all of our energy and time on creating Popoke Place, doing the meetings and whatever it takes to keep moving the ball down the road. We had a wonderful meeting with the Humane Society Board of Directors the other day to get their support because the Board of Humane Society is very supportive, and we're excited, and we hope to partner with them for the spay neuter. We work with a lot of agencies. I should have given you a slide of that. There's a lot of nonprofit organizations on the island. Beautiful. There's Cat Friends. They are trap neuter experts. So people trap the cats the night before, bring them to Cat Friends the next day. They do all the spay neutering, and then they've done over 3,000 a year for the last several years, just on the clinics, and then they do it on their own. So Cat Friends is very important, as well as the Jenny Chu spay neuter clinics, both in town at the Mo'ili campus and the new Eva campus. They're going to be doing a whole lot more spay neuter for us there. Then there's Toe Beans and Dreams, which is a wonderful cat cafe that takes kittens, and you can go there and have lunch and take home a kitten, or you can go to Lucky Paws across, kind of close to where the Humane Society original campus is, and Lucky Paws Animal Sanctuary or Animal Foundation has rescues, spay neuter. They do adoptions. Plus, they have a boarding facility. So if you want to go on vacation, you can drop your kitten off there or your cat off there, and they'll take care of it for you. And then we have a lot of other organizations. There's Cat People of Oahu, which works exclusively with cat people all over the island in all kinds of ways. Alexis Jameson does a fabulous job organizing that. There's Catopia. There's foster kitties. There's Rescue Kitties of Hawaii that sends kitties to the mainland. There's Pono Popoki. There's all kinds of groups, wonderful groups. And I'm sorry if they're listening and I missed you. I forgot to say you, but I know there are literally thousands of people out there every day going every night to the cats. And the reason feeding is good, I should mention this. Some people say, don't feed the cats, it brings more cats. Well, that's not true at all. What happens is when a caregiver feeds them, they see whether they have an ear clip or not. If they don't have an ear clip, that means that cat has not been neutered. So that caregiver thinks, oh, I better plan to trap that cat. So they make an appointment to get it fixed. They trap it and do all the process. When they come back, then they release it to where it's been living because it knows where it lives, and it recovers well. They handle it well. And so every time the caregiver feeds, it's checking for new animals that need to be fixed. So they're helping the problem. What makes them have more cats is, unfortunately, there are people who don't like cats and see cats in their neighborhood, which might be a pet. And they'll trap that cat and they'll move it across the island, across the state, across somewhere, and dump it in a colony. So there'll be more cats, but they're dump cats. They're not more litter cats. We're preventing litters. So that's why it's sad.
Doesn't feeding them though? If you're feeding them, that means like I don't know. I mean, don't cats eat birds? Like, couldn't they potentially like decimate the native bird population as well? Like by.
I'm glad you asked that because of course we are not going to stop their natural instinct, but if they're being well fed, they're not interested in birds or rats. Mm-hmm. They have what they need. They might do it for fun, but not usually. I was feeding my cats for 17 years, and I think I saw 2 birds get caught in all that time. Mm-hmm. And so they get food. We feed them twice a day. They were always getting something to eat. So they don't go out and need to hunt like they do if they're starving to death and not being fed, which some people don't understand. If they're not being fed by humans, they're going to go find those birds. Yeah. And that's when the toxo happens, because if they eat a sick bird or a sick rat who has toxo, mm-hmm. they can get it. Yeah. Now, I want to point out, not all cats have toxo. Not all cats get the disease at all and are not a threat to anything. But it's the one cat that'll eat a sick bird or a sick rat that has toxo, and then they get it, and then they release it in their excrement. And the problem is for a cat, when the toxo gets into their excrement, the little eggs, it's called otocysts, they live in the poop and they don't die. They need to be at like 120 degrees to die. So it can just sit on the ground and then the rains come and wash it in the ocean. And that's why it's so important that we're going to be maintaining the litter. Taking them off the landscape and maintaining the litter will reduce the toxo threat. So, that's why Popoke Place is so important.
Mm-hmm.
We can't save every cat, but we're going to try.
Yeah. I mean, I'm wondering if it's like with the toxo, is it besides the monk seals, what other animals are affected? You said birds, rats, like how other
Monk seals, birds, rats, they can get toxo. Humans can get toxo, but
yes.
not from cats. Only time a human can get a toxo from the cat, there's a thing that they say, if you're pregnant,
Yes.
you can get toxo. But you can't get toxo just from owning a cat. You can get toxo if you scoop the litter and get the litter somehow in you or on you. So, so the idea is if you're pregnant, don't do the litter. Let somebody else take care of the litter for you. Holding a cat is not going to make you sick. And an indoor cat, your own cat, is less likely to have toxo to give it to you because they're eating good, healthy cat food. So the risks are much lower.
Mm-hmm. But other marine animals, like can other fish get toxo as well, or
We have heard that spinner dolphins recently got it, and a few died, and that's horrible. I love spinner dolphins. I've snorkeled with them and just go, they're so amazing in the wild just to watch them in the water. And but that's another reason to try to get them off the landscape and away from the ocean as much as possible.
Yeah.
But again, not every cat has toxo.
Yeah.
But monk seals and the other animals cannot get it from a rat pooping or a monk seal pooping the toxo. For some reason, the otocysts only live, that I'm understanding, in cat feces.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely topic, isn't it? Let's talk about the fun stuff.
Yeah. Well, tell me how you how did you always had a cat even before you saw the cats at this installation where you were housing homeless people?
Yes, I've had a cat since I was my first cat was given to me when I was 7, and so I've off and on had cats as long as they were. And then at one point I had 3 cats, and that was like, oh my God, I've got 3 cats, And then when I moved here to Hawaii, I only had 1 cat, and then oddly enough, that cat passed away right before I started at the village, and so all of a sudden I ended up with 2 cats from the village I brought home. And then I started bringing a lot of cats home and recycling them and getting them fixed and getting them adopted. And so then the big thing started, and then I ended up with too many cats. But I've been very cautious not to have too many cats in my home. I don't want to do that. I love cats. I love them. I think they're hilarious. I know their personalities. They're such loving pets, and they make such wonderful pets for families. And I think that if they're well cared for and given a lot of attention and get their medical treatment and all that, they are an ideal pet because they can be left alone, but they're very friendly. They can play games. They can play toss. They're really fun to have around when you get to know them. But Popoke Place will be wonderful for those people who can't have a cat at home. Like they are not allowed to have a cat, but they can come visit our cats and play with our cats. And we're going to have school trips come out and learn about all these issues and learn about spay neuter, and cruelty to animals is a big problem. Some people are actually hating on cats to the point where they're using them for target practice or doing horrible things that I don't want to talk about. It's too depressing. But so we try to focus on the positive at Popoke Place. And we want it to be a positive experience for the community. Our slogan is a win for cats, a win for native wildlife, and a win for the community.
Yeah, no, that's beautiful. Thank you so much. We're out of time, but we have to wrap it up. But I'm Dr. Grace. This is Healthy Planet on the ThinkTech live streaming network series. We've been talking with Holly Holowalk, president and founder of the Popoke Place Oahu Cat Sanctuary. Thanks to Michael, our broadcast engineer, and the rest of the crew at ThinkTech for hosting our show. And thanks to you, our listeners, for listening. I'll see you in 2 weeks for more of Healthy Planet on ThinkTech, the show for people who care about their health and the health of our planet. My guest will be Koro Nago, and we will be talking about Project Genchi Alawai. If you have ideas for the show or questions for my future show guests, please contact me at healthyplanetthinktech@gmail.com. Check out my website at graceinhawaii.com or Instagram at gracefulliving365 for more information on my projects, including future show guests. I'm Dr. Grace O'Neill. Aloha, everyone.
How has ThinkTech reached out? Chapter 2, Reaching Out. By 2015, ThinkTech was in place with its 3-room studio in Pioneer Plaza and the framework of its FileMaker database application, which enabled it to keep records on who was appearing and what they were discussing. It was time to reach out, in shows, in hosts, in guests, and in locations around the world. The first thing to do was to expand and extend the FileMaker app to communicate with hosts, guests, and contacts, so their shows could be set up, confirmed, and calendared on the push of a button. This meant making data tables of everyone who would be participating in the shows. And it meant populating email and cell phone data entries to reach them wherever they were. We called them our family. We knew there would be many thousands of entries. But we also had to keep track of the content they would be covering in their shows, including the titles and taglines of the episodes, the descriptions and takeaways of what they planned to discuss, and the keywords by which participants and viewers could later find the videos that would be produced. For this, we created an even more robust data table called Episodes, with a great number of fields and functions, and we made it the cornerstone of the app, which it still is today. With the benefit of this app, we were able to increase the number of shows, hosts, and guests in our lineup. With more shows, we could cover more subjects. We realized that we could also cover national and global issues and events, including stories relating to politics, business, science, technology, global affairs, and much more. Current news stories and coverage became more important for us. With more shows, we had to expand our staff, and over time we did exactly that. We doubled and diversified our part-time staff over the next 2 years. We engaged engineers, floor managers, a production manager, and an administration manager. For efficiency, the members of the staff took on specialties and became expert in those areas. Carol Mon Lee and I continued to manage the organization as volunteers. Meanwhile, we discovered a new broadcasting system called vMix. It was far better than what we were using before. It had a special module called vMix Call. This allowed us to connect with people virtually. We saw the potential of including hosts and guests from around the world. Soon enough, we learned about Skype, and then Zoom. This discovery was serendipitous. Zoom was very promising, so we integrated it with our vMix system. Our virtual connectivity could now reach participants anywhere, easily, and we wanted to make the most of it. To have shows that reach around the world, you've got to meet and recruit people from everywhere, so that's what we set out to do. We recruited hosts from a number of locations in the islands and on the mainland, Latin America and Asia, and we encouraged them to recruit guests from their areas and beyond. Over time, we increased our range of shows to include Europe, India and Africa, and covered stories from those places. We're still working on that all the time. It's all a matter of global networking. We were faced, of course, with challenges in connecting with these remote locations. We learned how to deal with global time zones far outside of Hawaii business hours. We learned how to solve broadband issues, as well as video artifacts and audio aberrations. We learned new troubleshooting techniques, new program controls and plugins in vMix and Zoom that helped us achieve acceptable production values, even in remote locations. It was a learning experience, but after a while our engineering staff became quite competent at it. At the end of 2019, to reduce costs, we decided to move to a smaller and more efficient studio space in the Finance Factors Center at 1164 Bishop Street. We found that the smaller space was actually much more appropriate to our operation, and a great benefit for our staff. We didn't realize exactly how advantageous it would be until a couple of months later. Then came COVID, and we found that the smaller space was a great blessing. Because of our experience with remote production, we were well prepared for the pandemic. In early 2020, we started doing all our shows on Zoom. This turned out to be much more convenient for our hosts and guests. They didn't have to come to the studio. It was also safer and more convenient for our staff. They could do their work with less interaction and more time to innovate. All things considered, our move was a very lucky break. The virtual geographical reach we have developed over the past few years gives us a great opportunity to cover more national and global issues. We have organized new talk shows and webinars on these issues with hosts and guests from around the world. And we have expanded our email advisories to promote these new productions. In short, we want to deliver content beyond just the things people would like to hear about. We want to deliver content about things they don't know about, but should. It's all part of our long-standing mission to raise public awareness in every way we can. That is the end of this chapter. Some of the dedications in this chapter are as follows: Cynthia Tai, Carlos Juarez, Nicholas Sussman, Carl Baker, Carl Ackerman, Peter Hoffenberg, Gilbert Nuagira, Rupmati Kandakar, Michael Davis, Mark Shklov, Joshua Cooper, Kartiki Mishra, Avi Soifer, Chang Wong, Tim Apicella, Marco Mangelsdorf, Ken Rogers, Shackley Raffetto, Russell Liu, Andrew Zimmerman, and our Executive Vice President Carol Mon Lee. Thanks to them all and to so many others that helped us during this period of our development. More to come, of course, in the next segment. Stay tuned for our next exciting chapter, Achieving Impact. Thanks for watching. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is called It's Not Just Trump, It's the Base. A lot of people blame Trump for our national divide. Yes, he continues to do his dog whistle-coded instructions to his acolytes and his base, and they continue to listen, echo, obey, and support him. Thomas Friedman's recent article in the Times points out that people are afraid to call him out, and that's what gives him his power, just as autocrats have come to power elsewhere over the last 100 years. Anne Applebaum tells us how the Russian communists took over Eastern Europe after the war. People who knew better were afraid to say anything. If they had only said something, history might have been different, and for that matter, perhaps we wouldn't have Trump now. Tens of millions of people in this country blindly accept what Trump has to say, never questioning or calling him out on his crimes and misdeeds, blind to his narcissism, arrogance, and incompetence. They have made themselves collaborators in his efforts to destroy our decency and our rule of law and civil society. They repeat his lies, insults, and threats. They give him their hard-earned money even when he is picking their pockets. They go along when he surrounds himself with yes-men whose only mission is to help him break the rules and the law. It doesn't bother the base that those acolytes are completely unsuited to be in or anywhere near government, even those that are lawyers from Harvard and Yale. Shouldn't their schools call them out? Has the ABA said anything? The base accepts Trump's every falsehood, and it has ignored and excused him for all the investigations, impeachments, and insurrections. When Trump says he is a victim, they cheer him on, not recognizing that it is they, not Trump, who are the victims. When he attacks and calls for violence against our law enforcement, intelligence, and national security agencies, the base joins in the disparagement and the threats. It's hard to understand this. What is the base thinking? Did they not go to school? Do they not know what is happening? Have they lost all concern for the country? Do they believe that Trump will somehow help them when it is so obvious that he will throw them under the bus, just as he has so many others? Do they not know that they're on the list too? Does it take a genius to see that a sworn misogynist and racist cannot and will not bring our country together? Does it take a genius to know that fomenting divisiveness, unrest, and violence can only break the country further apart and empower Trump and no one else? What we are seeing in the base is a strange wish for a kind of national suicide. Trump is their Jim Jones. Do his followers not see what is plainly written on everything he does? It is a national tragedy for so many people to be so confused, troubled, and disconnected, and it reveals profound sociological flaws in the country, if not also the species. Is it anything less than madness to repeal long-standing rights, put guns in the hands of people who will shoot school children, take their books and send their teachers away? Is it anything less than madness for the base to suppress their own votes, cut their own benefits, and allow criminals to run free in government? Do they think that will work in their favor? No, it won't. They and we will have to find out the hard way. As Thomas Friedman said at the end of his article, quote, "It is impossible to exaggerate what a dangerous moment this is for our country." End quote. We've been through inflection point after inflection point with Trump. Sadly, even with the current indictments and the other indictments that may be coming soon, he gets worse. Those who nevertheless continue to support him are helping him destroy our society. It's time to call them out. Maybe then they will reconsider. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click the like and subscribe button on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Check out our website, thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Hey guys, you guys want something to drink?
You know soda is too sugary for your child, but did you know sweetened fruit drinks are often just as bad? Companies use words like juice, natural, and vitamin C to hide the sugar that can lead to tooth decay, weight gain, and diabetes. Water or unflavored milk is the healthiest choice. Don't fall for the beverage industry's sweet lies. Learn more at sweetlies.hawaii.gov.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Dear ThinkTech hosts, guests, viewers, and supporters, here are some unsolicited comments from recent donors. I love ThinkTech Hawaii's content. Now, more than ever, independent media outlets such as ThinkTech Hawaii are vital to the survival of our democracy. Thank you for fighting the good fight. I deeply appreciate the discourse and dialogue your team does, and keep us thinking and hopefully moving forward toward making our precious islands even better and better. Yes, we work hard 24/7 to achieve better content and production values with better and better video and audio quality. And of course, we greatly appreciate this kind of recognition. We also greatly appreciate your participation as host, guest, or viewer in helping us serve the community with this great daily content. But the fact is that we also need your financial support to stay on the air. In a word, we can't do it without you. At this point, we need your donation, however big or small, for our Spring 2023 fund drive. Please make a donation and also share our message with your friends and colleagues. Please make your tax-deductible donation to ThinkTech Hawaii. It is very important for us, and we believe it is also very important to raising public awareness for the community. You can make your donation by PayPal or with a credit card. To do so, please click on the Donate button on thinktechhawaii.com. You can also send us a check. Please send it to ThinkTech Hawaii, 1164 Bishop Street, Suite 603, Honolulu, Hawaii, 96813. As contributors, you are part of our family, and we are deeply grateful for your support. Thanks so much.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Trump has unloosed a torrent of destructive time bombs into our society, and has given us a legacy of chaos operating not for our interest or to improve our lives, but only his. Congress is dysfunctional, and will be a basket case after the midterms. The judiciary is a train wreck from the Supreme Court to the lower courts. How can we have confidence in these people and in our government? You don't have to be a genius to know that the system is disintegrating. The true administration of justice is the firmest pillar of good government. That's a quote from George Washington inscribed on the courthouse at Foley Square. It means we need to have public confidence in our government or it will surely fail. Trump has taken that confidence away from us. Ask anyone, and they will tell you that they are not confident. Trump has lied to the people thousands of times, he has enlisted acolytes to repeat his lies, he has demanded that public officials lie for him, and he has created a media that spreads his lies and propaganda. These are out of the autocratic playbook. He has done this not to serve the public good, but to dismember our democracy and representative government. More than anyone who has occupied the office, Trump has damaged the First Amendment, our right to the freedom of speech, religion, petition, and assembly. Step by step, Trump and his fanatics have been bent on reducing and terminating our personal, civil, human and political rights in this country. Clearly, there's more to come. When MAGA takes over both houses in November, we will see a further degradation of those rights. If you think a GOP win this year will not affect our rights and daily lives, think again. Remember Germany in 1933. Think about what the loss of the rule of law and the protections of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights will mean to you. What the loss of a moral, compassionate, responsive, representative government will mean to you. Think about what incompetence and corruption, indefensible pardons and a shameless wealth divide, will mean to you. The stakes are higher than we think. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency carries out laws to ensure all Americans are protected from significant risks to human health and the environment.
The agency uses a balanced three-pronged strategy, combining science and regulatory enforcement while developing new solutions to environmental problems with stakeholders.
EPA doesn't create or enact environmental protection laws. That's done by Congress. The agency's role is to write regulations and carry out the laws passed by Congress to meet the goals laid out in the legislation.
EPA delegates some of the permit issuing and policy enforcement responsibilities to states and tribes.
EPA is led by an administrator who reports to the President of the United States.
The agency is divided into program offices that handle various environmental media like air, water, and land, or other functions like homeland security, research and development, and emergency management.
With its headquarters in Washington, D.C., EPA relies on its 10 regional offices nationwide to ensure the agency's efforts to clean our air, water, and land is implemented at the local level.
In terms of restoration,
the regions help build partnerships and address the unique needs of individual communities.
Decisions made rely on the sound science conducted at EPA labs across the country.
The labs monitor pollution to help set national standards and keep track of progress to cut pollution. They also serve as a leading source of environmental data in the United States.
EPA accomplishes its mission in many ways. Nearly half of the agency's budget goes into grants for state environmental programs, nonprofits, educational institutions, and other organizations. They use the money for a wide variety of projects, from scientific studies to community cleanups.
During national disasters, on-scene coordinators partner with other federal agencies to provide assessment, monitoring, response assistance, and evaluation. EPA even has mobile laboratories and an air monitoring airplane that provides some of the critical scientific data necessary for informed policymaking.
From scientists and scuba divers to attorneys and enforcement agents, the agency employs a diverse workforce to carry out its mission. By using the breadth of these agency capabilities and resources, EPA is able to effectively protect human health and the environment.
Democracy. A form of government in which power is vested in the people and exercised by them through a system of representation involving periodic free elections.
Patriotism. Devotion and commitment to one's country. Identification with, and vigorous support and special concern for its well-being.
Freedom of speech. The right to express opinions without government restraint, as provided in the First Amendment.
Separation of church and state. The fundamental principle that religion and government are separate and do not mix or control each other, as set forth in the First Amendment.
The peaceful transfer of power. A concept important to democratic governments in which the leaders of a government peacefully hand over power to the newly elected leadership.
Disinformation. False information which is intended to mislead, especially propaganda issued by a government official or organization to a rival government or the media or the public.
Contempt. Willful disobedience or open disrespect to a court, judge, or legislative body.
Perjury. The crime of lying to a court or legislative or governmental body after having taken an oath or affirmation.
Subornation. The crime of persuading or permitting a person to commit perjury.
Tampering. The crime of causing a person to testify falsely, withhold testimony or information, or be absent from any proceeding to which the person has been summoned.
Obstruction of justice. The crime of willfully interfering with or impeding an investigation or the process of justice, especially by influencing, threatening, harming or impeding a witness, juror or judicial officer, or furnishing false information.
Conspiracy. An agreement between two or more people to commit an illegal act, with an intent to achieve the agreement's goal and an overt act toward furthering that goal.
Treason. The crime of betraying one's country, especially by attempting to overthrow the government.
Insurrection. An organized violent act of rebellion against an established government or governing authority of a nation-state or political entity by a group of its citizens or subjects, or any act of engaging in such a rebellion.
Demagogue. A leader who uses popular prejudices, lies, threats, false claims and false promises to gain and hold power.
Cult. A group controlled by a charismatic, unprincipled leader to whom members display unquestioning loyalty. Who uses brainwashing to attract followers. And where doubt and dissent are actively discouraged and punished.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Our climate is more unpredictable.
Hawaii had its hottest year in 2019.
Drought is affecting our local food sources.
What can we do?
We can shift our energy use from evening peak hours to midday, when more renewable energy is on the grid. Doing laundry or cooking during the day lets us use more clean energy, like solar. The power to change is in our hands. Learn more at hawaiianelectric.com/power to change.
How has ThinkTech reached out? Chapter 2, Reaching Out. By 2015, ThinkTech was in place with its 3-room studio in Pioneer Plaza and the framework of its FileMaker database application, which enabled it to keep records on who was appearing and what they were discussing. It was time to reach out, in shows, in hosts, in guests and in locations around the world. The first thing to do was to expand and extend the FileMaker app to communicate with hosts, guests, and contacts, so their shows could be set up, confirmed, and calendared on the push of a button. This meant making data tables of everyone who would be participating in the shows. And it meant populating email and cell phone data entries to reach them wherever they were. We called them our family. We knew there would be many thousands of entries. But we also had to keep track of the content they would be covering.
conversation that I was having with them as a coach. And then that developed into understanding that the shortcut for getting curious is actually expanded version of it. And I call it be fascinated. And then that led me into understanding that if you really want a fulfilled life, you need to live fascinated. It works for everyone, not just for coaches.
Okay, so now those are generic terms, live fascinated, but I have a feeling that there's a whole lot behind that. And I'm wondering, either give us an example of how you use this idea, or just give us some of the principles or parameters for being curious on steroids, which you call being fascinated. Let's talk about that first.
Let's talk about that. So I had an aha moment a while ago when I was working in the International Women's Management Institute. And in the leadership team, we all had our different backgrounds, different degrees from the university. And we had this conversation on our strategy and what we are going to be in the global field of leadership development. One of the members of our team was our executive assistant who had not gone to university, but was a brilliant young woman. And she was listening to our conversation for a while, and then she said, "Hey, hold on. What are you all talking about? Can someone explain to me and define the concepts that you are using in this conversation?" We all stopped. And with that question, that direct question, we realized that we had used, jargon from our disciplines and the concepts that were not the same in each of the disciplines. We were actually making things more complex than needed to be and more vague for everyone else in the room. So,
okay, and we have a slide of that I think you said her name is Heidi. So Michael, let's take a look at Heidi.
Heidi.
She's the woman who inspired the AHA for you 4 executive accomplished women. She's sitting in the room and she says, what?
She asked us, what are you talking about? She asked good questions. And you know what? Heidi, when she went to get her PhD in business strategy and management, I told her this: Heidi, never, ever stop asking your so-called stupid questions, because in those questions that are coming from total curiosity and wanting to understand, you open up the world and you help everybody else in the room to understand what's going on even better. So that becomes the rule number 1 for living fascinated, and especially when you're leading fascinated.
Okay, so that's interesting. I mean, this is not high level scientific discussion. You're talking about asking a lot of questions. Reminds me of the book, Everything I Learned in Kindergarten, or, that kind of thing. What you said, it's especially important for leadership. My experience
defensive. And they will not be able to answer your question, why did you do this? In a way that makes them empowered and wanting to share why they did things. So I always alert leaders to be aware of the dangers of making someone feel like you are interrogating them. You say that word, it's hard for me. Interrogating them, rather than being honestly, authentically, genuinely curious about them. So
Okay, but let me just see if I'm keeping up here. On the first principle is asking a lot of questions. It sounds like you're shifting the role of a leader from being the proverbial know-it-all to maybe the learn-it-all. I probably heard that from you. So that would take a lot of pressure off of a leader if they walk into a room with just that curiosity and asking questions. They're in there pulling the gifts out of the people in the room. And then you're saying, however, because they have that hierarchical often position, unless they're following several other forms of management styles I'll not go into today, but the traditional hierarchical, at least if they're just paying someone's check, their wages, they're sitting in a position of power. Once they interrupt the flow of the Q&A and say, why did you do that? It then puts the person on the spot, and it sort of diffuses the generative nature, the popcorn brainstorming. Oh, I did this and this and this. How can you, though, ask the why without it freezing them into wondering if they're now being judged and they need to shut up?
Yes.
Or is there a technique?
There's a way around it. There's actually a good way around it, and it goes back to the how question. So if you, in your mind, when you want to ask a why question of someone, this also applies to your kids, for parents, this is good advice as well. So if you can change your why question into a how, like, how did you arrive to this decision? Or can you help me understand your thought process for, doing it this way, or deciding to, finish or complete the job this way? So just in that way, you sit like next to them. You like a peer. You are trying to understand their process rather than pointing out that, there's probably something that you did wrong because you approached it that way. And I'm going to let you tell me a little bit what you were trying to do, and then I point you what you did wrong.
Right. So you're getting into the process questions so if I were to say to you, so like I did, so
authentically, genuinely being curious about someone's point of view, experience, or thought process, you kind of forget yourself. You can't hold the worry about your own status or how you come across or what other people think about you when you are asking genuine questions about the other person. And you throw yourself into really wanting to know and understand them. In that moment, and in that way, you empower the other person. You make them feel seen and heard, and even in a way appreciated for their contribution. They be, they sort of become a part of your tribe, and you are in this together.
So that, that makes it sound like fun, actually. Sitting in together and then sharing story. And perhaps something else is going on, not only in the mind of your colleague who you are questioning. What does that do for the shy leader or the not self-confident leader? Are there some takeaways and some help that comes out of asking questions for a traditional leader has to come in command control? And then, and they even say that great actors get stage fright, right? And that you hear that story a lot, these people who seem they were born to speak, and then they're very afraid to speak. What is going on in this leader that might be helping the leader as well, personally?
It goes back to what Carol Dweck talks about in her book Mindset, going back to the idea of moving from fixed mindset to a learning growth mindset. And you mentioned the learn it all, moving from needing to be the know it all to the learn it all. And it sort of relaxes everybody around the leader and leaders when there is an opening for creativity, and with that fun that comes out of allowing more exploration all around, that can actually turn into innovation, innovative minds, innovative results out of the more open and relaxed minds that people have, because asking questions in a sort of an open-minded way opens creativity, and then everybody can kind of participate and build on each other's ideas, and it's just creates more collaboration, and from that collaboration we can actually find some new gems of innovative thinking.
Got it. And it also seems like you have an outward looking focus as the leader rather than worrying about what you're going to say or how you're going to say it or how you're looking. I mean, that's just not even important. You can walk into the room not worried about that at all. You walk into the room with this curiosity like you could as a kid, and you start asking questions, and all of a sudden it's outward looking, and then tension's off yourself, and you can relax. Whether you're at a dinner party, speak, in a conference, in a board meeting.
And even a review, performance reviews. Many of the clients of mine, executives who give performance reviews to their employees and their team members, they are telling their colleagues what they are seeing. How about if you create an atmosphere where you are exploring together with questions like, let's see why this might have been showing up in the solutions and make somehow life more boxed in a sort of a certain way. Let's keep it open and exploratory.
I see. And so, you've been doing this for over 20 years. You have a model and a process. Do you ever go in and observe leaders in their usual roles, and then you confab with them later in one-on-ones? How long do you and how long would maybe a coaching gig be with? I know I don't even I don't know the names of your clients. I don't know if you're even allowed to say, but I know you've been working with top CEOs around the world. And so what is that like to introduce this live and leading fascinated? What are some of your actions?
So let me go back to how you introduced me in the very beginning, like going back to being curious about yourself. Know thyself. That's the first level of work that I do with executives. And what that means is that the more self-awareness a leader or any one of us has, the more clarity there is in the way of being in the world as well as communicating. And because leadership kind of manifests in the way how we communicate in the organization and with other people in relationship, more clarity, the better. The next step is then to really focus on that being fascinated about the other. And the more fascinated you are about the other, more inclusive you become. Because then you find empathy for the other when you come to the conversation with other people with that extended, explosive fascination. But the third level of that is to be fascinated about the relationship. And when you create the conditions for the relationship opening up to being also in this space open for exploration, asking questions like, how do we make this relationship safe for us even when it's tough? If you have some of those agreements to create a partnership and alliance with each other, it's going to be so much more relaxing to be in that relationship when you approach it with the same kind of open-minded, non-judgmental curiosity that I call being fascinated.
So know thyself. You remind me, there is a guru, Jesuit priest, and counselor for the religious. His name is Father Anthony DeMello. And there's a book of the recording of his trainings at Fordham University in 1989.
ai serran anni nevan ai saliette, tu sai adò, tu sio ingrato più dispiette, farme non può, adò, lo poco cocce nassi fuie, te lassa sta, e non ni corre più da presumiante, farme non può.
Dear ThinkTech hosts, guests, viewers, and supporters, here are some unsolicited comments from recent donors. I love ThinkTech Hawaii's content. Now more than ever, independent media outlets such as ThinkTech Hawaii are vital to the survival of our democracy. Thank you for fighting the good fight. I deeply appreciate the discourse and dialogue your team does, and keep us thinking and hopefully moving forward toward making our precious islands even better and better. Yes, we work hard 24/7 to achieve better content and production values, with better and better video and audio quality. And of course, we greatly appreciate this kind of recognition. We also greatly appreciate your participation as host, guest, or viewer in helping us serve the community with this great daily content. But the fact is that we also need your financial support to stay on the air. In a word, we can't do it without you. At this point, we need your donation, however big or small, for our Spring 2023 fund drive. Please make a donation and also share our message with your friends and colleagues. Please make your tax-deductible donation to ThinkTech Hawaii. It is very important for us, and we believe it is also very important to raising public awareness for the community. You can make your donation by PayPal or with a credit card. To do so, please click on the donate button on thinktechhawaii.com. You can also send us a check. Please send it to ThinkTech Hawaii, 1164 Bishop Street, Suite 603, Honolulu, Hawaii 96813. As contributors, you are part of our family and we are deeply grateful for your support. Thanks so much.
The Solar Energy Technologies Office, or SETO as we often refer to ourselves, supports innovation across the solar energy spectrum to reach lower costs of electricity and to support the transition to a decarbonized economy. We release several funding opportunities each year, and these funding opportunities come with topic areas that are designed to address critical spaces where we really want to accelerate innovation. SETO has a long history of supporting innovation in solar energy technologies, And these innovations, coupled with other advancements in the industry, have enabled solar costs to drop dramatically over the past decade, 70 to 80%. This is making solar electricity one of the cheapest forms, and in many areas of the country, the cheapest form of new electricity generation today. It's critical that we continue to innovate and drive costs down further. Doing so will enable our electricity supply to be more affordable, and it will also accelerate solar deployment. The Biden administration has set a goal of 100% clean electricity supply by 2035. Solar is going to have a huge role to play in getting to that goal. Solar could provide as much as 40% of electricity in a clean grid. That's 10 times more than it's providing today. With the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, we see the industry poised for dramatic growth, both in deployment as well as in manufacturing, supporting good-paying jobs and rapid growth toward our goal of having a clean electricity grid. It's a really exciting time for solar, and it's a really exciting time to be at the Department of Energy, to be working in solar technology.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling It's Our Flag, Too. By now, we should all be sick and tired of seeing Trump and the MAGAs draping themselves in the flag as if that somehow makes them patriots. When they do that, they are defacing the flag just as they deface our democracy, hoping to deceive us yet again. They are not patriots. They are shameless liars, abusing our democracy and our flag. This flag has guided us through the challenges of our storied history, and has seen us through the Civil War and 2 world wars over hundreds of years. More than any other American icon, it embodies our democracy and our principles. Trump and the MAGAs have no faith or interest in our democracy or our country. In fact, they are bent on its destruction. Yet, paradoxically, they brandish the flag, the same flag that thousands of us have worked and died for. They act as though they own it. And that's an incredible insult to the flag and to those who have given so much to protect it. For Trump and the MAGAs to take false ownership of the flag while they work so hard to destroy our country is just another inexcusable machination that we must identify and reject. We should do what we can to point this out and to reclaim the flag for those who deserve it. Our understanding of history, civics and law, and any military or government service we have had should give us a deep-seated conviction for the country, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the rule of law. Not so for them. We should be outraged that Trump and the MAGAs attempt to capitalize on our flag and to cast themselves as patriots when they are just the opposite. Have they no honor, no respect, no shame? Let's all resolve to take the flag back and urge all kindred spirits to do the same. Trump and the MAGAs wear flag pins. We should wear them too, and fly the flag every day in every way. Let's do this to show that we care for the country and that we do not accept the cynicism of those who would use this precious symbol of our democracy against it. Their misappropriation of our most beloved icon is reminiscent of the fake electoral ballot crimes for which they are now being prosecuted. Let's not fall for that. We must treat the flag as our flag, just as we did saluting in class when we were kids, and we must speak out against Trump and the MAGAs for their unbelievable hypocrisy. We may not be able to stop them from doing what they are doing, but we can demonstrate our love of country by taking the flag back, by displaying and standing with it, hand over heart, not as an endorsement of the divided world they hope to foist on us, but to show the truth of what they are trying to do. They are false patriots, and it is not their flag to use or abuse. It is rather our flag, and we must never let it go. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling It's Our Flag Too. Aloha.
I'm a public defender.
I am a public defender.
I'm proud to be a public defender.
80% of Americans accused of a crime will get appointed a public defender.
Everybody from a speeding ticket to capital murder.
For every dollar we spend on public defenders, we spend $3 on prosecutors.
Public defenders have to do pretty much everything on their own.
Social workers, counselors.
Investigating is another piece of it.
The average public defender holds 300 cases annually.
You never feel like there's enough time.
Public defenders have health issues all the time.
A lot of people give up and say, I can't do this work anymore.
Gideon's Promise trains, mentors, and supports public defenders.
There are a lot of people who say that they would not still be public defenders, but for Gideon's Promise.
It's fueled me to continue on in this fight.
Gideon's Promise has changed the face of public defense.
People see us as troublemakers.
Good trouble only.
We don't make it easy. It should not be easy to take away someone's liberty.
This ThinkTech commentary is dedicated to the Federal Trade Commission. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled, Looking for Consumer Protection in America. Lord knows we have a myriad of serious issues to handle in Congress, but with the current GOP lockup in the House of Representatives, we won't be able to get anything done on any of those issues, or anything else, anytime soon. With all our other problems, consumer protection is undoubtedly low on the list of things we need to do for social or economic justice. But in fact, to raise public confidence in government, which is something we absolutely have to focus on, we need aggressive national measures that will achieve new vitality and sweeping reform on consumer protection. Let's look at the Federal Trade Commission. It's hard to know what they do, or that they do anything much to protect consumers. In these days of our new, upside-down federalism, the FTC is most likely to take a pass, or to deflect a consumer complaint back to the states, where it often winds up in bureaucratic oblivion. Much or most of American commerce is now directed to national markets. For the federal government to leave consumer protection to the individual states is leaving it to multiple systems which differ substantially from state to state. This in turn leaves the consumer in a quandary as to what law, what state agencies will help, and what relief might be available in each. Likewise, much of American commerce is on the web. But since the web, and social media in general, is really not regulated in this country, it has become a feeding ground for scams of every kind and nature, leaving consumers exposed to the worst attacks without the slightest protections. To simply advise consumers that it is their responsibility to be careful to avoid these scams, is really no protection at all. Sorry, but Better Business Bureau type organizations just take your complaint and listen patiently to both sides, but do not actually decide disputes or enforce the rights of the consumer. All you can do is put something on file against a scam or unfair practice. While the limited availability of that information may be a warning to other consumers, it doesn't help you recover what you have lost. And don't forget the adhesion contracts, which are ubiquitous in this country. They are the result of targeted efforts by corporate lawyers and lobbyists over the decades. They are in fine print, far too long, with far too many anti-consumer provisions. All the power is on the side of the business, and none of it is on the side of the consumer, making it all the more difficult, or impossible, for the consumer to recover. So you're on the West Coast, but the adhesion contract says that the dispute must be resolved by arbitration, where you have to pay your own legal fees plus part of the costs of arbitration, and that the arbitration must be conducted thousands of miles away in a state that favors the business. And those provisions are generally enforceable under state law, effectively leaving you at a tremendous disadvantage. What's wrong with this picture? Yes, there have been attempts to reform consumer protection laws in some states, but not in others. And there have been uniform laws that have been adopted, in varying forms, in some states but not in others. That leaves it to the consumer to research the laws of multiple states, and most consumers are not in a position to do that. At the end of the day, there is no uniformity, and the only thing predictable is that there are multiple obstacles to any kind of relief for the consumer. Yes, some states do have consumer protection offices, but it remains that these will differ in size and authority from state to state. And the competence, availability, and ardor of the people who staff them will likewise differ from state to state, as will their rules and attitudes about helping consumers from out of state. You really can't be sure about the politics, or the help you will get, from an office thousands of miles away. This is a national problem, and it's getting worse all the time. Leaving it to the private bar to represent disadvantaged consumers is not a realistic solution. Many consumers do not have the funds to pay for a lawyer, so they just take the loss. Consumer protection should be handled actively by the FTC or some other reinvigorated federal agency. Congress must act to make that happen, but these days, don't hold your breath. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha. Where did ThinkTech come from? Chapter 1, Origins. It all started as a Building Owners and Managers Association meeting in spring of 2000. But the Prince Hotel was not available that day. So we booked the brand new convention center instead, with a much more ambitious subject, a program to showcase technology in Hawaii. Lots of speakers, lots of attendees. Lori Akau and David Lassner were on our program committee. We called the program ThinkTech Hawaii. It was the beginning of what is ThinkTech today. From covering the Pearl Harbor Court of Inquiry that investigated the sinking of the Ehime Maru in spring of 2001, and then a meeting at the Sori Bowl Korean restaurant, we connected with Kayla Rosenfeld of Hawaii Public Radio to set up a talk show. After that meeting, writing down Kapiolani, Gordon Bruce said to Lori Akau and Don Mangiarelli and me, "You know, this will change our lives." We agreed. He was right. The four of us began our talk shows on HPR in the fall of 2001. Kayla Rosenfeld was producer. Gordon brought glasses and wine, and the shows were great fun. Station manager Michael Titterton told us to cut out the wine. But even then, we had a ball doing these shows anyway. We built a website, and focused on tech. In one of our early shows, we were talking about a certain software program. A listener called to complain. He asked how could we possibly cover a software program without first explaining what electricity was. We were all unprepared for that question. I turned to the studio guest and said, "Hey, this one's for you." The poor guy then stammered for an answer. It was pretty funny, but also very memorable. One of many such things that went into our scrapbook in those days. The show on HPR continued every Wednesday for 7 years. We had some great guests and great shows. My all-time favorite was about fallen Russian nuclear scientists. We had former consular official Pamela Sprotlin in the studio. We had an NGO guest from Washington, D.C., who gave the Russian scientists money to keep them out of trouble. We had an official from the Russian Far East State Technical University in Vladivostok. And for color and culture, we had a Russian poet from the University of Washington, all on the phone at the same time. We were going way beyond tech, and there was friction with HPR about that. Finally, we left public radio. I started writing for the Honolulu Advertiser and doing a talk show on Salem, AM radio. We also started doing video. First in my office, then in a utility space Jay Scheidler let to us on the ground floor of the Davies Pacific Center. We produced talk show videos once or twice a week, uploaded them to Vimeo, and played them on our website. David Day and Bill Sharp were our principal hosts, and Nicole Horry was our cameraman. They were great. We installed a green screen and a talk show table. We went to 2 cameras, and a switcher. We learned a lot. We had gatherings and events. One big one was in an empty retail space Jay Scheidler let us use. Lots of people showed up, and it was an inflection point for us. We were able to enlist underwriters. The first ones were Jay Scheidler, Galen Ho, Harry Saunders and Connie Lau. We are very appreciative to them and all the underwriters that followed. They made it possible for us to develop and grow. Soon, however, we had to find another space. Luckily, we found a great studio space in Pioneer Plaza. We took on more volunteer hosts, a studio engineer and a floor manager. We did more shows. Carol Mon Lee, a retired attorney and businesswoman, joined us as vice president. Retired TV professional Michael Cooper helped us. We started live streaming and did some shows that streamed and played on Salem radio at the same time. Then came a big break. HPU wanted our space at Pioneer, so Steve Metter of Pioneer moved us to Suite 888, a lucky number, and built it out to our specifications. Now we had a separate studio space, a separate control room and a separate reception area, which we called the salon. We outfitted the place with more cameras, mics and studio lights, and a wrap-around green screen wall. We grew the number of hosts, guests and shows. We were almost ready for another even more creative phase in our developments. Then it happened. We were searching for a database program to manage and keep a record of our productions. With the advice and counsel of our old friend Malcolm Makaru, we found the FileMaker database program. Using FileMaker, we programmed a custom application that helped us manage and schedule all the shows and communicate with all the hosts and guests. It was a critical breakthrough, and has been central in our operations and development ever since. That is the end of this chapter. Some of the dedications in this chapter are as follows. Gordon Bruce, Laurie Akau, Don Mangiarelli, Kayla Rosenfeld, Michael Titterton, Jay Scheidler, Galen Ho, Harry Saunders, Connie Lau, David Day, Bill Sharp, Nicole Horry, Michael Cooper, Steve Metter, Malcolm Makaru. and Carol Mon Lee, who became our Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer and who has been instrumental from then till now. Thanks to them all and to so many others that helped us during this initial period of our development. More to come, of course, in the next segment. Stay tuned for our next exciting chapter, Outreach to the World. Thanks for watching. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
In this Emerald City, Capitol Hill is known for nightlife and entertainment.
What is Seattle?
This icy adversary is responsible for sinking the unsinkable ship.
What is an iceberg?
The Capitol building in this state is one of the only ones without a dome.
What is New Jersey?
What is New York?
This cast iron statue, evoking the goddess Minerva, sits atop the U.S. Capitol building in Washington, D.C.
What is the Statue of Freedom?
Well, folks, that's our show. Thanks for playing.
good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us for another weekly edition of Condo Insider, which is put on by Hawaii Council of Community Associations. It's one of our education avenues that we do. We've been doing it for, I want to say 7 or 8 years now. So I'm one of your hosts. And today I have with me, I'm really happy and lucky to have with me Bruce Ramirez, who is with Longbridge Financial. So part of my role as a host is helping to find solutions that could help us in condos. And we all know that one of the big issues that has been the last couple of years are the rising maintenance fees. And a lot of it is related to the LSE, as we know. So there's about 300 buildings that were impacted by the life safety evaluation that brought in some additional costs. And also with that came the humongous rise in our insurance premiums related to fire sprinklers and also related to the LSE. So, some of us were facing like triple-digit increases in our condo master policy insurance, which really wasn't planned for. So there were some condos that were facing special assessments or humongous increases in their maintenance fees. And one of the big comments that I always hear from board of directors is like, but we have a lot of people here on fixed income. So we really are shy to raise maintenance fees, but that's really something that you really can't not raise maintenance fees because of that reason, because eventually down the road, you're going to get stuck with a special assessment. And to me, that's going to be worse, because how many people do you know that really have a healthy savings account that they can draw from? Even as seniors, some of them are living from their monthly check to monthly check, just like we live paycheck to paycheck sometimes, So I was looking for other ways that we could help and encourage some people to really think financially sound and start planning financially for the future if they're going to age and live out their golden years in their condominium. And this can also apply to single families as well. But our focus today is trying to help ease the burden when it comes to condos. So I want to introduce Bruce Ramirez with Longbridge Financial. So Bruce, thank you for joining me today.
Aloha, Raylene. Thank you so much for inviting me to your show. And I'm very happy to be here and hopefully provide some insight to regarding the seniors that we're discussing about here today, and especially in particular with the condo associations that you deal with. And you brought up an interesting point here regarding seniors and the rising costs. And we really have a retirement crisis in America these days. When you have, seniors which are living longer, 90% of seniors, 65 and older, prefer to stay in their homes as long as possible. Yet only 1 in 3 seniors feel like they can adequately provide the necessary features that they need as they age. So here's a real crisis in terms of how do they afford the upkeep of their existing property? How do they make enhancements to it? And when you look what's happened in the last couple of years in terms of retirement accounts, with this economy, and you mentioned earlier that the fixed incomes and what's happened, social insecurities, I'll refer to it. This is a double-edged sword. It's hitting all of Americans at one time or another. So it's a real crisis. And again, I'm really thankful you brought me on here today. And hopefully we can provide at least 1 or 2 solutions here for those seniors where there might be an absolute need and desire to improve the quality of their lives.
Okay, so let's start off talking about the reverse mortgage. So we typically, everybody knows what a HECM is, the home equity conversion mortgage, which is an FHA product. So tell us a little bit about the HECM.
So the other word, as you mentioned, reverse mortgage, and basically it's just a lien on your property. What it does, it pays off your existing lien and allows you to no longer have to make a monthly mortgage payment. An average mortgage payment is $1,500 a month. That can be huge savings to a senior. But in a lot of cases, there's also an available line of credit that the seniors will have access to as well. So therefore, by limiting that possible monthly mortgage payment and then having access to a line of credit, that can really supplement their monthly income. So another way of looking at it too, with this market, how it's taken a major dip, imagine having to sell off assets right now as the market has been dipping there. And that may not be the most effective way managing their funds and taking into consideration a line of credit right now is growing at about 8%, can be a huge boon to a senior. Imagine paying off a lien of $50,000 and maybe having access to a line of credit of $100,000. And if it doesn't need to be touched at this point, at a growth rate around 8%, that means in about 9 years, the $100,000 line of credit will double to $200,000. If you're a 62-year-old senior and are not needing to touch that until your early 80s, that could be around $400,000 sitting there and then accessible. Because when you look at it, just look at long-term care insurance. Only about 13% of seniors have it. The majority of them cannot afford roughly $125,000 in long-term care. Most people don't realize Medicare does not cover long-term care.
So let's kind of go back. So basically, you have to be 62 years and older. You have to live in that property. So it has to be your primary residence.
6 months and a day per year.
Right. And it works best when you have a little bit of a mortgage balance. If you have a huge mortgage balance against what your appraised value is going to be, it may not work.
Just depending on the age and other criteria, right? The loan to value, obviously the older you are, the more that could be loaned to you. Okay, so the higher balance, it's easier to pay that off, the higher, the older that you are there. So at age 62, maybe about a 30% LTV. You get up higher in upper 80s, could hit upwards of around 70, 75% LTV.
Okay. And then you brought out about the line of credit. And I think that's where some people may not understand the beauty part of a reverse. If you can put some of those funds into a line of credit versus taking the whole cash out and doing whatever you're going to do with it. But if you put that into a line of credit, it's going to draw interest at the rate of your reverse mortgage.
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
It's going to be compounded. So it's going to grow faster and grow tremendously faster if you put it into a bank savings account.
Mm-hmm. Right? The beauty is you can take out, if you want to set up a term payment where each month you want to take out $1,000, you can set it up that way. You want a lifetime payment where you have longevity in your family and everyone lives to 110, you can set up a lifetime payment to far exceed your life expectancy. And the funds will always continue to be paid to you. Or you can sit on it and take a lump sum at your convenience. If you feel like you need to make some improvements to your property, take a vacation, maybe help the grandchildren, help with college, take a trip, various options at your discretion.
And I think that's where doing the line of credit versus taking out a lump sum is the one that is going to be the most advantageous to any senior, especially when they're on a fixed income. That could be their emergency money.
Yes.
And we also have to remember and remind our audience that you may not have a mortgage payment, but you're still responsible for property taxes and insurance. And
upkeep of your property. Upkeep of your property, very important as well, too.
Right. Those three elements. Right.
No different than a forward transaction, forward loan, property tax.
Correct. And the one thing about a reverse that I notice is if you don't make your property taxes and insurance payments, they can call the loan due. Unlike a regular mortgage, but on a reverse mortgage, the lender, if you don't make those payments, they can call that loan due. So that's a big can of worms.
So you're telling me, let me ask you this in the forward world, which I've never been a part of. What happens if you don't pay your property taxes and insurance there over time?
Well, for the insurance, they give notice to the borrower that they don't have insurance. So they give them time to provide proof of insurance. If they don't get that within that timeline, then the lender can do forced placed insurance. Forced placed insurance only covers the lender. It does not cover like the contents of the house or anything like that. It's only going to protect the lender on the mortgage. When it comes to property taxes here, we're kind of unique, not like other states where they really are pretty aggressive if you are late on your property taxes. I've known some people that were like years late and still not a whole lot of activity happened. They're pretty say, well, just pay something, but still that can create that lender to call that reverse mortgage due,
Or just paying out those issues there too.
Yeah.
Right. So you got to think about if you are on average eliminating a $1,500 a month mortgage payment, funds really should be there to pay the property taxes and insurance if you're making them prior. And you can also set up an impound account when you get the reverse mortgage, where actual funds are actually pulled from your line of credit. They also accrue interest at the same rate as what your line of credit does. So therefore, you have more funds in there to cover your property taxes and insurance on your behalf. So borrower can actually request that, and therefore they don't have to worry about that anymore.
Yeah, and the one thing too that I know with the companies I've been with before, one of the rules of thumbs that we have when it comes to reverse is to make sure your siblings, your children are aware of this reverse. And I know that was one of the biggest complaints up to the federal government is when the seniors had passed, the kids did not know that parents had a reverse mortgage. So essentially they thought they were going to get something free and clear. So they're surprised to have this big debt, what they're going to do with, you know.
Surprised how many seniors did not want their kids to be involved whatsoever, okay, in their financial affairs. And that happens quite a bit. Then there are plenty of times where you do have the kids, which are heavily involved and trying to do the right thing by their parents as well, too, and therefore should be brought into the loop with the communication. So it's an individual basis in terms of which direction that is going to go.
Right, right. But it's always best to at least, you really need to do it correctly. It's always good to get a trust attorney involved so that there's, you know, that part of it done. And
if the trust involved, absolutely, we have to see the trust.
Right.
Okay, so that will be reviewed with our trust attorneys. Absolutely.
Okay. And also one other thing too about the line of credit, it'll gain interest, right? Mm-hmm. And it's compounded. And the IRS has already made it known that the proceeds from a reverse cannot be considered income. So you're not having to report that line of credit income or gain as well on your income tax returns. Correct?
That's correct, because all you're doing is tapping into your existing equity.
Yeah, right. So it's a plus if you plan it correctly. If the borrowers plan it correctly and try to take advantage or put into practice what is available out there to help them age friendly, age healthy, and age with like a couple seniors that they said, I don't want no stress as I grow old.
Sure. And that's why it should be part of your financial strategy. Okay, the time to really think about getting reverse is when you don't need it. And to your point, because of the growth of the line of credit, you have it available for a rainy day. For example, when you have sequential risk, what's happened to a lot of people's investments, the last thing you want to be doing is selling off the assets, and therefore you're losing the financial, the money coming on a monthly basis. And therefore, on the down years, being able to access portions of the line of credit to supplement your income until your assets start performing better. And the studies have shown that by the end, nearing your, 85, 90 years of age, there's typically a lot more available in your assets by using that combined strategy.
Okay, so we talked, that's the basic, pretty much the basics of a reverse. And usually the most common one is a HECM. But with Longbridge, you have other products that might be even suitable, because with HECMs, it has to be, if you're in a condo, you have to get that condo project FHA approved. And for some of us here in Hawaii, that could be a challenge because we need, as an agent company, some documentation that sometimes we have challenges getting that information. Sure. So you have a product, we can kind of bypass that route, right?
Sure, but going back to the HECMs, if it is a situation where the condo association is not FHA approved, Longbridge does work with a third-party vendor in terms of trying to get them approved. So we definitely try and assist on that standpoint, okay? If it's a situation where that can't happen, we do have other solutions. One is called our Platinum Jumbo product. With this situation, the property values need to be a minimum of $450,000. And then we have a limited review process that we can utilize and to go ahead and get a jumbo reverse on that property when it's a condo. Okay.
Who pays for the cost? Because that's one of the other misnomers is, I know for a company we worked with, that I have my license with, when we were trying to get it FHA approved, the management company had told them, oh no, but there's a cost to it that the condo has to pay. And we were like, no, you don't pay it. We're paying that cost. That's so we pay FHA their cost of whatever it is. And so, we want to kind of make it clear that the board or the condo does not pay for that, typically for that FHA cost. It does not come out of their pocket.
Correct.
Okay. Because we want to kind of get that out of people's heads, because I've heard it repeatedly over the years. And I go, no, you've got misinformation in your head.
Correct. And that's where it's important to work with a loan officer that's skilled in reverse and to be very aware of that.
Yeah.
Vitally important.
Okay. So what other things can you educate our seniors, our audience on? For condos, is your policy the same for townhouses? Because we do have a lot of townhouses here.
No, you don't have to go through the same approval when it's a townhome. It's just specific towards the condos. So much easier on the townhomes, which is beneficial. Now, in terms of getting back to, you have a question there?
No.
Okay. Getting back to the jumbo product, there's some differences there. There was no mortgage insurance required. Okay. Which is big with the jumbo, with the HEC and reverse mortgages. There is a mortgage insurance there, which is a protection designed for the borrowers there. It keeps the loan non-recourse, meaning they can never owe more on the property than what it appraised for. And also think about when COVID hit, for those that had HELOCs, what happened to them?
Got closed.
They went away. You know what happened to reverse mortgages? Nothing. We were still doing them. You still had the line of credit grow. That's a protective hedge that borrowers receive due to the mortgage insurance premium. Now, for the jumbo product, the platinum product, we actually do not incur a mortgage insurance premium to the borrowers there. Okay, so it's factored into the loan. The loan to value is a little bit less, but we can actually loan up to $4 million with that product for your higher end homes. Okay, or if you get a very high end condo. Okay, so it will be smaller on the fees there, and we do have both fixed and line of credit options there as well too. The growth of line of credit is much smaller, and it only grows for 7 years, but you have 10 years to utilize that line of credit. With the HECM, it's indefinite. If you have the funds available on line of credit, you have it forever to tap into. It will never go away. This product's been around for about 35 years and are FHA insured.
And HECM's been around since before 1989, because I know it was signed into law by President Reagan.
Yeah, in 88. So the first one actually occurred, I think, around 1961. But Reagan started making changes to the program in 1988, made it official, and actually I think it's 1991, about 3 years later.
So for our audience out there, it's really not something new. It's been around for a long time. So it's gone through its finding whatever, as I want to say, pukas, to get it to where it is today. So it's not something new. It's tried and true. And if it's been there that long, it's something that has survived and is well deserved, and it serves its purpose. So I don't want people to think that, but it's new, and it's been around since the late 80s, actually 60s, so it's been around, and they will not take, when you die, they will not take your house. And that's the beauty part of the reverse. So the last part has passed, right?
Let's address that. If the heirs are your kids, they can go ahead and get a new loan on the property and take it over. They have up to a year. They can either sell the property and take the equity out of there, and they have up to a year to go ahead and do that. And the beautiful thing is, since the loan to values are lower than a typical forward loan, those loans are typically not going upside down when you factor in the home appreciation. So you can have a situation where borrowers taking funds out on a monthly basis and still turn over a large inheritance to their kids. Yeah. It's just that if the parent passes on, just for the kids to notify the servicer as soon as they can. And then again, they have 6 months, and they can ask for 2-3 month extensions, have up to a year to go ahead and either sell the property or to get a new loan on the property and then take it over.
So let me ask you this question. You could explain this to our audience. So what happens if the loan balance is, say, $500,000, but the property is only worth, and it only sold for $300,000.
So if the market dropped out and they had that loan for a really long time and now it's upside down, well, that goes back to the beauty of the non-recourse feature of this loan. If that property is appraised for $300,000, the borrowers that they would like, or excuse me, the heirs that they would like, can purchase that property for 95% of the appraised value. So for $285,000 plus any realtor fees associated with that. The difference between that amount and the $500,000 owed is covered by the mortgage insurance premium.
So that one would only qualify under a HECM, but not your other proprietary.
That'll qualify for a HECM, but we have the same built-in benefits with their jumbo product. If it's upside down, they will not owe more than the appraised amount of that property.
And you know, that to me is the beauty part of a reverse mortgage, because we all know in Hawaii, home ownership is just like is gold. I mean, it is your gold bar, you know. So if the whole intent is to try to keep the home in the family, and that's one of the things too in creating a trust, so that you can determine who's going to be the one or the most responsible one that can potentially buy it out at the end, so that they can keep it in that family. And when you look at the numbers, if you're upside down and someone can qualify to buy it out, I mean, it really makes sense to try to keep it in the family as much as you can. Because I did have one scenario where it was two brothers. They didn't want to keep one brother could qualify with his existing mortgage. He qualified to maintain that debt. And I said, why don't you rent it out? You can rent it out for double of what your mortgage payment will be. You know, like, well, your son's 17 years old. That could be his house in a few years. You know? But they ended up selling it. I was kind of disappointed about that.
Right.
I loved that house because it was in a cul-de-sac. You know,
something else for senior borrowers to consider. So I'm worried about the lien, the loan amount growing over time, the interest accruing. Make interest-only payments. This is the beauty of the HECM Flex. You have the ability to make partial payments. Maybe you want to take a break 3 months over the holidays because you're spoiling the grandkids, or maybe you can't afford the $1,500 a month, but you can handle the $500 monthly in terms of the interest amount, and therefore that balance does not accrue. So you can be very strategic in terms of how to utilize this. You have actual flexibility. Forward loans, you have to make that payment every single month regardless. Okay? Yeah. With reverse, you have the flexibility with it as needed.
This is something that I said to one couple. We were sitting on their deck as we were looking out at the beach because they have an oceanfront property. And I've known them for a long time. And I said, and they're very diligent on maintaining their house, making sure everything's taken care of and the upkeep and all of that. And I said, and they're retired now. They've been retired now for 6 years. And they're aging. They're in their late 70s. And I said, you guys have worked hard to maintain your house. You've done everything you're supposed to maintain your house. Now it's time for the house to take care of you.
What a concept.
Yeah. And they sat for a minute. They go, yeah, that's right. I go, you've got this equity, everything's paid off. You've got this equity. You're fairly debt free. But they just want to live stress-free without having to worry about money, So, and theirs is probably going to be a jumbo, but that was their thing. And so that kind of set them into a little bit less of a stress mode, Sure. And really, when you think about it that way, you have everybody has worked hard to pay their mortgage, to maintain their properties. In their golden years, it's now time for someone to take care of them, and that it potentially could be their house.
I agree. I had this conversation with my father. He's 93 years old this year, does not have a mortgage. Last year, he told me, well, when I pass on, you kids, and you can get all the money. He's like, Dad, what's your money? I don't care. Do something with it. And when's the last time you've seen a hearse towing a U-Haul? It just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But this mindset, the great generation there is to, I want to keep it for the kids. It's like, we're okay. Take care of yourself. Have a better quality of life.
Right. Yeah.
Those to consider.
Yep. Well, we're hitting near the end time. So Bruce, I really would love to have you on another segment where you can do a reverse for purchase, which is another opportunity to to do a reverse mortgage and to even gain wealth that way. But maybe in the future that we can schedule another segment where
would love to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be better if you actually convince my boss to fly me out here to do it in person, just like this. I love your island, by the way. It's beautiful.
Okay. Thank you, Bruce. And again, anybody has any questions, they can always reach out to us and we will be happy to answer any of your questions. Everybody have a good rest of your week and a good weekend. There is a long weekend coming up, I think. Yeah. Labor Day weekend coming up. So be safe out there. It's the weather's kind of really weird. So be safe with the weather. And be really, really safe out there. Several catastrophes happening around the world, around the country, and even in Hawaii too, with all these fires and things of that nature. So, Bruce, I want to really thank you for being on the show with me today. Thank you for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. Mahalo.
Stronger searching can be the difference between planning a trip to Paris, France, or Paris, Texas. Here are 4 tips to take your Googling above and beyond. Catch the travel bug from your coworkers' vacay pics. Use reverse image search to find picture-perfect spots, even if you don't know the name. Do your research using credible sources. Searching Paris, France transportation will bring up results from travel agencies, bloggers, and anyone with internet. Adding a site search like site:.fr can help you restrict your search to info from local sources. You can also use site search with a specific domain or website to find artwork from your favorite painter for a trip to the museum. Pick a prime Parisian pâtissière with Boolean search. Find the best bakeries to get one of your favorite French treats by adding or between 2 queries. Then again, why not have both? Bon voyage!
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which deals with how COVID has changed us. There's no question that COVID has had a lasting impact on us individually and on society as a whole. We gave up our masks, perhaps too early, but in the pain of these last 3 years, we now seem to have given up our memory of how it has been, and what, if anything, we have learned from it. We have endured a fair amount of isolation, and our social connections have frayed in the process. The fear or guilt of failing health has dominated our lives. Worries about jobs and security have made us feel vulnerable in so many ways. The political climate, including the violent outrages of people like Trump, a rise in autocracy and global failure to deal with climate change, have made us wonder if the next generation has even a fighting chance. Many of us have largely spent our time indoors, experiencing job loss or terrifying transition into uncertainty. The activities we once actively enjoyed have taken a back seat. As time passes without the seasons of sustained effort and success, our dispositions may have declined while we weren't watching. And we have changed. Our communities have changed. The world has changed. The memories of life before are distant and fragmented. Actually, in the words of Thomas Wolfe, we can't go home again, and indeed the notion of home is likely to have changed for us over these past 3 years. When we wake up from this Rip Van Winkle sleep, the streets where we live may be the same, but we have all moved to other places. Some people have experienced dramatic transformation, while others have had more subtle changes. Whether we recognize it or not, the 3-year hiatus we have had is a major denominator for our collective worldview. Our perspectives on the country and the social fabric have been torn. National optimism is not so easy anymore, and we are left unprepared for a continuation or repetition of the trouble we have seen. Some people are energetic enough to see this as a time of opportunity and advantage, but frankly, most of us feel like victims. Our view of the future has been altered. We are less comfortable with our lives and the world we had 3 years ago. We live with the prospect of further deterioration, uncertain of what will happen to us and our kids. Yes, we could lose another 3 years to this or other pathogens, and that could have a huge effect on us and everything around us. So, what happens next? 3 years could turn into 6, and 6 into 9. We find ourselves trapped in this troubled discomfort, yearning for a return to normalcy, whatever that was and whenever we lost it, just as some other people less thoughtful yearn for a return to time when America was great, whatever that was, and whenever we lost it. The path to better times is elusive. We are not yet at the end of our discomfort, and we cannot yet see the end of the tunnel. We are rather living in a time that demands that we take inventory, that we acknowledge the realities and risks facing us, and that we find the moral strength to move on to better ways and days. This applies to us individually and collectively. Over these 3 years, we have lost something precious as a society. We can no longer claim to be the city on the hill or the greatest generation or most exceptional nation. Our concern for each other and our belief in the future simply isn't what it was, and what we have lost may not be recapturable. It's time to break from the emotional lockdown of the last 3 years and gather and connect again, perhaps in a more dedicated, motivated, and caring way than before. We know what we have to do, and after suffering the loss of these years from our lives, it's now time to do it. Or else. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please like us and click the subscribe button on YouTube and the follow button on Vimeo. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, and donate to us at thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. It may seem early to think about the 2024 U.S. House and Senate races. Unfortunately, it is not. Political parties are drawing up lists of the most vulnerable seats right now. Whatever happens in the presidential race, control of the House and the Senate is essential to either stopping a president you don't like or advancing the agenda for one you prefer. Complaining is easy. Action is harder, especially when you feel alone, weak, and far from the action. The one thing we have right now that can make a difference is money. Even a small donation to a campaign right now can make a difference as potential challengers are deciding whether to run. Obviously, politicians prefer you donate more money than less, but the number of small donations, including from out of state, also helps them determine whether entering or staying in a race is viable. Many believe money is too powerful in politics, except for the very rich and those running corporations and organizations who spend freely to retain access and influence. They, of course, firmly believe in the power of money. It is a rotten way to run a country, but it is our way right now. And while some believe in studying a politician's positions and voting record, it remains that choice of political party is still the easiest and quickest guide to whom to support. So, pick a nonpartisan political news outlet like Roll Call, Cooke's Political Report, Politico, or The Hill. Search their site for most vulnerable House and Senate seats in 2024. You will find, for example, that 8 Democratic senators are vulnerable, but no Republicans are. Think what control of the Senate means right now, with 50 Republicans, 47 Democrats, and 3 independents who caucus with the Democrats, and what it will mean next term when at least one more Supreme Court seat becomes vacant. So, if you like the incumbents or their party, give them a few bucks. If you don't like the incumbents or their party and their likely presidential candidate, give to the challengers. Later, other activities and more money will help. Right now, for better or worse, it's about money. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled You Can't Go Home Again. Trump always talks about making America great again, assuring us it was great at some point before. Not so clear. See the Stefan Ehrenreich article in the Washington Post on July 29th. And lots of people talk about going back to the normal that was before, or maybe a new normal that will be reminiscent of the old normal but isn't. Again, not so clear. Exactly what was normal the last time we thought things were actually normal. Perhaps that means before Trump, and before COVID, and before the troubling deteriorations and threats we have in our world today. Some years ago, Jack Balkan, constitutional law professor in New Haven, appeared on ThinkTech. In a discussion of what could be done to reverse the things that George W. Bush had been doing, Balkan provided some guidance. He imparted that everything counts. You may want to go back home, but you can't go home again. It's not like a yo-yo forward and back, but rather a journey that always moves ahead, a journey where everything that has happened is built into the future. Trump is built into the future. So is COVID, and like it or not, all of their implications and legacies, and all of the hard lessons and landmines they left, are all built into the future. We've been waiting to return to normal for 6 years at least, but the prospects of going back to the way it was are not good. We know that many things will be permanently changed. Think of your own quality of life, and your daily and long-term priorities. We know that things will be different, but we don't know what the changes might be. In the complexity of what is happening in our world today, we can only make wild guesses. The quality of your family life and your local and national life has probably changed, and is likely to change a lot more, and maybe very soon, and these changes will take us in directions far away from what we have hoped to return to. So get used to it. Appreciate that it will never be the same as before, not better, and not as good as you may have wished, but if you can appreciate and examine this dynamic, you will recognize that you still have the benefit of being here on the planet, and that is a good thing. Even at a time where it is difficult or impossible to predict the future, we should be happy to be alive and have some possibility of improving things for ourselves and hopefully others. Cheer up, it could be worse, and maybe it will. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Mahalo.
An official message from Medicare. Unfortunately, scam artists are using the coronavirus pandemic to try to steal your Medicare number and other personal data. But you can protect yourself. If you get a call or email offering COVID-19 items like a test kit or a mask, and they ask for your Medicare number, hang up or delete the email. Guard your card. For more info, call Department of Health Senior Medicare Patrol Hawaii at 586-7281 or visit smphawaii.org.
When to use a COVID-19 self-test kit. If you have had COVID-19 in the past 90 days, you do not need to be tested unless you have new symptoms. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, self-isolate away from others and get tested as soon as possible. If you've been in contact with someone with COVID-19, take your test at least 5 days after exposure. If you don't have symptoms and have not been exposed to someone with COVID-19, consider testing before attending an indoor event or gathering. What to do if you test positive for COVID-19? Self-isolate away from others for 5 days. Wear a mask when you need to be around people for 10 days. Inform those who need to know, including your employer or school, and any close contacts. Monitor your symptoms and contact your healthcare provider if necessary. What to do if you test negative for COVID-19? There is still a chance you could have COVID-19, especially if you have symptoms or have been exposed to someone with COVID-19. Consider repeating the self-test 1 to 2 days later, or seek PCR testing. Taking more than one test can help you be sure that you do not have COVID-19. Check out these additional resources to learn more about keeping yourself and your family safe. This message was brought to you by the Hawaii State Department of Health.
This is a ThinkTech commentary, dealing with the question of whether Putin can come back. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this commentary. Can Putin come back? For now, probably. But he'll have to work at it. He is clever and retributive enough to deal with the current loss of face, but it remains possible, if not likely, that what has happened will undermine his long-term ability to retain control, and will make him more vulnerable and more dangerous in dealing with other threats that will arise for him in the future. We don't know exactly how, but we do know that things in Russia have changed. Certainly, the insurrection has damaged Putin at home. His relationships with the generals, the oligarchs, and the bureaucracy, were profoundly affected as they watched the Prigozhin and Wagner Group march on Moscow. Although the Russians who have remained in Russia have been reluctant to speak against him, it is likely that many of them, especially those who have lost their children in his inexplicable war, now question him, damage control propaganda, or not. But what are his options? Will he be able to repair the damage? Should we be concerned about the things he will do to escape his embarrassment? We know he will do lots of propaganda on state TV. He will develop a dangerous new friendship with Prigozhin and the Wagner Group. He will buy off or jail oligarchs who might question him. He will initiate more false charges against those he sees as adversaries. He will persecute scapegoats wherever he can find them. He will terrify everyone, perhaps even more than before. Putin's reputation has also been further damaged in the international community, where he doesn't have the same control as at home. He will try to reconnect with autocratic allies like China that may now have less confidence in him. He will do everything he can to get our attention and to recover and project power on the world stage. That includes doing unthinkable things in Ukraine, like threatening a nuclear catastrophe at Zaporizhzhia, just as he did by blowing up the Kakhovka Dam, and by repeatedly attacking civilian targets to show he is still in charge, and still out of control. There's no doubt that Putin will continue to foment unrest in the countries of Europe, including France and in the United States, to fragment our political will. Remember, Prigozhin was Putin's social media disinformation chief, who helped him support Trump in 2016. Putin will also give the Wagner Group open license to continue its war crime operations in Africa, the Middle East and Central Asia, and in the process to have us all forget about the insurrection, and to distract and defer us from providing the necessary support for Ukraine. The bottom line is that the insurrection in Russia has changed things profoundly, in ways we don't yet know. So we should be watching what Putin does, and how all of this could affect Russia, Europe, Asia and the United States. Of course, we'll continue to cover the story going forward, so stay tuned for more. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. And thanks for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. Aloha.
Steps to collect your soil sample for the lead testing station. Here is what you will need: a clean container, digging tool, gloves, and a 1-quart size plastic bag. Step 1. Decide whether you'd like to sample soil from a gardening area or a play area. You may want to take 2 soil samples, one from each area. Please keep them in separate bags. Once you select your digging area, it's time to dig. Step 3. Mixing time. Mix your soil well in a clean container and remove any pebbles, rocks, and roots from your soil sample. Step 4. Air dry your soil sample. You can air dry your soil sample in the same clean container you used, or you can transfer to a cardboard surface to completely dry your sample. Depending on how wet your soil is, drying could take a few hours to a few days, so please plan ahead. Step 5. Pack your soil. Once your soil is completely dry, please transfer 1 to 2 cups of your soil into a 1-quart zip-closed bag. Now you're ready for the lead testing station. For more information, visit testforlead.hawaii.gov. See you there.
Stronger searching can be the difference between planning a trip to Paris, France, or Paris, Texas. Here are 4 tips to take your Googling above and beyond. Catch the travel bug from your coworkers' vacay pics. Use reverse image search to find picture-perfect spots, even if you don't know the name. Do your research using credible sources. Searching Paris, France transportation will bring up results from travel agencies, bloggers, and anyone with internet. Adding a site search like site:.fr can help you restrict your search to info from local sources. You can also use site search with a specific domain or website to find artwork from your favorite painter for a trip to the museum. Pick a prime Parisian pâtissière with Boolean search. Find the best bakeries to get one of your favorite French treats by adding or between 2 queries. Then again, why not have both? Bon voyage!
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which deals with how COVID has changed us. There's no question that COVID has had a lasting impact on us individually and on society as a whole. We gave up our masks, perhaps too early, but in the pain of these last 3 years, we now seem to have given up our memory of how it has been, and what, if anything, we have learned from it. We have endured a fair amount of isolation, and our social connections have frayed in the process. The fear or guilt of failing health has dominated our lives. Worries about jobs and security have made us feel vulnerable in so many ways. The political climate, including the violent outrages of people like Trump, a rise in autocracy and global failure to deal with climate change, have made us wonder if the next generation has even a fighting chance. Many of us have largely spent our time indoors, experiencing job loss or terrifying transition into uncertainty. The activities we once
Aloha and welcome. I'm Peter Rossig. I'm your host for the Hawaii's Volunteer Champions, a program here on ThinkTechHawaii.com where we talk to volunteers and find out why in the world they give up their two most valuable resources, their time and their effort, to help some cause or other. And we find out a little bit about some of the causes that they're willing to work for. So today we're going to be talking about a government agency, actually, but one that depends on volunteers to do its job, and that's the Diamond Head Interpretive Program. And with us are Cassandra Springer, who is the program manager, and a volunteer, Abigail Burke. And let me go right to you, Abigail, and ask you, why in the world do you give up your time and your which is valuable, and your effort to do this kind of work?
I just think it's very rewarding. I get to go to Diamond Head, and first of all, the view's beautiful. I love being able to hike up there. It's a gorgeous view. And talking and engaging with the public and being able to give them that little like aha moment and teaching them something about a place that they're just visiting for the first time and they don't know that much about. I think it's very rewarding.
And what is it? Tell us a little bit more about what you do for the Diamond Head Interpretive Program.
So I will hike along the trail and basically just be a resource for any visitors and hikers, and they can ask me questions, ask me for help or guidance for the trail, and yeah, pretty much.
You speak Japanese?
I do not.
I bet you get a lot of Japanese visitors, though, right?
Yes.
So what happens if you get a Japanese visitor and they need something? What do you do?
I have used like Google Translate before to try and help as much as I can, or they usually have like the physical map with them, and I can kind of point to where they are on the trail or where they're headed or which a direction to point them in.
All right, that's terrific. So, how often do you do this? How many hours a week or a month do you devote to this?
I'm there about 1 day a week, and it's 3 hours that I'm there.
So that's kind of manageable, I guess. But you're out in the sun. That's kind of a wearing, tiring thing. You're still up for it, though.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Okay. I assume you've got a cool T-shirt or something that you get to wear while you're out there, or a sign or something that lets people know you're the one.
I do. I actually have it right here. I can show you.
So I guess they'll find you all right. That's terrific. All right. And how did you happen to find this? How did you decide to do this kind of stuff?
Well, I'm a student at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, and one day I got an email from our college forwarding an email from Cassandra that said that this program was a great opportunity to learn a little bit more about one of Hawaii's great natural resources, and just something for me to do to kind of get out there, get a little bit more experience in the work field that I'm kind of looking towards. And I emailed Cassandra, and here I am, basically.
Here you are. Terrific. What are you studying at UH?
I'm studying natural resources and environmental management.
So you are in the right place then, aren't you? Because you're getting some experience in DLNR. Cassandra, I had frankly not heard about this program. I guess I haven't been in Diamond Head Crater. I drive by all the time. I haven't been inside since, can I say, since the Diamond Head Crater Festival? No, I think I've been there since then. But tell us about this program and tell us what's going on with it.
So this is my docent program. I created it about 2 years ago, and I did it because there's a definite need for more people on the trail that can interpret the resources, both historical, cultural, natural resources on the trail, and in general, just also be like a cheerleader and advocate for people to hike up the trail, because sometimes it can be really hard. And I realize I can't be the only one that does this trail. I need more support. So I created this volunteer program, or my docent program, to help me get a bigger footprint on the trail physically and, everything. And I ended up tapping into the student resources at UH Manoa. And right now I have about maybe a dozen volunteers. My oldest one is 76. My youngest one is probably a sophomore in college. So it's been a real help, and I think the volunteers really enjoy it, and the visitors definitely enjoy it. They can definitely they have their name tags, they have Hawaii State Parks on their shirt. And I think it's a really good resource for even the students to get that hands-on experience and engaging with people and interpreting the resources to the visitors, because we get people from all over the world to come visit Diamond Head as an iconic monument.
Do you have a number of how many people visit Diamond Head in a year, or roughly speaking?
About 1 million. We get 3,000 people a day, and
Wow,
that roughly translates to about 1 million a year.
amazing. And you created this program on your own, out of nothing. Is that what you're telling me?
A little bit. I used to volunteer at the Waikiki Aquarium as a what do they call it? I used to be at the touch tank where
Edge of the reef, edge of the
yeah,
reef.
the edge of the reef. So I have the collector urchins and the hermit crabs and try to engage with people about the little critters and teach them a little bit more about that. So kind of that was my spark or aha moment of like, oh, this is really cool. People are actually learning this. And then I went into live feeds and cleaning the tanks, and it went a little bit deeper. But their volunteer program was, I think, really successful, and I mirrored their program to my program. But they were, I think, a little bit more successful because they have over 100 volunteers.
Well, they've been at it for a little bit longer than you have too,
Yeah.
haven't they? I have been a volunteer at the Waikiki Aquarium. As a matter of fact, Chesa Campos, who's been on this program earlier, was the one who recommended that I talk to you, because, as I said, I really hadn't heard of it. And I will tell you a quick story. Back many years ago, I was very interested in fish and in Hanauma Bay. So I talked to some people, and I said, we really need a Friends of Hanauma Bay group, for very much the same reason as you. I thought the museums have docents, and all these other organizations have volunteers, but nobody was doing that for Hanauma Bay at that time. And this was long before the present structures were built. And so, with some other people who were interested and who'd seen that need, we organized the Friends of Hanauma Bay, which is still a going concern, and I think still giving tours and helping people around Hanauma Bay. So clearly, these kinds of places where hundreds of thousands or 1 million visitors a year come need a little more than just what the government agencies that are responsible for them can do for them, right?
Right.
So that's terrific. And were you doing all this stuff at the aquarium while you were working for DLNR, or before, or where did that fit into things?
So I have about 400 hours of volunteer work under my belt at the aquarium that I did for a few years because I was very avid volunteer there. And I think I had a really great experience, but I also ended up working for them for about 6 months in the live feeds department. And then I was also working for DLNR at the same time, but I had to choose one, so I chose DLNR because the benefits are really good. And I couldn't do two jobs at once. They kind of wouldn't let me. So after COVID and everything, I was like, "Ah, I really need help." So I created this program mirrored from the Waikiki Aquarium. But I have another program that helps remove invasive species and try to restore the native ecosystem here at Diamond Head. And we have that every first Saturday of the month.
Okay, so we'll come back to that in a minute. I just wanted to ask Abigail a little bit more about. So, when you tell your friends about what you're doing, do they say you're crazy, or do they say, how do I sign up?
I've actually gotten a mix of both. I've had some of my friends interested in doing this because they didn't even know it existed as well. But I had some friends, and especially people on the trail, when they ask, like, "Oh, you work here?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm a volunteer here." And they're like, "Oh, you're crazy for doing this. It's so hot, and you're not getting paid." It's like it's crazy, but yeah.
Okay, so you get a little bit of each kind there. That's interesting. And do you have any really memorable moments that you think back on when you felt you really helped somebody, or somebody was, I imagine some people get into trouble occasionally on that trail. So do you have any stories that you can tell us about when you had a really memorable moment as a volunteer?
Um, I don't know about just like one particular story, but there's just so many instances of people just not knowing anything about, like, just coming to Diamond Head and not knowing anything about it, and just asking like, "Hi, what am I looking at?" And being able to build like their knowledge of Diamond Head from the ground up, basically. And then I can just see like a look on their face that they're leaving, and they're like, "Wow, I actually learned something today." And I kind of just feel good about them walking away from the park then, learning something.
That's terrific. And how did you learn all about the things that you're telling them? Was there a course, or did Cassandra hand you a book and say, "Here, memorize this," or how did that work out?
Mostly Cassandra gave us like a document to kind of study. And then also just talking with her the first few times I was there. And also as I keep going on, I even learn new things all the time. And I just can ask her whenever I have a question.
All right. So Cassandra, you're out at the Diamond Head most of the time, or all the time?
5 days a week, unless I'm requested to help out somewhere else.
Okay. And you put this training together, you created the program, so I'm guessing you put this training together. Again, you had a good model in the Waikiki Aquarium, which has got a lot of stuff, and they've been doing volunteers for forever, and have a very strong program. But you put together the training for your volunteers. Is that right?
Yes, I have a comprehensive guide that has links and bird sounds and different plants to learn, as well as ways to interpret the resources, because it's not just outdoor education. You're trying to, like Abigail said, build on a foundation and try to get people to an aha moment of a better understanding than when they arrived. And with 3,000 people a day, that's a lot of people. But I think we reach a small portion, but even the small portion can spread the word of, Diamond Head's not a volcano, it's a vent, and these are the reasons. But I built it from the ground up because there was definitely a need, and people similar to Abigail kind of want to be park rangers or something in that field. And this is a kind of a way to get that foot in the door, or at least the experience to get that foot in the door.
All right. So I just think I learned something. Diamond Head crater, I thought it was a volcano.
No, it's a vent. So we have a 2 volcano theory and a 3 volcano theory. If you want me to go on about this, I will. The first volcano.
I'll give you 2 minutes. How's that?
Okay, I can do this in 2 minutes. I got this. So the 3 volcano theory is Kaena Point is actually the first one, which is now underwater. The second volcano is the Waianaes, which are about 3.7 million years old, and all of these are shield volcanoes. The third volcano is the Ko'olaus, but as you see from Nu'uanu Lookout, that you can see the center of the caldera, and the one side of that volcano fell into the ocean. And so the Ko'olaus are about 2.4 million years old. It went dormant after a minute, or after a while, about a million years. And then it had a rejuvenation period, which caused all these vents to pop up, basically like pressure valves. And there was about 30 or 40 of them, including Punch Bowl, Salt Lake, Red Hill, Diamond Head, Hanama Bay, and Cocoa Head.
Okay, so just so I always thought it was the crust moving over the hot spot,
So that's how the Ko'olaus and the Waianaes were made.
but not how Diamond Head was made.
No, so during the rejuvenation period of the Ko'olaus, it caused all these vents to pop up. Diamond Head only formed within a few days to a week.
Oh,
There was no lava. It was just like a cough.
interesting. And Hanama Bay, my favorite, is that another cough?
Yep, just another vent, but one side of it fell into the ocean.
Yeah, which is the only reason we have a bay, after all. Wow. Okay, so I'm learning stuff all the time here. That's great. So let's talk about. Well, first of all, you say you've got about a dozen people who are doing this sort of thing. If you could just hire or conjure up a bunch more? How many volunteers would be the right number of volunteers to do this program for you?
So I have 4 shifts throughout the day. I have the 6 to 9, 9 to 12, 12 to 3, and 3 to 6. So if I can have at least 2 to 3 per shift, I'd say like 12 to 15 people per day. Just so
And
we
so,
can have just so we can have coverage on the trail and engage with people, because being up on the trail for 3 hours is kind of a lot.
and is there any kind of is there like a formalized tour a day, or is there anything that is there a sign there that says be here at 2 o'clock for your docent tour or anything like that?
No, because we don't have enough people to do that. Right now I'm just working specifically with school groups on that kind of stuff, so it's scheduled per quarter. But for docent tour groups, I would definitely have to bolster my numbers a lot more.
Yeah, you'd probably have to do some more research or prepare some more material. So is that a goal you have in mind, or is that too far off in the future?
I would love that.
That if people want to volunteer or get involved, how do they do that?
They can visit our Diamond Head, or sorry, not Diamond Head, our volunteer website on the dealinrhawaii.gov website.
Okay.
And there's a long-term volunteer form, and then there's a short, then there's contacting our Oahu interpretive specialist, and then he will forward the information to me, because we have a variety of programs throughout the island, but just going through our volunteer website will get you in touch with me.
Okay. Just very quickly, what are some of the other volunteer opportunities? Because I'm learning everything for the first time here. What other things do you have going on that I might get involved in if I don't want to spend 3 hours in the hot sun?
Well, for Diamond Head specifically, we have one every first Saturday of the month. So we do have one coming up on September 2nd. It's from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., where we remove invasive bellyache, which is from, I believe, South America. And it's a bush that we remove. It's really fun to remove. And then we sprinkle native seeds throughout the soil that we've just disturbed, in order to help restore the native seed bank. And then for throughout the island of Oahu, I recommend contacting my colleague Kai Mar, where he has events at Sand Island, Kaiwi Coast, Kaena Point, and I think those are the main ones he works on.
Okay, that gives us at least a sample of the people who might be interested in other places or might want to do more, have a place to go. We'll come back. I want to ask you more about the invasive species in a minute, but I want to ask Abigail a question, and that is, um, if you could change anything about the program, if you could, make maybe you've made a suggestion, and we'll pretend Cassandra won't listen for a minute here. If you want to complain about something, but not too bad. But is there anything you would change? Is there anything you would do differently? Are you perfectly happy with the way things are going?
I don't know. I think right now I'm perfectly happy with it.
Okay. Nothing you would suggest. No improvements. Come on, you're a
I'm
young
thinking.
student at UH. You've got to have a plan for something to do better.
Oh,
Uh,
I don't know. My mind's blank.
all right. I'm sorry to put you on the spot that way, but the enthusiasm you're bringing to this is really you're pretty remarkable. I think many people look at many old futs like me look at students today and think, oh, they're just lazy and they want to spend all their time. I mean, when do you do your social media? When do you get on TikTok with your friends if you're out there in the sun? All right, I'm kidding. That's not fair. All right, Cassandra, tell me a little bit more about this invasive species program.
So I started it when I began back in 2019. I realized there was this is from a previous program from the previous Park Tech, where she started this program of removing invasive bellyache. And like I said, it's from South America. I'm not entirely sure why it was brought here. And it's not really known to be anywhere else but Diamond Head. But so far, in the last 4 years, 5 years, we've removed about 5 acres. And I have a lot more volunteers for that program. I get upwards to 60 people per month for that one event.
That's just to make sure that I heard you right. It's called bellyache.
Mhm. Jatropha gossiphoria.
Well, I'll call it the tropha with I guess I would guess a bellyache because if you eat it, you get sick.
It's either that, but there's also antidotes that I've read where if you treat it correctly, it's medicinal.
Okay, well, that's interesting. Any medicine, if you take it in the right doses, are good, and if you take too much of it, it's bad.
Right.
My high school biology teacher always said, anything you put in your body is bad for you, even food if you take too much of it. So that's very interesting. And you've cleared how many acres now?
About 4 or 5 acres.
Okay, and that is what part of the total estimated acreage would you guess?
Well, we have about 475 acres of the whole park. So
And it's all over everywhere?
0.005.
Stop doing math in your head. It makes me nervous. But you're saying it's all over everywhere. This 475 acres is got bellyache all over it.
I've put a significant dent in the massive groves that I saw when I first started because I get up to 60 people per month for this one event and they decimate acres. And every year I end up removing about either an acre or a little bit more each year. So I think it's been very successful. And sometimes when I go out and look for bellyache, I'm like, oh man, I don't think I'm gonna have enough bellyache for this coming up volunteer workday. And then lo and behold, they clear more bellyache. I find more bellyache.
Right. That's Abigail. You don't want to go out and clear bellyache. You'd rather hear the belly aching of the people walking on the trail.
I did do it once, and it was very fun to pull out.
It was. Is this like bend over labor? Is this like picking cotton or I don't know what a bellyache even looks like. So
Correct me if I'm wrong, Cassandra, but it's like a little shrub basically, and it comes out really smoothly. It's pretty fun.
okay, wow. You know, Abigail, your idea of fun and my idea of fun, they're not quite the same, but I really admire what you're doing here. So, Cassandra, this means this will probably show after this program will probably be available after the September 2nd date. But just to be clear, every first Saturday of the month,
Yes.
9 o'clock.
Mhm.
Do people need to register, or do they need to? Do they just show up and where do they show up, or how does if I really if I'm overcome somehow and feel lightheaded and want to go out and pick belly for a few hours, how do I do that?
You can either visit 808 Cleanups on the app, or you can visit Kanu Hawaii. Those are my 2 volunteer platforms. You can email me directly, and then I provide gloves and ice water for volunteers. And then I recommend volunteers wear closed-toed shoes, clothes they don't mind getting dirty, and you know,
Head covering, I would think would be
a strong sense of wanting to get some work done.
right. I just think it'd be great to be able to come to back home and say I've just cleared an acre of bellyache, but who knows? So, Abigail, a lot of organizations take a really good care of their volunteers. They give them a lot of stuff, they'll give them a lot of logo wear and they put on events and everything like that for them. Is Cassandra doing anything like that for you?
Well, I got the cool T-shirt like I showed you earlier, and then name tag. But it's really just so much fun to hang out with her and everyone else at the park, and no cool logo wear, but an awesome time.
Oh, that's great to hear. I'm nothing wrong with people who volunteer to, go to the parties and everything like that. But people who volunteer just for the pure joy of it, that's got to be a little bit unusual. So, how did you get interested in this subject that you're now pursuing in school? What brought you to this point?
Well, just growing up, I always had like an appreciation for the outdoors and nature in general. And when I was starting to look at colleges, I found UH Manoa, and I really fell in love with the program, the NREM program here. And I applied. I came here, and it's just my appreciation for nature has just like skyrocketed since I've come here and studied.
Terrific. And where are you in school? Junior, sophomore? What's your prognosis for graduation?
I actually just started my senior year, so I'm looking to graduate this spring.
Okay, and then what would you graduate school, or are you gonna try to get Cassandra's job away from her? What's the plan for after that?
Well, if Cassandra's job opens up, maybe, but I'm looking at graduate school right now.
Okay, that's good. Get that over with. That's my advice. Okay, uh, Cassandra, kind of the same question to you. A lot of volunteer organizations will really, pour on the goodies and the events and all kinds of stuff for their volunteers. But you seem to be able to get people to do this just for the pure love of doing it. And how does that happen?
I'm lucky. No, no. I mean, I initially my volunteers who before the docent program, if you did 20 hours, you'd get a free shirt. Now I have stickers. Sometimes I'll have water bottles. I would like to treat my volunteers to like meals, but I'm on a very strict budget, so that's kind of out there. But working with the state, there's a lot of red tape, and I would like to shower my volunteers with stuff like the Waikiki Aquarium does with their spring events and everything. But it's just not quite in the budget right now.
Well, it's something to look forward to. I mean, the aquarium does an excellent job of bringing in a lot of people and giving them some. They're not most people. I don't think do it for the rewards, but the rewards are sort of icing on the cake. And I'm sure I hope that someday you get to the point that you can give Abigail a little icing on that cake. Um, well, this has been totally interesting to me. I didn't know about the program to begin with, so I've learned a lot, and I now know that Diamond Head is not a volcanic crater; it's a vent. So this has been great. Let me give you each a minute or two to say something, to encourage people to join up or whatever you like, and we'll thank you for your time and for all the work you do out at Diamond Head. Cassandra, let's start with you.
Volunteering gives you a great sense of self and place, and that in itself is a really good reward. And I mean, that's how I honestly got started. So um, volunteering, I just makes you feel better. It gives you the good, happy hormones. So go out and find your place.
I hear you there. Thank you. And Abigail, what would you say to people who might kind of be thinking about doing this kind of thing?
I would say that it really does give you those happy hormones. It makes me feel so much better. And especially for students like me, um, spending a day in class, staring at a screen, and then being able to go to Diamond Head and go look at the beautiful ocean, the beautiful views, and talk to people, get those happy hormones. It's very refreshing, very rewarding.
Right. That is terrific. Thank you both. I really I enjoyed this tremendously. You're both very jolly people, and that's great. I'm going to end up here, as we often do, with a little inspirational quote about volunteering. We'll get Michael to put it up on the screen. A quote from Martin Luther King, who basically says, what's life about if you're not doing something that's helping other people, or in this case, helping nature, helping your surroundings, and helping the Aina that we all depend on in some way, the plants and the animals and the locations. So with that, I want to thank you both. You've been great, and keep on getting out there in the sun. I think that's whatever floats your boat, I guess. I'm not going to be volunteering, that's what I'm trying to tell you, but I'm very, very impressed with you and Cassandra, with you putting this whole program together. It's really terrific, and you deserve all of our thanks and congratulations. And so I will say to all my two regular viewers. We'll be back in a couple of weeks with some more volunteers. And if you have the slightest inspiration to find out what a bellyache looks like, I suggest first Saturday morning of the month you show up at Diamond Head and you pick some bellyache, or contact Cassandra about being a volunteer. It is so rewarding and so important to do. Thank you again, and thank you to everyone who's paying attention. Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Wake-Up Calls Are Coming More Tragically Now. Maui didn't see it coming, although maybe it should have. After all that, and after all the wildfires, heat waves, droughts, rain, and floods on the mainland and around the world, and the damage and disruption that inevitably follows, we should appreciate that climate is really out of the bottle and very possibly out of control. Al Gore wasn't kidding, and it's coming home to roost, pretty much everywhere, including right here at home in Hawaii. And we find that it's not just another primetime news event from a faraway place. It's life and death right here on a huge scale, including the dead and wounded and missing and the wholesale destruction of our homes and buildings, and a considerable piece of our state economy. Maybe we thought that Hawaii, with its distance, was somehow exempt from these things. We have to admit that complacency on climate, and on so many other things, has ruled the day, here and elsewhere. No, we are not exempt, and now climate has clearly caught up with us. You can put solar on your roof and drive electric cars and be just as green as you want, but it would not have stopped what happened in Maui, because this is a global problem, isn't it? What happened there is not a question of living well and sustainably. It's more like a question of Herculean effort at resilience, to protect what we have, to prevent unknown levels of existential risk, and to clean up and fix up all the destruction that took place, largely beyond our expectation or imagination. No easy task, but maybe now we'll spend more time and lots more money in dealing with it. Of course, we all know that this will happen again. It's not necessarily limited to wildfires, although that is certainly possible. But other things like, for example, extreme weather, like Hurricane Iniki or worse, on any or all of our islands. What have we done to protect ourselves from that, and to recover from it? Look around and ask whether we are working on dealing with the next disaster, and the one after that. What happened on Maui should not be seen as a one-off, but as an alarm bell for many other threats to come. All these threats still exist, and they are being exacerbated every day by global climate change. So let's see all this as the canary in the coal mine, as a message for the future, as an alarm we really need to listen to, and a lesson we really need to learn, or else we'll be even more vulnerable the next time. It's really much more than playing the proverbial blame game, as human nature likes to do. More important, it's time to redouble our public awareness and our efforts to open our personal and legislative pocketbooks and develop an agenda and organize our resources so we won't be caught so badly the next time. Face it, the world is different now. If you don't think so, consider what it will take to rebuild Maui and so many other places that have been damaged or destroyed, and ask yourself whether this fire is the last of it or just the beginning. We need to think and act on this every day, and the media needs to cover it every day, not just in the aftermath of the tragedy, but in the very real possibility that it will happen again, and possibly soon, and possibly worse. Tempus fugit. Are we ready? Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
At a time when misinformation is all too common on social media, we take great pride in bringing you the news that matters, that impacts your family, news you can trust. Local broadcast journalists bring you the facts, covering the stories breaking in our community and across the globe. Text TV to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on local journalism. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Feeding Hawaii is saving Hawaii. Hawaii has had a rich and diverse food culture and history. So many great foods. But we lost plantation agriculture, and never seriously built a diversified local agriculture industry. Remember that we're an isolated island state, and we now import nearly all of our food, and that's ironic and sad because we do have the land, the water, and the agricultural experience. We talk about building an agricultural industry, but we're way behind. We have CTAR to do R&D, but sorry, it hasn't made much of a difference. All in all, we've squandered these resources. If we get extreme weather, a drought on the West Coast, or a failure in the global food supply chain, we're in deep kimchi. We are at great risk for all of this, and we don't have a plan B. We have not followed through on a statewide agricultural co-op to help farmers sell and bring their produce to markets around the state. And even worse, we dropped the idea of an inter-island ferry which could help farmers transport their goods around the state. While some legislators are passionate on the subject, state government as a whole has not done nearly enough to incentivize agriculture in Hawaii. The coming legislative session might be a good time to take some long-awaited steps to do the work to develop agriculture in Hawaii. But what can we do? And what steps can we demand that our government take? How about some things like this? Incentivize farms and aquaculture, give them state land and ocean leases, long-term. Incentivize capital investment, give tax credits to investors, and guarantee loans. Incentivize farming entrepreneurship, give them free tuition at UH and tax holidays. Incentivize the marketing of local foods, create a ferry, a co-op, and storage and marketing facilities. Incentivize the sale of local foods, reward hotels, restaurants, and markets. These are just a few of the things the state can do. There are many other things too. We should do a broad array of these things, with political will and gusto, right away. Of course, all incentivizing an agricultural industry will involve money, lots of it. But it's well worth it, don't you think? We can make Hawaii the food capital of the Pacific. Although this has inexplicably remained at the bottom of the list, it is critically important, and we need to put it at the top of the list. Hopefully, the next administration can do this. The tragic ghost of Christmas future is that we continue to lose our workforce and therefore our tax base, and expose ourselves to the terrible risk, pain and loss of going hungry. No, we don't want to go hungry. Neither do the tourists, the hotels, or the restaurants. Without food we can bid a fond and permanent farewell to the hospitality industry and our economy. Consider writing to all our legislators, all reps at capital.hawaii.gov and allsons at capital.hawaii.gov. Tell them to drop the secondary stuff and put local agriculture at the top of the list. Let's save Hawaii together. Thanks so much for considering the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, We Only Have So Much Time. We have to spend it wisely. We must avoid frittering it away when so many things are threatening us. Let's consider the priorities we really need to attend to. Helping those in poverty, illness, and ignorance. Stopping those who lie and deceive us. Removing officials who violate their oaths. Recovering our precious democracy. Preserving our American moral principles, supporting and saving Eastern Europe, facing down aggressive autocracies, reforming Latin American immigration, protecting Africa from systemic violence, preventing recurrent global pandemics, preparing to deal with new climate tragedies, saving our environment and our world. Everything on this list is high priority. We must think about each of these things every day and not forget any of them. On the other hand, some things are not a priority at all. Expanding gun rights is not a priority. Blocking abortions is not a priority. Reinforcing racism is not a priority. Curtailing voting rights is not a priority. Slashing the social safety net is not a priority. Cutting energy and infrastructure is not a priority. Of course, focusing on the priorities requires constant attention. Avoid distractions by Trump and his enablers. Deal harshly with those who spread misinformation. Vote every time and vote smart. Send money to worthy nonprofits and candidates. Do it now. Otherwise, we will all pay dearly later. Remember that this is a biblical test for all of us, as never before. The stakes, the preservation of our civil society, could not be higher. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, We Only Have So Much Time. Aloha.
Loneliness is far more than just a bad feeling. Being socially disconnected, which can range from feeling alone to being isolated, is bad both for individual and societal health. Research shows that loneliness and isolation are associated with a greater risk of heart disease, dementia, stroke, depression, anxiety, and premature death. In fact, lacking connection can increase the risk of premature death to levels comparable to smoking daily. Loneliness and social isolation are also far more common than we might realize. About 1 in 2 American adults report experiencing loneliness. Everyone can be impacted across all ages, socioeconomic conditions, and geographies. This widespread disconnection presents profound threats to our health and well-being. Social connection is as fundamental to our mental and physical health as food, water, and sleep, and it affects our performance and productivity at work, school, and in our communities. Now is the time to invest in building social connection. This first ever Surgeon General's advisory on our epidemic of loneliness and isolation shows us how. The keys to connection are simple. Answer a phone call from a friend. Invite someone over to share a meal. Listen and be present during conversation. Seek out opportunities to serve others. These steps may seem small, but they're extraordinarily powerful. By strengthening our relationships, we can improve our heart and brain health, reduce our risk of diabetes and high blood pressure, boost our immune systems, and lower our risk of depression. We can build lives and communities that are healthier and happier, and we can ensure our country and the world are better poised than ever to take on the challenges that lie ahead. Visit surgeongeneral.gov/connection to learn more.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
With more and more people working remotely these days, it's as important as ever to keep you and your company's data safe. Around 90% of data breaches are caused by human error. So with that said, here are some examples of the security risks that come with working from home and how to solve them. The most obvious risks are physical. It's much easier to have a laptop or phone stolen than a desktop computer that's permanently located in your office. When working from public places, never leave your devices unattended. Always keep your devices within reach. Put them away and take them with you even if you plan to only get up for a second. Be sure to also watch out for looky-loos peering at your screen. Avoid working in areas where people can look over your shoulder, such as in front of windows or in the middle of a cafe. Even when you're working from home, be vigilant about children and pets. They can easily delete work by accident or access files that shouldn't be tampered with. It's good practice to create separate accounts for work and personal use with different passwords for each, and to get in the habit of locking your screen when you walk away from your computer. You can even place your computer in a locked cabinet or room for extra safety when you aren't working. The less obvious risks are digital and can come in many forms. Many personal computers may not have the proper antivirus and anti-malware software installed. This can leave you wide open to phishing scams and hackers hijacking information. Whether you are using your personal computer or a work computer, the best method here is to never open emails from people you don't trust or click on links or open attachments that seem suspicious. You should also always use company-approved software for your work. Not all software is developed with the same security standards, and third-party software can easily compromise the security of your device. Password security is also extremely important. Leaving post-its with passwords attached to your monitor or reusing the same password for all of your accounts is like having no password at all. It's best practice to use a password manager, which makes it easy to create and update strong, individual passwords for all of your accounts. Just remember that the password manager software you use should be approved by your company ahead of time. Lastly, whether you're connecting to the internet through a private home network or a public shared network, VPNs are the best method to keep you as secure as possible. VPNs work by routing all of the data coming from your computer through a private server, essentially blocking any unwanted visitors that may be connected to the same network. Follow these guidelines while working remotely to ensure you work as securely as possible.
Aloha, everyone. We hope you will think about and learn from the story told in this ThinkTech commentary. Here's the story. After Kristallnacht in 1938, many Jews fled from Europe to the safety of Shanghai, in China, where thanks to the kindness of the Chinese, they could enter without a visa. But after a while, the Japanese invaded and took over Shanghai. A Japanese military commandant was appointed to be in charge. One day, a German ship appeared in the harbor. The captain visited the Japanese commandant and asked him to put all the Jews on the German ship to be returned to Germany. The Japanese commandant called a meeting with the rabbis of the Jewish community to have them make arrangements for all the Jews to board the ship the following morning to return to Germany. One of the rabbis said, "Commandant, you understand, don't you, that when they take us back to Germany, they will murder us in death camps? That is why they are here. It is the Holocaust." The commandant was surprised to hear this, and said to the rabbi, "For them to want to take you back to Germany and murder you that way, they must really hate you. Why do they hate you so much?" The rabbi gave this answer. "Commandant, we're really not sure why they hate us so much. But we think it has something to do with our origins, that we came from the Fertile Crescent between East and West, and along the Silk Road from the Orient. In short, we think they hate us so much because we are in part Asian." The Japanese commandant thought about that, and in the morning, he told the German commander that he was not going to order the Jews to board the ship. The German ship then went back to Germany, empty. This story was told to us by the daughter of that rabbi. It is a true story, as reflected in a movie that was later made about the Jewish community in Shanghai, called the Shanghai Ghetto. Thank you for your consideration of the story told and the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. No, the United States is not over. Contrary to the views of the depressed, our greatest strength, our greatest vitality, is our diversity. Diversity is not just people from faraway cultures that are arriving today. It's also people who have arrived before and who are making their way, finding what they and their families have longed for, realizing their destinies, becoming embedded sometimes painfully in our America. People who manage to go to school, even against the odds, who become teachers, scientists, professionals, and entrepreneurs, just as they had hoped in their American dream. People who are free to express themselves, to find expertise, to listen and speak up on social and political issues, who run for office and bring clear-eyed altruism to the national conversation, which we need so desperately. It's a new and promising generation. They were pubescent 10 years ago, and are now ready to take the mantle of community awareness, people who care about others and have enough guts and vision to go around. We need to appreciate and encourage them. We need to help them. We need to let them have their way, to make their greatest contributions. And we must avoid the inexcusable sins of cynicism, racism, and bigotry. We must care for them as they care for us, not because of our respective agendas, but because of the highest common values of our democracy, and because we will all benefit if we build a kinder, gentler city on the hill for everyone. We must all be free and allow others to be free to live this American dream. From a world of threatening complexity, we must build a world of enlightened mutual respect, and thus a much more productive and perfect union. What have you done to build that world today? Thank you for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Thanks so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on YouTube. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And please check out our website, that's thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
Money laundering happens in TV, movies, crime novels, and here. Yep, money laundering can happen anywhere, including right under your nose.
In my sandwich?
No, not in your sandwich. That was a metaphor. In 2020, the United Nations estimated that $800 billion to $2 trillion disappeared through money laundering. Want to learn how to
Aloha, Velina me ke aloha. I'm Joshua Cooper, and welcome to Aloha Sustainability and Peace in Our Pacific, UN SDG Movement in Moana Nui Akea. Today, we'll be looking at quality education for a sustainable future, knowledge exchange to empower our keiki. Aloha, it's an honor to welcome two amazing wahine who are dedicated to education and have lived a life that then provides a path for future generations. As I said, we're looking at quality education for a sustainable future, knowledge exchange to empower our keiki. And today, we're very fortunate to have two knowledge gurus to be able to share what's good and what we can do together. Today, we'll be looking first and foremost at the UN SDG number 4. UN SDG number 4 is important because it ensures inclusive and equitable equality education, and Global Goal 4 promotes lifelong learning opportunities for all with an eye toward our common future. Quality education liberates the intellect and unlocks the imagination while ensuring the fundamental of human self-respect. I would like to welcome our first guest to share with us. Both of these amazing knowledge providers began in the same first class of immersion on Maui and became ambassadors from our islands to the international arena. What was so valuable about that new model of education, and why is it crucial going forward?
Aloha nui kākou. Ole ahi hoa kea he iwi keiki no hamakua loa Maui. Ke aloha ka aina ia kākou apau. Hello, it's so nice to be with you all, to be with my dear sister friend Kani Au, and to be with you here too, Josh. I think, one of the geniuses of being able to learn via Hawaiian medium education is language shapes our lives. And so when you start that young, when you have the privilege of starting so young in Hawaiian language education, your first verbs are often verbs about how to love your space, how to love aina in Hawaii. And so we get this one model growing up through Hawaiian language education of how to reciprocate and how to be in relationship with the land and this environment. And you're so your brain is so malleable as a child that anything, as long as the teachers point out to you, oh, the akua, the natural phenomena there, this is lono, and then that's kane, then your mind is so malleable at that point. You're like, of course it is. So from that very young age, you get the opportunity to develop a certain level of intimacy with your space, and that intimacy grows as you get older, and it's a never-ending opportunity to learn from your space. The island is always, we're lucky enough to have Pele here in Hawaii. That island creation continues to happen in Hawaii. So we know that our landscape continues to change. And so that means we too continue to have the opportunity to change with our environment. And that in itself is the opportunity to continue to change in ourselves. And that means learning. And so I'm here with one of my favorite fellow learners of the environment. I wouldn't call myself a teaching guru or anything, but just somebody who continues to learn about how the natural phenomena evolve in space and present themselves in space, and then that opportunity to reflect more and more the Hawaii environment in myself, and that liberation in that way is that capacity for intimacy in space. And so, you don't know that as a kid, but as you get older, that level of intimacy that you're able to cultivate with your space gets deeper and deeper. And that, I think, is one of the examples that we have from kupuna of the past, of how intimate your life can be with space, and that you can experience and invite in that level of attunement and exchange with your space as you get older. So I didn't know that as a kid, but you learn those initial for how to aloha, how to exchange with your place, and then you continue to deepen and deepen and deepen aloha, that verb, as you continue to live in this space. So that's, I think, one of the wonderful opportunities of Hawaiian medium education.
I think you're an amazing educator because you're teaching us all right now about intimacy with our islands and intimacy on the inner level as well, as we always continue to grow the same way that our islands do. Handing it over to our dear colleague, would you like to share a bit about what it was like to be the first class of immersion and then continuing on as you do now?
He aloha nui kako o wau ke ia o kaniau he keiki papa no Maui. I'm here at UH Maui College, and now as an adult and as an educator in higher education, I never knew how impactful my upbringing and that type of education was going to be. Just like what Le'ahi was saying, you're able to decode your world in a whole different level than just a native speaker of English. Our places here are in Olelo, Hawaii. Our culture is based in Olelo, Hawaii. So I have a funny story, just being able to connect to the words and the places that we call home connect us to our environment and our aina. I also explain in my classes about knowing and using the traditional names of these places help us identify what the environment, what the land was like in traditional times. Maybe we don't experience it in the same way anymore, but by having and perpetuating those names, those Inua Hawaii, those traditional Inua Kupuna, we have a broader understanding of what the land looked like or what the environment looked like back in traditional times when they were giving them these names. But looking at this idea of sustainability, right? So aina and being sustainable it's what those key words now, but it was how our ancestors lived their day-to-day life, right? So their connection with the land, understanding that aina is the place where you get food. And as a finite resource, we only have this little piece of land that we needed to appreciate, to love, to take care of, not just the land itself, but everything in the environment, the water, the plants, and the animals. So as a young child, not knowing that you're actually learning these types of appreciations and these types of connections just by knowing the words for these actions, like aloha. So this too, aloha in Hawaiian isn't just love, it's compassion, it's sympathy, it's hello and goodbye is the one that most people use, but it's so much more. So when you aloha aina, when you love your land, you have a deep understanding and a deep connection to the land and to the environment that I don't feel we would have gotten in any other type of education. So Hawaiian medium education really helped us become who we are as adults, and for me specifically as an educator.
No, I mean, you both really illuminate what's so important about the immersion language experience and how it then shows the limitless opportunities, where so many people were saying, oh, if you learn one and then the other, and it's all these challenges. The truth is, you both embody the emancipation of the human spirit when you're able to focus on education and really root yourself in the community and decide what you desire in this world and to make it all possible. Maybe you could share a bit some of the current ways you contribute to quality education today and some of the aspects of what you share with your students.
Yeah, so currently I am a professor at the University of Hawaii Maui College, and I teach Hawaiian language and Hawaiian studies specifically. So when I teach in my class, I have a couple of different topics that I currently am teaching, like Hawaiian mythology. So that class is one of my favorite classes because you get to look at traditional stories and traditional perspectives to understand our world today, right? So bringing that information from the past to inform how we live our lives today, learning from the lessons that was left to us in these stories from our kupuna in order to make a better future. I also teaching language, which is also another one of my favorite classes, to seeing people, because I say this all the time, is if you're here in Hawaii for an hour or your whole life, everybody uses Olelo Hawaii to a certain degree, whether it's directions, place names, or as communication. It's our responsibility as people who inhabit this place to have an understanding of and our impact on the land and the space that we're calling home. So by understanding Olelo Hawaii and understanding the culture, we understand that we as humans have a responsibility, not just to the culture and the language, but to this place that you're choosing to visit or choosing to call home.
That is wonderful. And then it allows us to look as well and share some of the other experiences. It is place-based knowledge. And as you also point out, it's really getting to understand that the classroom is the island. It is our whole world. And to make sure that everyone is able to explore the potential for seeing themselves in the land, but also exploring what they want to become. Passing it on to Leahi, maybe you can share as well.
Yeah, there's been this awesome rise in the importance of diversity, equity, inclusion. And I think one of the things that Hawaii has always done so beautifully is remember the importance of belonging to place. And so, transitions from diversity, equity, inclusion to, okay, but in that, how are you cultivating belonging to your place, knowing that Aina can never really belong to us, but that in that tending of a relationship, we can belong to it. So just like Kani'au pointed out, like Vahipana hold a clue into like how that place once was experienced and the pulsing of that place, right? And so how do you attune to that certain particular pulsing? How do you attune to the seasonality in place? So do you know when the certain, when the wili wili is flowering, and what does that mean in the ocean? Is it still when the shark bites? Is that not the case? And so the more that you can stay attuned to the frequencies, right, or the natural evolution in your place, then the more and more you can predict what's going to happen. And then everybody's like, what? And it's like, no, the more you belong to your place, the more you can be a part of the cyclical evolution of place. And that is when I think the most curious and wonderful thing happens, right? So there's that concept of Aina, which is beautiful, just like Kani'au shared, like that which feeds, how we get that. But it's also that idea, union, right? So what are all those pathway points that allow us to experience some kind of union with the space? So whether it's in the food you eat, right? And knowing the value, because we're on islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, how important food is, right? That we would recognize the concept of food as to consume something, but to union with something. That the hierarchy of that relationship made it so that food was so important. That's the concept that would be the basis of that word. One of the concepts that would be the basis of that word of Aina. And then you look at, and I'm really grateful to learn from someone. When I was preparing for this conversation, I was like, okay, what are the different words for education? And we know a'o to teach out and to learn, ho'opa'ana'au to make it firm in your guts, right? In the Hawaiian worldview, the gut brain, right? To make it really firm in there. And then another one is kuhi. And the interesting thing about the word kuhi is it's one idea is to point, show, or direct, right? To demonstrate something, but the other aspect of that word is it's something sweet and tasty, rich with fatness, right? So you're thinking about what are these things, right? When you're kuhi, a form of education, when you're demonstrating something, how can you make it sweet and tasty? And so that I think is another wonderful concept when we think about sustainability and education, is how do we have those anchors, right? To stray too far from the power in Olelo Hawaii, to know the definitions of some of those words, but then to also deliver the information in a way that people want to pick it up. That when we leave it for the next generation, they'll have something sweet and fat and tasty to bite into when they come to this concept of maintaining relationship to place. So that is one concept that I love that comes from Hawaii, is this idea that you just got to be hungry for it.
Oh, you're making me so hungry right now.
That's the thing.
Exactly. It's the one thing of being hungry for knowledge. And I think that's something that we all share. But if we're able to transmit that to the students and future generations, then that's truly how you measure success. Because as we all know, quality education does liberate the intellect and it unlocks the imagination. And both of you are embodiments of what is possible with quality education. Another aspect of Global Goal 4 was offering free education and equal access while also eliminating all discrimination in education and ensuring universal literacy. And historically, it reminds me, today is Mother Language Day. It's also a time to reflect on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Article 13, right to language. And that's just the beginning of everything. And of course, Hawaii, of course, at the turn of the century, even while dealing with all of the challenges of colonization, had the highest literacy in the world. And we can see now through these new programs, though, how we can see it really aims to obliterate a lot of the obstacles that have been set up by colonial constructs, but that you're able to then shatter those, especially the silos of the Western academia, to show how everything is interconnected and everyone can better understand what's possible when they pursue their passions. Going on our final aspect, looking at the future of education, what more can we concentrate on to continually improve education and make that knowledge even more succulent and onolicious?
Oh, Kanya was going to have an awesome answer for this, but I'll drop in quickly and give her most of the remaining time. I think we are so lucky to have grown up in a time where Hawaiian language education was available from preschool. And now into a space where Kani'au is a professor in Hawaiian studies, right, in Hawaiian language, which is amazing. And I think the one aspect that's really interesting to me right now is that in futures thinking, right, in playing into that idea of imagination and what's coming next, that now folks are reconnecting and recultivating that relationship with what it means to dream. Even that space is a space where we can learn and we can access old information from the kupuna, that nothing is in that idea, that nothing is really lost, that it just, assumes another form, that it's just waiting on the next grandchild to have the dream. And that whatever went into a deep sleep in the past, that it's still available. And it just depends on us in this present time to cultivate those relationships with different forms of education, whether it's learning, beautiful opportunities to learn in college spaces where we now have Hawaiian folks teaching Hawaiian concepts, which is amazing, right? And that we also have that opportunity to cultivate connection to the past through dreams, through chant, through imagination, and that you have people with such expertise of language that they're playing with language in a beautiful way that the ancestors did. And so you have Kaka Olelo accompanying the graduation of Kapaolonopuha, this cohort of Hawaiian healers, right? And so you have these people dancing beautifully through poetry. And then it adds back in that idea of play and art and imagination. So it's not just the drudgery of words, but it's like the beautiful intellect of Hawaiian language that people can nurture and cultivate, but then also that everybody has their access point, and it just depends on them, tuning into that particular frequency and remembering that it's, even though it may seem lost, it's still a part of them somewhere. And it's just waiting on the next generation to dream up.
Oh, and we really appreciate your holistic perspective, but I really think you bring up such a good point on that frequency and connecting to the land and understanding what's possible, and then handing it over to our colleague then for some final words. But we still have a lot of time that we could continue this conversation on quality education.
Yeah, so growing up with Hawaiian language as our language, the privilege that we had to be raised in Olelo, Hawaii, the opportunity that many other people our age or in the past haven't had, the connection to Olelo, Hawaii, really helped us to better our future, to look at our future and wanting this for our people, right? Our ancestors didn't necessarily may have lost it for a little bit of time, but now that we're again, higher education and a level of fluency that they were at in, when Hawaiian language was just the talk of the town. So being able to access that information now in different levels, like we have that idea of kauna, right? We have our information in our newspapers at surface level, but we also can dig through it with this amount of literacy and understanding that we have in Olelo, Hawaii. We can make those connections with our past history and make it contemporary. Look what Lahi was saying, what we're doing today is going to impact the future, and what we dig up from the past to make it relevant now is the same thing that they're going to do with what we're doing in education today, right? So taking what is relevant now and making it relevant for them in the future. So when we look at education and looking at this sustainable future, right, equality of education for all of, not just how we had the opportunity, but we also that privilege of learning our indigenous language at that time in our life. We're born at the right time to the right parents, and that's who made us who we are today. And we have access to the language, more access now, but it's not as much as we want it to be. It could be way more accessible to our indigenous language than it is.
No, and from womb mates that you were all the way to the world, it's amazing to see the ripple effect that you both have had. And you really bring up a good point. It is lifelong learning and at different points. And when we look at Goal 4, it also says that Global Goal 4 aims to guarantee education for sustainable development and for all to be citizens of the world, promoting human rights and caring for our planet. And the best part is you really have been able to make the aspect of it's not only career, but it's also the ability to make positive social change and to be able to contribute and give back. And I think that's what's so important as we look at what is possible. And I know even today, I'll be leaving here and going to an amazing course. There's a Aloha Hawaii class with Ikeda, and the mayor's offering that during this UN decade of Indigenous language. So we're all learning. It's a never-ending process. Even when you think you gained a certain insight, you could read the same book and even have new marks because you're at a different space with what you've experienced in life. And so it's so exciting to hear both of you share. I know you're headed toward pursuing your second doctorate. So you're actually living lifelong learning, not just content, because I think we all need to know that knowledge is something that is shared, that we all cultivate and come to together. It's not that Western thing where you're blocking and having quizzes and finals. It's about sharing knowledge and collaborating. And as Leahi was sharing, it's then having so many different forms. It's not just writing. It's so many ways that we can share knowledge and transfer that. And maybe you can share a bit on that in our final moments.
Yeah, I think it's really important to be a lifelong learner. So taking what we've learned and pursuing not just in, again, formal settings, but just the knowledge that our kupuna had left for us. Taking that as examples for the future and being able to learn for the rest of our lives, because there's so much information out there that our ancestors left us, that our indigenous knowledge that we are inherited, that we comes with us, and also that when we research and we put in the effort to look for, it reveals itself to us, right? Our kupuna reveals that information and they say, okay, so here's some information that may have been lost, like what Leahi was saying, and bringing it into contemporary time. So always finding the opportunities to learn, whether it be through, formal studying and research, or in exploring your dreams, exploring your stories, exploring your histories. That can also be a form of lifelong learning. And that's what I fully love to do. And that's why I feel like I'm never, the more you know, the more you realize you don't know. So I'm going to be learning for the rest of my life.
So true. I know as a professor, every class that we're able to start, I'm always excited because you get to teach. So you read the books, but also everything's evolving. The headlines are different, things are happening. So you actually try to weave in what's going on with what was historical. But then that other aspect that you're sharing as well, when you actually get to read all the papers, when you get to have the discussions every day, it's such a rich experience because if you're doing well in what we're supposed to be doing, there's not an element of fear, but there's that element of exuberance, of excitement to come to class every day, to be able to make sense of what's going on in the world. And as you said, it really is such a privilege to be able to have the time in the day to try to make sense of what's going on in the world and have a historical perspective of seeing how it relates to what has happened in the past, but moving us forward to seeing what we can create. And Leah, maybe you can share a bit about that as well.
Oh, yeah. What I've come to learn from my teacher is that, Hawaii is 1% physical and 99% non-physical. And so the ability to rest in that knowing that you're just not going to know all of it. You're not. And so the chance, they point us to opportunities for relationship with that physical and that non-physical. And Hawaii, one way to understand the name Hawaii, right, is breath, vai, to be like water or to be like spirit, and e, supreme. So what is that supreme permeability you're able to invite in your own relationship with your natural environment? And knowing that kapu aloha is the ethic of what it means to live in Hawaii. By default of living in Hawaii, you are reciprocating with the environment. And anytime you are able to make that connection between what's happening in the natural environment and yourself, there's a certain truth there, right? That you can proof it in the environment, then it's likely to be happening, at least from a Hawaii worldview, it's likely to be happening in your own body. And so we have these chants, the hulihia and kulia chants, and the hulihia chants are just about change, right? And that change is going to be just a truth. And then the kulia chants are a form of restoration that follows upon the hulihia chants. And it's pointing to your opportunity to participate in that restoration, that in that great change that continually happens, capital change, right? Duration. And there are these 3 lines that and a lot of the kulia chants that are really, really interesting because they don't hook you into a particular place in Hawaii, but they're Hawaii chants, right? So they can be universal in their application. And it's, it ends with Naki Aloha e Kono. So love is that invitation. And that the only thing, to me, it points to one of the only things that can anchor you in the great change of life, in the great suffering of the human experience is great love. And great love sustains the human experience. So I know our parents, when they sought to establish Punana o Maui and Kulakaiapuni o Maui, that they had no idea what would happen. But in that great faith of showing up with community in love, in aloha, in reciprocation, that they had faith that things would turn out okay, right? And so that, I think, is a beautiful reminder about what's possible when you live on a small island community, that if you show up in community and can show up in reciprocation with each other and with your environment, that the kupuna and that 99% that's non-physical will show up to support the path. And I know that because of my friend here. I know that they showed up, and that one of the reasons why I am here is because of her. And that is just a mystery that I will always be grateful for, that we were born in the same year and that we got to go through this experience together. And so I'm deeply grateful for the aloha that I have with her, partly because our parents modeled to us what it looked like to show up together for Hawaii and for Hawaiian language.
And I think really you both embody that, and it's definitely a love fest, and I'm doing my best not to just flow with emotion. But it's beautiful, and that's what knowledge should be. It should be about love is at the core of knowledge. And what's exciting as well with really Hawaiian immersion is also the continuity and the relationality with Hawaii. And that's it's the essence of the knowledge. It's not separate from. And so when we look at Global Goal 4, the only way it could have been done in its best form is exactly the way both of you have evolved and continue to give back to Maui and the world. And so really at its heart, SDG 4 provides the basis for a better life through learning, benefiting every human being. And you both show how we all benefit when we all help one another. And it also opens a world of opportunity, allowing for each of us to contribute to progressive and proactive, healthy society. So mahalo for all that you do for quality education by really living it and modeling it. And that's more important than anything people say or talk about. It's what they do on a daily basis. And we thank you for dreaming, but more importantly for doing and really creating and actualizing SDG 4 in the most beautiful way. Mahalo.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please like us and click the subscribe button on YouTube and the follow button on Vimeo. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, and donate to us at thinktechhawaii.com. Mahalo.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Alelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled, "If Voting Won't Fix It, What Will?" We should be quite concerned about the direction of our democracy. Government's failure is a 5-alarm fire now. The rights we have had are being taken away from us. Protests and postings over Roe versus Wade, gun control, the environment and of course January 6th will not fix this. Pressuring Joe Biden won't do it. There are limits to his power, focus and leadership. And aggravating yourself about Trump's machinations won't help. Likewise, talking to your friends in the bubble, and echoing the opinions you hear on cable news, won't fix it either. Over and over again, they tell us that the only way to fix things is to be sure to vote, and frankly that means voting the Democratic ticket and against Trump and his co-conspirators. But in November, exactly how feasible and how successful will that be? Gerrymandering, voter suppression, and untrustworthy voting officials, as well as laws that would allow them to change the popular vote at will, are terrifying. These things lead to hijacked elections, disaffection and complacency. It's happening in plain sight in a frightening number of states, and there's very little we can do about it. There are some limited bright spots where some bad guys might be indicted, but overall what has happened is so outrageous, so toxic that we don't want to think about it or spend the time finding an antidote to deal with it. For the most part, the GOP landmines are already in place, and it is not likely they'll be defused by November. As Jean-Paul Sartre said, the die is cast and the game is up, and indeed it really is. There will certainly be litigation about these landmines, but there's no guarantee of the outcome. That litigation will probably go on, with Trump-like appeals on everything they lose. And if our Supreme Court gets its hands on these voting issues, we already know what they will do. We have to run so many gauntlets before our votes will count, and before we can have a representative government again. A Democratic landslide is not likely, and winning without a landslide this November is not guaranteed at all. The only thing guaranteed here is chaos, and it's not clear what we can do to recover from it. The tools to recover, that is, the rule of law, civil liberties, voting rights, and freedom of expression, along with an independent media and judiciary, will have been further undermined by the chaos itself. We are witnessing the end of the great American experiment, and for that matter the great American dream. No one, not even the founders, anticipated this. We are in the proverbial calm before the storm. The reality will crash in on us in November. And in the January that follows, we will have even more impossible challenges trying to hold our country together. We can expect some life-changing surprises when these time bombs go off. We may have to rely on the distant hope that rationality, good faith and honesty will somehow return to the GOP and the country, but that's a long shot. These are the times that try our souls, and make us want to migrate to somewhere else, far away from the madding crowd. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
America's power grid is under threat. A major hurricane, wildfire, or other natural disaster in one area could potentially take out power across an entire region. In fact, it's a scenario that could happen anywhere in the US, and climate change is only increasing the risk. You might wonder how this is possible. It's because what makes the grid so remarkable, its interconnectedness and vast reach, also makes it vulnerable to massive power outages that can cascade through the system. Fortunately, there's a solution to lessen the impact of these threats while supporting day-to-day reliability in times of calm: microgrids. As the name implies, microgrids are small, localized, and self-sufficient. They can even help restore power to the main grid when it goes down. In the future, microgrids could seamlessly fit together as building blocks for the larger grid. It's something the Office of Electricity is working on. Our microgrid research and development program offers insights into increasing resilience and lowering costs, and decarbonization for the private sector, states, and utilities to deploy microgrids across the country. But we're not doing it alone. We're partnering with research institutions, including national labs, and industry to create trusted relationships across a diverse stakeholder group. So what exactly is a microgrid? A microgrid is a localized energy system using on-site energy sources to meet on-site energy demand. Traditional microgrids have been around for decades. Microgrids are a key solution for remote communities to use local energy resources without needing access to the main grid. They can also be found on hospital campuses, commercial and industrial sites, in communities, and on military bases. With the development of new advanced microgrid controllers, these systems will be able to further optimize on-site renewable generation and energy storage to support the larger grid, increasing resilience and lowering energy costs for everyone. While microgrids are an attractive solution, issues involving ownership and regulations, value, and security still need to be resolved. To address these challenges, the Office of Electricity has developed a microgrid program strategy with support from the Department of Energy's national laboratories, together with industry, universities, and the broader energy community. The strategy identifies 6 key areas of R&D. Reducing the time and cost it takes to deploy microgrids. Using microgrids to support grid reliability and resilience in the future through the integration of distributed energy resources and renewable generation. Developing microgrid controls to support real-time grid needs. Developing tools to design and operate microgrids that can fulfill unique requirements specific to where they are being deployed. Identifying and communicating the value of microgrids. Enabling regulatory frameworks and new business models that spur microgrid investment. Microgrids have the potential to become building blocks of our future electricity grid. These integrated systems would provide added reliability, local resilience, and affordability, all while contributing to decarbonization to help lessen the effects of climate change. Join us on our mission to support microgrids and learn more about the Office of Electricity at our website.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, Do We Want IT Billionaires Running the Country? Let's talk about Elon Musk. With his control of the Starlink satellite internet technology, he can and does upstage American foreign policy in Ukraine. He's ridiculously rich, despite his losses on Twitter. His net worth is more than $250 billion. He can do what he wants, and that includes ignoring government. He has Tesla, and X, formerly called Twitter, and also SpaceX and Starlink. We should have lost confidence in him when he made all those strange moves in acquiring Twitter, and when he then offered to have Trump resume his tweets. Yes, Musk is brilliant, but we should have seen that he is also unhinged and morally lost. His moves with Starlink are especially troubling. He intentionally cut Ukraine's internet connection and blocked an attack that Ukraine had planned in its counteroffensive against Russia. He did this because he decided, on his own, that he wanted to do something to help Russia. What Musk did was diametrically opposed to American foreign and military policy. How dare he support our enemies? What he was able to do shows flaws in our system, and the way our capitalism works for people like him. First, we should ask how Musk can be permitted to get rich and powerful enough to do this. If the Biden administration is going to tax the wealthy, how about starting with Musk? It's not healthy to have individuals in our society who are that rich and powerful, and unleashed. We should ask how Musk can be permitted to control strategic technology to advance his unhinged agenda. Is there no law, no authority, no branch of government that can stop him? His move has obstructed Ukraine's efforts, undermined American foreign and military policy, and has had a materially adverse effect on the course of the war. We know that it's against the law for an individual to engage in diplomacy. That's reserved for government. And it's also against the law to provide weapons or strategic technology to our enemies. Can we afford to allow Musk to turn strategic technology on and off in an ongoing war against one of our allies? Couldn't we invoke the Defense Production Act, as Trump was supposed to do to manufacture COVID respirators? Couldn't the government invoke the antitrust laws to break up Musk's monopoly and encourage competition? Even in the face of the recent Maui fires, the only satellite system available was his. There was no competition against his monopoly. Why hasn't the government built its own system, or taken control of the one that Musk built? We give nearly $1 trillion a year to the military, and billions more to science and space. Why were we caught short by this one wayward individual? Perhaps we expected that the government had its own satellites, but now we find it doesn't. Instead, we find that an IT magnate is running the show, and making big bucks in the process. Capitalism gone wild, even when we know that's not a good idea. And where are Musk stockholders and lenders? Are they not interested or concerned about these irresponsible uses of their investments? They've allowed Musk to do this, and thus to create a precedent that he and other mega-capitalists can do it again. Musk is not the only one. In the old days, they said follow the money. Now we should follow the IT and the data they collect with it. Congress hasn't done anything to deal with these huge social media conglomerates, and has left them free to spread disinformation without any significant regulation. These organizations have shown that they cannot be trusted to monitor their content, and Congress has likewise shown that it cannot be trusted to monitor these organizations. X, formerly Twitter, won't do it. Musk terminated Twitter's in-house monitors. Mark Zuckerberg, who controls Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and others, is much more interested in the bottom line. Their power is dangerous for our democracy. They have already badly damaged us by permitting the proliferation of lies around the country. Of course, they will continue to do that in the run-up to 2024. We need to rely on Congress to get a handle on this. But that's not likely anytime soon. Just as these unregulated monoliths can control our foreign policy, they can control public opinion and thus our domestic politics and policies. With the power of their IT and the data they collect, they get to be bigger, richer, and harder to manage when it comes to lobbying and influencing our electorate and governmental institutions. These tech and social media organizations politicize this behind the First Amendment. To survive, we need to take a fresh look at this politicization. When the Biden administration tried to limit the disinformation that is being spread on social media, a Louisiana state court enjoined him. Watch out for what the Supreme Court will do. Don't call this a democracy. The power of these IT billionaires is more like the road to fascism, and a wrecking ball to our future. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. We are calling this commentary, Let's Send Our Guns to Ukraine. There are more than 400 million non-military guns in the U.S., way more than the population, and per capita, way more than anywhere else in the world. Do the math. While some people have no guns, others have well more than one. Why in the world do they want to have so many? Of those, a huge percentage are military-grade assault rifles, which are by far the most popular for those who would like to show others how powerful they are. And to make matters much worse, those gun owners can buy unlimited amounts of ammunition, and thus murder huge numbers of people. We know these guns are very efficient and deadly. They are state-of-the-art killing machines. Great on a battlefield, but not so great on your neighbors. You can shoot far more people with a high-capacity assault rifle. That's what they're built to do. They're the most dangerous, lethal products in the marketplace, and they're ridiculously easy to get. With these guns, misguided individuals can do some real damage, and in fact, they do some real damage. With these guns, we kill thousands of innocent people every year. Senseless, shameless murders on a national scale. No, there's no excuse or justification whatsoever. It's murder, and frankly, it's madness. Without getting to the insanity of the gun manufacturers, the gun lobby, the gun owners, and the not-so-esteemed members of our Supreme Court, we can only say that at this point we are really well prepared to kill each other, and we are getting better armed and better prepared every day. Does this make us safer? Are you kidding? No, it most certainly does not. Anyone who tells you otherwise is off his rocker. We would all be better off if all these guns were gone, wouldn't we? Honest answer, yes. We really don't need them, do we? Honest answer, no, we don't. At the same time, the courageous people of Ukraine who are doing our work for us to protect the free world don't have enough guns or ammunition. They could really use the huge surplus of weapons we have right here at home, and that we regularly use against each other for all the wrong reasons. Here's an idea. Please listen. Want to be a real patriot and not just a mindless acolyte who wraps himself in a bevy of false flags, which is not patriotism, courage, or character at all. Want to really help the country and the free world? How about using your guns to protect the survival of democracy in Eastern Europe? Yes. Then how about giving these deadly weapons to people who are being invaded, and who are at war, whose lives and families are threatened every day, and who really, really need them? The amazing people of Ukraine need you, and you can help them. The U.S. has not been able to keep up with their requests for weapons. Someone truly patriotic, truly idealistic, truly caring, in a world of hate and hostility, needs to step up and help them. How about you? Yes. Let's send these guns, which are so completely useless and destructive for us, to the Ukrainians, to help them defend their lives, their families, and their country, and send the Russians home. What do you think? What do you say? Now's the perfect time. Do the right thing. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Well, you know, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, you know, the social impact and their, you know, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a shoreline or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up, and it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still, with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and Keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle course set up, and it used to thrive with Keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue than I thought, all of these tents out here, I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our beautiful natural resources be basically trashed and disrespected, it's very tough to see out here. They definitely need more efforts to clean this place up and keep it activated so that these types of situations can't happen in the future.
What we have to first start is clean up, and then we need the community to help us vision what really is the highest and best use of this space. Well, camping, legit camping, I think would be awesome, but not in this current environment. But we are screaming for more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline. And with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of the kiawe, maybe even some beach renourishment. I mean, look at this. This would be a phenomenal camping experience for visitors and our families. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. To get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put before the cubes start turning and it turns into chaos, once again.
Being the only park we have here in town, in downtown Honolulu, I take very much pride in this place, and to see it being disregarded in such a manner is unfortunate, but hopefully working together with DLNR and everybody, we can fix this place back up and get it back to a place where tourists want to come and want to visit. To see the state funds used to just clean up after these people is not the best use. I think prevention would probably be a better use than coming in and cleaning up and just dumping all of this stuff into trash cans. So hopefully we can, like I said, do more prevention, get more security, maybe so these can't set up all these camps and tents around the park. But it's unfortunate, and we got to do what we can to keep it clean, but hopefully in the future we won't have the same situation.
I've always felt like the environment's a very special thing, and that even if it's one small move, like not getting electric buses, that changes everything.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling Down the Road on Guns. Back in the day when Trump was president, we had these remarkable pitched battle street scenes in Seattle and Portland. There were armed law enforcement actors in unmarked uniforms attacking civilians. They were never held accountable. It was reminiscent of the brown shirts. With the expansion of guns and the right-wing base in this country,
Aloha and welcome to Books, a talk show on books that we think you should know about. I'm your host, Mihaela Stoops, and today's book is The Least of Us, True Tales of America and Hope in the Time of Fentanyl and Meth by Sam Quinones. My guest today is Kent Shaw. He's a 36 years law enforcement veteran who spent most of his career in drug enforcement and drug policy. Currently, Kent is the executive director for Western States Information Network, an entity that supports law enforcement agencies in the states of California, Washington, Oregon, Alaska, and Hawaii. And prior to this appointment, Kent was the chief for California Department of Justice, Bureau of Narcotics Enforcement, and Bureau of Investigation. Kent, thank you so much for joining me today and for recommending such a good book.
My pleasure. Thank you very much for having me.
Well, let's just dive into it. First, let's start this discussion with the first question, and that is why the author calls it a opioid epidemic.
Yeah, I think it's just really because of the sheer scope of the issue as it grew. And again, Sam addresses this issue really in his first book, which was Dreamland, which addressed specifically the opioid epidemic issue. Really the diversion of legitimate legal pharmaceutical drugs that were being diverted into the black market. And he touches upon that in this book in a number of different places, which I think is important to do so, because obviously that is largely has given the segue to the issue that we're now experiencing with the synthetic drugs and fentanyl and methamphetamine. And so there also has been some developments in the courts after the post-production of Dreamland in terms of addressing some of the internal communications which were obtained through a lot of those prosecutorial efforts and the settlements that took place. They actually see those internal communications to confirm that more or less that these companies were in fact profiting off the misery of this issue as these drugs were being overprescribed and flowing into the black market and resulting in just horrific outcomes in terms of addiction and death.
So I got quite an education on drugs, I have to say. I've learned that we basically have moved from drugs that were produced from plants to synthetic drugs and designer drugs that are produced in labs from chemicals. And the author states that just in 2020 alone, 17 new designer drugs or synthetic drugs were identified. I can only assume that there's been even more since then, and they come with their specific challenges and sets of issues.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, these organizations are brilliant business people, right? And they're always figuring out the way to build a better mousetrap and to increase their profits. And so the reality is that a lot of the, particularly early in my career in terms of drug enforcement, we were dealing with these, what you could refer to as plant-based products. I mean, cocaine comes from the coca plant, and heroin coming from the poppy, and also marijuana, obviously being grown. And so, but we long, particularly here in California, dealt with methamphetamine, which of course is a synthetic drug. But I think these organizations have, learned that, rather being relegated to dealing with growing, which was vulnerable to a lot of, attack by law enforcement and your seasonal issues and things of that nature. If you go to synthetic, where you can manufacture it in a warehouse somewhere, you have a virtually unlimited production capabilities and on a year-round basis. And so that's really why we see this segue going from, as the people were really addicted to products that were coming from plant-based to these synthetic products, which have then taken their place. And then, of course, methamphetamine, they talk about a resurgence of it. It never really went away, but it's really kind of a whole new product in terms of what's taking place now. And the production that used to historically take place in the United States, in California, in places like super labs, where it was being manufactured by hundreds of pounds, and other places in the Midwest where they were using smaller, like what they call shake and bake, small amounts. But nonetheless, that was happening here. And then that shifted back down to Mexico. And so that's really, what we're confronting these days.
So fentanyl was discovered in the 70s in Belgium, and then China started producing it in, mass quantities. In 2019, fentanyl was, China outlawed it. So now it's not okay to produce fentanyl in China, but they produce other substances similar to it. They cannot ship it to US, they send it to Mexico. So Mexico is again the preferred route of drug traffickers. So we have two culprits so far. We have China, we have Mexico, but we also have the US demand for these drugs, and also a supply that is always available and always enticing.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of those connections, the international ones, really were already established. Even if you go back to when a way of manufacturing methamphetamine, more than a decade ago, which was the ephedrine reduction process, which used pseudoephedrine or ephedrine, pure ephedrine. A lot of those chemicals were being imported into Mexico via not only China, but India and Germany. So, the Mexican cartels had long reached out and established those relationships in other places throughout Europe and Asia to access the basic precursors and chemicals that they needed. Of course, the most prominent route for smuggling those drugs once they're manufactured is coming out of Mexico into the southwest border. And so as they moved and took the manufacturing, for example, of methamphetamine and brought that back down into Mexico, that was a shift there. And then they also increased all that production capability for the fentanyl now to come in and seize upon the growing opioid epidemic that existed. And, it was a perfect storm for them to be able to seize that opportunity and for where they're producing now.
And, it's a matter also of marketing these substances. Most recently, we saw on the news that you have fentanyl pills that look like Smarties, like candy, which, some could take by mistake, for instance. So, and there's also a matter of, like, once the drugs are in US, there's stories in the book of kids that order these pills online on Snapchat because the messages disappear quickly and nobody could track those, or at least the parents can't. And the pills get delivered at the kid's house at 3 a.m.
Yeah, sad but true. But yes, and as I mentioned earlier, in terms of there being brilliant business folks, marketing is a big component of that. And the pills that they smuggle into this country here will look virtually identical to pharmaceutical grade pills. They'll make them look like Xanax or OxyContin pills or any of the other ones with the same markings on them from the manufacturers here in the United States with the certain numbers on them. The coloring that they do, because they use pill presses down there to manufacture these. And of course, these pills don't have any of the legitimate substance in them that they purport to. They're full of fentanyl and other binders and things of that nature. But as you mentioned, we see this at different times. We've seen it also with methamphetamine when it was colored. I don't know if that was popularized because of the movie Breaking Bad, where the lead manufacturer on that show, his signature was blue methamphetamine. There's times that they'll manufacture that. And so with these pills, we saw this big wave of these kind of rainbow colors and things that they know will be more attractive. And unfortunately, these folks can readily go on to social media sites and order it just like they're going to their favorite fast food restaurant and looking at a menu and seeing all the wonderful, colorful things that be able to order. And of course, they have no idea what is going to be delivered to them and they're going to consume. And that's really the issue is, and Sam touches upon it in the book where he said that he spoke with folks that had been, heroin addicts for decades. And I certainly encountered a lot of those folks in my career, but they were able to maintain what they did. They had to get up and get well in the morning to avoid withdrawals, but, by and large, that are able to function, they knew how to get along. But when fentanyl comes along, a lot of those long chronic users were dying very quickly, and some literally within the first couple of uses of the drug. And so it's to the point now where, and as the DEA has their kind of slogan that they have out now, one pill can kill, and that's the truth. And some of these people aren't chronic users; they may have only used for the first time, and that may be all it takes, particularly when they're naive levels to deal with addiction.
So what's a parent supposed to do? I'm a parent of a teenager, and what am I supposed to do to prepare my daughter, to warn her about this?
Yeah, I mean, education is critical to actually have these discussions to let them know, what they're confronting, and that the sheer danger of these things and the fact that although these things may look like legitimate pharmaceutical drugs, there is no telling, what they are. They probably contain some deadly, level of substance, and there's no consistency in terms of, one pill to the next. You could have two pills sitting next to each other, look identical, but they could be very different. And people who are naive opioid users, these things are extremely dangerous. And also when used in conjunction with other things like alcohol and other substances that just kind of exponentiates it, they increase dramatically the effects that you have from one substance being put in combination with others. And so really that's a big part of it, because if you look at that three-legged stool, prevention is absolutely critical. Keeping people from first, ever becoming in the grips of addiction, but in this case, from perhaps using for the first time and then never living to see another day.
One of the interesting things that I read in this book is, among many, but there's quite a bit of research or information on neuroscience and addiction. And I've learned that 30% of us are genetically inclined to be addicted to something. It could be a substance, or it could be a type of feeling or emotion. And that once one is dependent on one substance, he or she is primed to become dependent on another substance. So it seems like one thing is going to lead to another. And I'm surprised that the author doesn't talk much about marijuana in this book, and I wonder why.
Yeah, no, and you're absolutely right. I mean, if you think about it, just think of alcohol. That somebody who's under the influence of alcohol, it lowers your inhibitions. You're far more likely, and people probably have those unfortunate stories of goofy things they did when they were intoxicated on alcohol they wouldn't have done otherwise. And so these drugs all do the same thing. They lower your ability to reason. That part of your brain, the cerebral cortex, the decision-making parts of your brain. And these other drugs in particular, we're talking about fentanyl and then the methamphetamine. they rewire your reward pathways, and they change the way that you think. And Sam talked about it in here that folks actually lose their memory, their ability sometimes to communicate. It completely changes that, and that brain chemistry takes long periods of times to try and overcome that for those folks to come back to some reasonable level. Sam touched a little bit on marijuana in here in terms of kind of the cautionary tale of the legalization aspect or the decriminalization. And we've seen this, first marijuana being legalized for the purposes, medicinal purposes, and then now we see this spreading trend for recreational purposes. And I think that is shown kind of as a bellwether because, we all warned, of course, those who tried to pass those laws or initiatives, told everybody that this would be the silver bullet that would end gangs being involved in marijuana, and the cartels would no longer be involved. And this would, and of course, nothing but the opposite has come to be, is that the black market is flourishing now, perhaps even more so than it was before in the marijuana industry. And more young people seek treatment for the addiction to marijuana than they do any other substance, controlled substance. And so, the issue being is that, the two biggest killers are legal substances, tobacco and alcohol. And so if you have something that is more readily available, it is going to be a bigger problem. And that's just the reality of it. And we're seeing that happen even in the marijuana industry now. And so, he touches briefly upon that when he addresses those issues. But I know that the focus of this book specifically for him was the synthetic aspect of, the fentanyl and the methamphetamine in terms of how that is having its profound impact on really our society and how we, wove it into the explanation for the growing homeless issue that we have with these tent cities all over and how it's correlated.
Yeah, that was a very interesting approach in the book, the correlation between drug abuse and homelessness. And also what was even more interesting to me, the correlation between the number of police shootings and the use of P2P meth, which is a substance that makes people paranoid, act erratically, uncontrollable. I haven't heard this kind of ideas before where there's a correlation between the two. And I wonder, what do you think about it?
Yeah, there's no doubt that, there's often a discussion of it's kind of the chicken and the egg argument. People look to the vast homeless issues that we have that really have been, dramatically increasing. And not only just in the major metropolitan areas, but other parts around the country. And then the issue, people say, well, of course, housing costs are too exorbitant. That's driving people into homelessness. It is a legitimate issue. But they also say, we don't have the mental health services. And I think that's legitimate as well. But the reality is that a lot of the folks, and as Sam pointed out, and both folks that he interviewed, including, some of the research that he did, and certainly been my experience, that a lot of these folks are not people who had mental health issues before. It's psychosis and issues that are being generated from their drug abuse use. And they've even found that these people, once they get off it and they get into long-term treatment or long-term recovery, and they haven't used for some period of time, that all of those symptoms that they had before go away. So unfortunately, the issue that we're experiencing a lot of this stuff are folks that it's really kind of a drug-driven issue, really more so than anything else. There's kind of those two distinct populations that I think it was the mayor of Aurora, Colorado, who went out and did an experiment. He went out and posed as a homeless veteran. He was in fact a veteran, but he wasn't homeless. And he found that the population was divided between two areas. One, it was those in the shelter, those people who voluntarily went there, who there's rules that are there you have to follow in terms of curfew, no drug use, don't commit crimes. He said he felt extremely safe. He never saw any violence. He felt very comfortable in those locations. And then he went to the tent cities, and it was completely the opposite. It was violence. It was rampant drug use. He had stuff stolen from him. He said he felt scared to death the whole time he was there. And he discovered that the populations never talked to each other. He never found anybody in a shelter who had ever been in a tent city, and nobody in a tent city had been there. And the issue is they try and find these solutions that's like a one fit all. And these are distinct different issues than people who maybe, have lost their job and are trying to get back on their feet and are going to a shelter versus somebody who's living intentionally in a tent city and has no interest of ever getting out of that.
And it seems that recovery is quite challenging, and just sending people to traditional jail may not be enough, that they actually need more support. And there's some places that have experimented with that by having a special jail where the inmates get activities and classes and they're taught all over again. So at the end of the day, as Sam points out, it is the community that is going to fix this. And some of our viewers may ask, why is this book called The Least of Us? Well, the impressive part, and I recommend our viewers to at least read the one chapter before last, which is titled The Least of Us. And the wording actually comes from the Bible, from Matthew, where Jesus is quoted as saying, "Inasmuch as you have done it unto one of the least of these, my brethren, you've done it unto me." So the idea is that, we, the community, can help solve this crisis. And these people are victims in our community, and we're going to have to deal with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you touched on a great topic, and so I served on an alcohol and drug advisory board in a county here in California, and all my colleagues that were on that board were substance abuse treatment folks, and as is the case, oftentimes they were all in long-term recovery. They make the best folks, right? They've been there, they've done it, and they're terrific at the job that they do. But when some of these propositions were being passed to decriminalize the personal use quantities of some of these controlled substances, they're very supportive of it. And I cautioned them. I said, look, if you think about it, how are most of the people coming to your facilities being referred there? They're not voluntarily going there. The people who are in the grips of addiction and trying to hit the bottom, they're being referred there because of the criminal justice system, the vast majority of them. And I said, when that goes away, you won't have people coming to your facility. And that is, in fact, what ended up happening. And so, and Sam touches on it, I never spent my career trying to put drug users in jail. I went after traffickers and dealers and people who were involved in violent crimes. And jail isn't necessarily a place just for somebody who's using. Of course, they're committing a host of other crimes when they're under the influence, and sometimes violent ones. But the jail facilities are doing a better job, and more needs to be done in terms of providing services to support them, and even wraparound services to give them, so they can have a license when they get out, and some basic job skills and things of that nature. But treatment is an important component of this whole thing. And we have a saying in law enforcement where we deal with some of these very inexplicable problems. We say, we're not going to arrest our way out of this. Well, guess what? Salmon said in the book, we're not going to treat our way out of this issue either. It's going to take a holistic approach in these communities to address these issues from all these prongs. And as I mentioned earlier, it's a three-legged prong or stool. It's prevention, it's treatment, and it's enforcement. And if you take any one of those away, it's a recipe for disaster. And so drug courts have been very successful in terms of people committing crimes. They can hold that over their head. There needs to be some level of accountability to get those folks into treatment, because it doesn't work the first time, the second, third, or sometimes even the fourth or fifth. But they need to have that accountability and somebody to force them into that area so those folks can separate their brain from the drugs and get into some level of commitment or treatment away from that issue and to start recovery. And it's going to take really looking at this issue from all three of those perspectives.
And as the data shows, we cannot wait until these addicts hit rock bottom, because with fentanyl around us, that rock bottom may be death. So it's, again, we need to do everything we can as early as possible, including prevention and education. So I want to thank you again for joining me today and for recommending this book. It is a tremendous read, and I wholeheartedly recommend it to all our viewers. It's going to be an education in many perspectives. So thank you again, Kent, for joining me.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. Glad to share what I have to share.
Wonderful. Well, until next time, to our viewers, read as many books as you can and learn as many things as you can. Ahui ho.
Thank you so much for watching ThinkTech Hawaii. If you like what we do, please like us and click the subscribe button on YouTube and the follow button on Vimeo. You can also follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, and donate to us at ThinkTechHawaii.com. Mahalo.
Ransomware is a type of malicious software that encrypts files and data on a device, rendering the information unretrievable and unusable to the device owner. Organizations in every sector, from schools to colleges and universities to government agencies to private industry, have been affected by these attacks, with victims receiving demands of millions of dollars in exchange for the return of the stolen or encrypted data. The nation's education system has experienced service outages, canceled classes, lost learning time, and in some cases school closings as a result of these attacks. If your education agency, district, or school is the victim of a ransomware attack, preparation and a prompt response will be key in reducing the impact and duration of the incident. First, you must stop the attack from spreading. Immediately initiate the steps in your incident response plan, assemble your incident response team, and quickly disconnect all the infected computers or networks to keep the infection from spreading. The next step is to identify the impact. Investigate to determine the source and scope of the infection, the type of ransomware involved, and what data or credentials might have been compromised. Block known attacker IP addresses and review, and continuously monitor available logs for additional malicious behavior. The next step is to isolate and remediate the incident. Evaluate systems for infection before bringing them back online. Restore data from backups where available. Reset credentials for any accounts that might be compromised. Work with your cyber team to identify the best options to restore systems and data to a pre-event condition. Consult with counsel to ensure compliance with all applicable notification and reporting requirements. Report criminal activity to law enforcement and notify appropriate agencies in compliance with applicable state and federal laws. Remember that most colleges and universities must report incidents to the U.S. Department of Education. K-12 schools are not mandated to report ransomware incidents to the department. However, we recommend reporting so that you can receive technical assistance and resources. Finally, apply lessons learned. Implement technology and process enhancements to address the root cause. Correct any identified deficiencies or vulnerabilities. Educate users about steps to protect against further ransomware attacks and increase training. For more information and resources, please visit the Student Privacy Policy Office's website, studentprivacy.ed.gov.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, At the End of the Day, Maybe They Won't Vote for Him. We know Trump has been a gold-plated jerk, but do others see it too? After all, some of his followers may be aging out of his base, and a younger, more independent generation is emerging, and maybe they get it. They know he's been mean to women, mean to minorities, mean to children, mean to his adversaries, and also to his friends. Actually, to everyone. Why would anyone support him? By this time, don't they know he's ignorant, corrupt, bad-tempered, and completely unqualified to be in public office? If that hasn't sunk in yet, perhaps it will sink in over the next year and before the election. Yes, he's a liar who lies about everything, and who is not to be trusted in anything. One really big lie is that he won in 2020. That is a terrible and unforgivable lie, and it is truly amazing that he continues to repeat it. Another big lie is his claim that he is a patriot. That's not at all true. He's someone who organized a plot to bring the election, the government, and the country down by a violent coup. That's more traitor than patriot. His followers must know this in their hearts and minds, but they still support him. No one understands why they do this, but it appears he has found a way to reach them on some primeval level and make them a self-destructive cult. They reject the reality of his 2 impeachments, his 4 indictments, the many judicial determinations that have revealed his lies and conspiracies, and they accept his ridiculous claim of unprecedented national victimhood. They reject the reality that he doesn't care about them, or national security, or our allies overseas. In fact, he will never support the people he has recruited to support him. As a narcissist, he is unable to do so. At some cortical level, his followers know this. At some cortical level, they know he is pathologically primed at destroying us all. Yet they look the other way, playing the role of the inmates at the asylum. We can only hope that the remaining members of the base will see the light and drop out soon, and that the new, more thoughtful generations are emerging to put an end to Trump's dark madness. Hopefully, they'll vote in their own interest and follow the real American dream, a dream of kindness, care, and concern, of constructive collaboration, of loving community, of a moral, healthy, good, and equitable life for everyone. At the end of the day, we are hoping Trump's cult will wake up and realize that he can't and won't get us anywhere near that dream. If given a chance, he will act only in his own interest and destroy our society. But let's be optimistic about the possibility of a new generation. Staying on Trump's road to perdition is no more or less than a self-fulfilling prophecy that will lead to national destruction. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, At the End of the Day, Maybe They Won't Vote for Him. Aloha.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us, and subscribe, today.
Expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of "what about" attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do so through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground, and vision, on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people, into oblivion, every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Thank for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which is entitled Looking for Optimism in All the Wrong Places. First, let's look for optimism in America. Joe Biden still wants to run in 2024, even though he should really give it up in favor of a younger, more vital Democratic ticket. His current troubles with classified documents give the Republicans plenty of ammunition to do a series of "what about" attacks. The GOP is determined to attack him at every turn for any reason whatsoever, or for no reason at all, and they will surely continue to do that through this year and next. Can Biden win? You can make the argument that there are points of light out there that might be grounds for optimism, but the fact remains that the country has visibly lost ground and vision on social justice and cohesive national policy, and we're going to have to live with those losses for a very long time. Thanks Mr. Trump for fomenting these changes and undermining our democracy, our representative government, in so many profound, destructive and long-lasting ways. History will not judge you kindly. But that's not the end of it. Now, let's look at optimism in Europe. Despite Joe Biden's efforts, Europe is not as unified in supporting Ukraine as it was before. Yes, Poland, Germany, the UK and the US are sending tanks to Ukraine, but is this enough? Is it soon enough? Putin is bombing Ukraine and its cities and its people into oblivion every single day. Erdogan, Putin's collaborator in Turkey, is still blocking Sweden and Finland from membership in NATO. Putin is as determined as he ever was, using the full strength of his autocracy and arrogance to obliterate Ukraine and propagate disinformation at home. The sanctions don't seem to affect him. The departure of his best and brightest don't seem to affect him either. He just continues his propaganda to people who don't know better. Putin is plainly playing the long game, a war of attrition against Ukraine and against his own people, that turns out to be a war of will. Will he prevail over the democracies in the West and the activists at home? It will soon be a full year since he began his unforgivable invasion, and we are no closer to throwing him out than we were before. There are those who tell us that there are points of light that might be cause for optimism, but the reality is that Putin has destroyed a good part of the country, and has brutally murdered so many people, that we now have to ask how long the Ukrainians will last. Can we be optimistic? Sadly, so many people in this country, especially including the lockstep isolationist GOP, don't understand how the events in Ukraine affect the liberal world order, and will ultimately campaign to cut funding for the defense of Ukraine. When they do that, it will be the end, the pennies on the eyes. We will learn how important a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine is to us, Europe, and the world. But alas, that lesson may be too late. It will be a great and global tragedy, not only for them, but for us. We are making our bed, a bed of nails, and we will have to lie in it. Taking these two very real possibilities together, the loss of our democracy and the loss of Ukraine, is no cause for celebration or optimism of any kind. We are beginning the year in a world of existential risk, trouble, immorality, and some say, madness. We'll see what happens, but it does not portend well. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary.
avoid legal action.
We need to confirm your Medicare number.
Government assistance?
Wait. If you get a text, email, or phone call asking for personal information, it's likely a scam. There are all kinds of scams, and they can be very persuasive. If it happens to you, it's not your fault. It's nothing to be ashamed of. If you think you might have been targeted, please report it. Contact SMP Hawaii to report a possible scam or become a volunteer.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. This commentary is entitled The Collapse of the Secret Service. We can easily imagine that missing Secret Service text messages from January 5th and 6th will show that Trump had gone off the rails and that his Secret Service exchanged some very regrettable and embarrassing, if not criminal messages, about what Trump was doing and how they were standing by him, sympathetic with him, or even affirmatively helping him in the insurrection. It sure looks like Trump's Secret Service detail was compromised. That's the way he operates, demanding absolute personal loyalty, rewarding those who give it to him and punishing those who don't. It's straight out of The Godfather. And that's exactly what happened here. The Secret Service was loyal to Trump over country. Worse yet, now 18 months later, they are still trying to protect him, even at the expense of the country. Unforgivable. We can't believe a word of their visibly lame cover-up. It was stupid of them to be compromised, to delete the texts, and now to try to cover it up. They have fallen from grace. Director James Murray, a Trump appointee, is absolutely responsible. He should be tried and punished for what he has done. So should the other members of the service who were involved. They have failed in their sworn and sacred duty to the country. Shame on them. We used to think highly of the Secret Service. Because they are law enforcement officers. Because they are secret. Because they protect the President of the United States. But all that has changed. Take a look at Carol Leonid's book, Zero Fail, The Rise and Fall of the Secret Service, where the decline of the service is well documented. We must address this decline, and soon. The service needs serious reform. We can no longer trust them to protect the president or the democracy. Their loyalty was misguided on January 6th, and it is today. It stinks to high heaven. Biden should have summarily terminated James Murray. Why hasn't he? In fact, the service should be reorganized from the ground up, and new agents should be recruited and given appropriate training on loyalty issues. The Secret Service is a part of Homeland Security, which Trump also corrupted. The current scandal suggests other continuing loyalty compromises in that department. Louis DeJoy and the Postal Service look bad, Merrick Garland and DOJ don't look so good, and now James Murray looks terrible. How many other weak links are nested in Biden's administration? Surely, he can find other more qualified nonpartisan people to replace them, but he hasn't done so. He's still the great facilitator, trying at all costs to make and keep friends, even if they are not worthy of his friendship. Sorry, but that doesn't work in the shadow of Trump, and it doesn't work when we are in a 5-alarm fire burning up our democracy. We need strong leadership. We need someone to affirmatively defuse all the time bombs Trump created and is now creating for us. We don't need a great facilitator or an affable observer. How many more scandals like this will we have in Joe Biden's administration? Given the fact that Trump and his co-conspirators are still around, and still actively conspiring, we should not be optimistic about Biden's Mr. Nice Guy presidency or the prospects for our future. God save us all if Trump is elected in 2024, but if he is, it will frankly be due at least in substantial part to Biden's failure to root them out. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary. Aloha.
Good evening, Agent.
Your mission is to take down the evil Dr. Ogma. Here's the rundown on tonight's cyber attack at Ogma HQ. It's simple. Gain access, spread the computer virus, destroy the data. Your destination is the application room, located at the core of the building. There is only one way in. First, climb through the Wi-Fi tunnel to the entry portal. Hide yourself in the incoming mail. There may be security guards on duty, but they seldom check. Once you're in the storeroom, wait until the right moment to attack. Your friendly disguise should protect you from being noticed. And the antivirus system is out of date, so you should slip past easily. Next, find the application center and do your work quickly. Install the virus. You may find the computer password protected, but you can usually see the password written down nearby or make an easy guess. Once installed, the virus will spread immediately. Get out before anyone notices. Good luck. I look forward to your update.
Ransomware is a type of malicious software that encrypts files and data on a device, rendering the information unretrievable and unusable to the device owner. Organizations in every sector, from schools to colleges and universities to government agencies to private industry, have been affected by these attacks, with victims receiving demands of millions of dollars in exchange for the return of the stolen or encrypted data. The nation's education system has experienced service outages, canceled classes, lost learning time, and in some cases school closings as a result of these attacks. If your education agency, district, or school is the victim of a ransomware attack, preparation and a prompt response will be key in reducing the impact and duration of the incident. First, you must stop the attack from spreading. Immediately initiate the steps in your incident response plan. Assemble your incident response team and quickly disconnect all the infected computers or networks to keep the infection from spreading. The next step is to identify the impact. Investigate to determine the source and scope of the infection, the type of ransomware involved, and what data or credentials might have been compromised. Block known attacker IP addresses and review, and continuously monitor available logs for additional malicious behavior. The next step is to isolate and remediate the incident. Evaluate systems for infection before bringing them back online. Restore data from backups where available. Reset credentials for any accounts that might be compromised. Work with your cyber team to identify the best options to restore systems and data to a pre-event condition. Consult with counsel to ensure compliance with all applicable notification and reporting requirements. Report criminal activity to law enforcement and notify appropriate agencies in compliance with applicable state and federal laws. Remember that most colleges and universities must report incidents to the U.S. Department of Education. K-12 schools are not mandated to report ransomware incidents to the department. However, we recommend reporting so that you can receive technical assistance and resources. Finally, apply lessons learned. Implement technology and process enhancements to address the root cause. Correct any identified deficiencies or vulnerabilities. Educate users about steps to protect against further ransomware attacks and increase training. For more information and resources, please visit the Student Privacy Policy Office's website, studentprivacy.ed.gov.
Aloha. Thanks for your consideration of the views expressed in this ThinkTech commentary, which we are calling, "At the end of the day, maybe they won't vote for him." We know Trump has been a gold-plated jerk, but do others see it too? After all, some of his followers may be aging out of his base, and a younger, more independent generation is emerging, and maybe they get it. They know he's been mean to women, mean to minorities, mean to children, mean to his adversaries, and also to his friends. Actually, to everyone. Why would anyone support him? By this time, don't they know he's ignorant, corrupt, bad-tempered, and completely unqualified to be in public office? If that hasn't sunk in yet, perhaps it will sink in over the next year and before the election. Yes, he's a liar who lies about everything, and who is not to be trusted in anything. One really big lie is that he won in 2020. That is a terrible and unforgivable lie, and it is truly amazing that he continues to repeat it. Another big lie is his claim that he is a patriot. That's not at all true. He's someone who organized a plot to bring the election, the government, and the country down by a violent coup. That's more traitor than patriot. His followers must know this in their hearts and minds, but they still support him. No one understands why they do this, but it appears he has found a way to reach them on some primeval level and make them a self-destructive cult. They reject the reality of his 2 impeachments, his 4 indictments, the many judicial determinations that have revealed his lies and conspiracies, and they accept his ridiculous claim of unprecedented national victimhood. They reject the reality that he doesn't care about them, or national security, or our allies overseas. In fact, he will never support the people he has recruited to support him. As a narcissist, he is unable to do so. At some cortical level, his followers know this. At some cortical level, they know he is pathologically primed at destroying us all. Yet they look the other way, playing the role of the
Hello and welcome to another edition of Islamabad Today on ThinkTech Hawaii. I'm your host, Hamza Rifat Hussain. Now, the G20 summit recently took place in New Delhi in India. There were lots of joint declarations which actually did take place, many informal in that regard. And India's status as a global power continues to be touted by international media. The question is, with glaring inequalities, challenges to inclusiveness, religious intolerance, can India actually claim to be a major economic power? It's very, very important to understand that India's weak profile needs to be highlighted before we come up with preconceived notions and conclusions. To discuss India's profile, I have with me author and policy analyst Syed Hanan, and he is going to be discussing what India's flaws are actually all about and how can India navigate through its difficult road ahead. Hanan, thank you so much for joining me on the show.
Thank you for having me, Hamza.
So, Hanan, let's start off with the basic question here. The G20 summit, as you know, 2023 took place in New Delhi in India. How do you consider India's profile emerging in the current circumstances?
So I think the G20 summit in India had, for example, mixed reactions. I think there were points of contention, for example, over the Ukraine war, what countries wanted to agree on. But I think the most telling comment on India's approach to the G20 and multilateralism at large is how India kind of gave away an artificial perception, projection about it being this prosperous, all-inclusive society. I point to the fact that you had this multi-million, for example, dollar makeover of New Delhi, which was billed as a beautification campaign, but in essence, it was basically bringing down of shanty towns, illegal encroachments as well. That was the rationale that was presented by the government to kind of sideline more of its citizens towards into poverty. I mean, critics have pointed out that that has been kind of a recipe to advance thousands more towards poverty. We've seen that there was a green sheet across many of these slums within New Delhi, which raises the question that the definition of a beautiful India under this current regime is to kind of sideline its own citizens, to keep them out of public eye, when the entire purpose should be to lead an inclusive society from within. So I think with that kind of a sidestepping approach towards its citizens about what India wants to project and keeping that away to give leaders a welcome that they would like is not exactly organic and not authentic to begin with.
Okay, absolutely. And you mentioned the glaring inequalities. I mean, if you take a look at New Delhi in general, as you mentioned, billions of dollars were actually spent on making sure that, New Delhi can be pretty much ready for the G20 summit of 2023. But at the very same time, you do have slum areas and people who are actually residing in these slum areas complaining over the fact that they've actually been left behind by a BJP government, which has actually promised, in Hindi, it's called Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, which basically means taking everybody on board and everyone is actually going to be prosperous. But that clearly has not materialized in the India of 2023.
Yeah, it hasn't. And I think when you look at much of the footage which was reported, of course, having a free and independent press in India is also a challenge. We've seen, government-led riots on, for example, BBC offices, which was reported by Reuters and also covered at large. So I think the space to kind of even highlight these things as reportable facts is also shrinking in this, self-proclaimed largest democracy in the world. But I think when you look a bit deeper into that, I mean, the footage that we saw from residents who were speaking said they could not have access to clean air. They were forced to kind of keep the basic means of survival several weeks in advance. And even many of these people you see, Hamza, are wage earners. They depend on going out, regardless of a summit happening or not, to go out there on other sides of the roads and kind of make a living. And the fact that they couldn't come out with the kind of freedom, according to their own confessions to media, is quite a comment on what India says is its appeal to kind of fostering resilient growth. That's something which the Indian issued G20 Leaders Summit points towards. That we want to take developing countries on board, but is that really an attractive call when the same kind of resilient growth, freedom, rights, inclusiveness is largely absent in the capital of the G20 chair for the year?
Yeah. All right. So let's talk about religious inclusiveness. And we're talking about religious intolerance. India obviously has the third largest Muslim population in the world after Indonesia and Pakistan. But we do notice for a fact that the Muslim population within India, under the ambit of a secular constitution, has been witnessing, mob lynchings. You have vigilante violence, which is actually taking place. And the vigilante is actually running amok, targeting Muslims within the country, which actually constitutes the 13.5% of the population of the second most populous country in the world. And on many accounts, it will actually overtake China as well. Now, when we talk about India in general, without the Muslim population actually being mainstreamed into the main professions that we're actually talking about, and actually, their citizenship is being eroded to a large extent by the BJP government, you can't really see a shining India that Narendra Modi actually touts without actually making sure that, Muslims, Christians, and Dalits and Sikhs are actually part of the entire process.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, from BJP's perspective, in order for them to guarantee that sense of freedom across the board for all minorities, including Muslims, that would basically contradict, its rise to power. So when you look to the fact that since 2014, there's been a drastic rise in attacks against minorities, specifically Muslims. The BJP government has made no secret of kind of leading a Hindu nationalist state. Of course, they've been toggling with demographic changes in Kashmir, the disputed territory, for long. But there's been a long projection to kind of even make sure that Muslims do not get the same kind of rights on many levels as does Modi's core vote bank. I mean, you look to the fact that recent streams of violence have taken place, be it ethnic, be it against Muslims, communal rights. We've seen footage within which leaders empowered by the specific serving government have come up and said, look, if you're going to have Muslim, people working in your shops, take that as a warning from us. They threatened to take kind of action against those that allow basically Muslims the right to live. And you've heard it from confessions in specific districts as well, that Muslims leading families are just scared to go out to do what which any responsible person should do, to go out and make a living out of hard-earned money. So I think that only scratches the surface of what the BJP-led government is doing. And I think the fact that India has kind of forced key allies, including on certain levels the United States, to have these discussions privately and not exactly give visibility is one indicator of the extent to which India will go to keep this kind of spot on its on its democratic projection away from public scrutiny. And the fact that free media, be it international organizations, have also been the subject of scandals, journalists being arrested, Muslim activists, obviously, as you pointed out, with the lynching and everything, these things picking up. And I think the fact that we've seen a lot of promises. I mean, Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently came up when the ethnic, violence took a toll and said, look, we're gonna go up and we're gonna take a very, very hard stance. We're all about tolerance and going forward with that. But what do we have to show for it? I mean, how many people have been indicted? What kind of steps have been taken? Who's responsible? So I think the entire bureaucratic machinery in many of the states dominated by the BJP have very little space to kind of market the interests of Muslims and minorities at large, because one, it's not politically opportune. Second, when press freedom and key strategic partners are not allowed that space, it's basically a mirage, a dream to think that independent activists and government officials will also have that space. So yes, hate speech has been on the rise, attacks against minorities are large, and now threatening their basic livelihoods and key distance.
Well, now let's talk about democratic backsliding. Obviously, that is a trend that's been witnessed as far as the Narendra Modi government is concerned. Talk about democratic backsliding. Many channels are actually being banned. You have journalists who have been incarcerated. You also have this trend of making sure that they can muzzle out the opposition. You don't really see Rahul Gandhi coming out from the Indian National Congress beyond, these few yatras that he does take place, or these little pilgrimages that he takes place within India to try and unite the entire community. But even then, when we talk about Rahul Gandhi in general, you don't see the same sort of coverage being provided to the opposition. Many countries in the G20, Hanan, are also democracies. Not all of them, but many of them are also democracies. When we talk about democracies in general, they would actually, it's worth highlighting that India's controversial record as far as democracy is concerned, with backsliding take place, that is also something that actually weakens and dampens their profile in the G20 as well.
It does, and that's one of many points of failures, I think, for the G20, flatly put. I mean, you don't have to look for example, key gaps in how governance is being conducted in certain countries based on regimes of the autocracy, democracy metric. You need to focus on whether or not existing democracies who claim to have a very open and easy atmosphere for freedoms, are they actually living up to their expectations? I mean, India has dropped several points to, I think, what could be one of the record lows in the world, press freedom index as well. And I think when you look to other metrics as well, for example, the fact that under the current government, there hasn't been that kind of an atmosphere where, New Delhi has taken the initiative to say, look, we're all for democracies being together. G20 represents a very powerful bloc. Here's what we have to show for it. Here's how we're going to deliver on it. Instead, what we see is that, the declaration itself makes a lot of promises about economic integration, about resilient growth, about, a bit on technology as well, and, partnering together and moving forward. But there's not a lot on how, a country with such a huge population can basically take all colors of its social fabric together. You talked about opposition politics. Look, the Rahul Gandhi case was a pretty straightforward one. He made remarks which were, pretty controversial, but the fact that it was brought up and used to put him behind bars did not exactly have the kind of due process of fair trial expectation which people would deserve, and I've talked about this as well. But the fact that, resentment to Modi right now, we do see the fact that Rahul Gandhi's, party was part of the coalition called India as the abbreviation to kind of challenge it, but they basically don't have the muscle as well as the kind of traction with this hard, Hindu vote bank that would basically determine the backbone of BJP's electioneering. So I think when you take all those things together, India's G20 leadership has been extremely silent on its own record and rights. So I think in some ways India is ill-positioned to preach what democratic values should look like when we see them becoming a fading memory at home.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we talk about Rahul Gandhi in general, I think it's also important to point out that you mentioned the Press Freedom Index. I mean, I had Karan Thapar, one of India's prominent journalists, on my show, and he basically claimed that India is actually ranked behind Sri Lanka, which has just recently witnessed the Rajapaksa regime being dethroned, and Pakistan, which is considered to be a hybrid democracy. So India's Press Freedom Index, the fact that it's actually, going down the doldrums, clearly shows that even within the region, it just doesn't have that sort of profile. So coming towards when we talk about the status of Sikhs in India, now the Sikh community, which is predominantly in Punjab, they contribute a considerable amount to the Indian GDP as far as agricultural growth is concerned. And obviously you have the Sikh diaspora abroad, you have them in the United Kingdom, you have in Australia, you have in the United States as well. One key fundamental point to becoming a major regional power is their ability to actually nullify and neutralize secessionist movements. But we've witnessed, Hanan, since the BJP government has come into power, the Khalistan movement, or an independent state for the Sikhs in India, has actually gained more traction, whether it's in Australia and the United Kingdom. They passed a referendum in Australia in 2021, and you've seen it in the US as well as in the UK. So clearly, the Khalistan problem, which is economic, which deals with identity, which deals with religion, is another issue which is a glaring, you could say, blip on India's profile to become a G20 leader.
Absolutely. And I think, let's be clear to your audience as well. The facts are out there. It's just that the government in power does not want you to emphasize them. So much of the stuff that we're talking about is not new knowledge. It's been there for a long time. The fact is that the level of emphasis being put on those from officials is next to nothing. And I think when you talk about the Khalistan movement, look, we've seen referendums in many Western capitals as well. I think the frustration on New Delhi's part has been so much that rather than addressing the reservations, the underlying grievances would go back decades, Hamza. This was unfinished business, and those reservations towards how the center has treated Sikhs, their quest for national identity integration has basically been unfinished business. So those grievances have simmered over time, and now it has come to a point where it was put to shove. I think one of the prominent Sikh leaders, for example, the message from the center was that we want to have a manhunt for this particular person. But at the same time, New Delhi was also engaged in signaling to key Western governments that, look, we don't want these kind of minority protests in front of our consulates. We don't want them to be organized. But the signal from key Western capitals was that, look, there's this freedom of expression, there's freedom of assembly. We're going to let it happen.
Yeah.
But I think where the onus falls on India's democratic strategic partners, Canada, United States, UK, with the kind of machinery, the diversity at home, a greater record of minority tolerance, for example, regardless of the divisions coming forward, the onus falls on them to kind of come up with much more than just rhetoric and say, look, we're going to tighten the screws on India for a start. We're not going to shy away from engaging with India, talk about markets and industrialization, but telling them, look, human rights are fundamental values, which we want you to focus on, and addressing them concerns our people. And I think that's where the audacity has lacked. Even though such a stance would be principled when you look to the fact that it'd be admirable because it aligns with democratic values, with human values. And I think the more India doesn't do that, look, India's the BJP approach to resolving differences, be it ethnic, be it what it calls secessionist, has been a very, very sweeping. So, for example, it's very easy to declare a particular movement that you don't want to address or even cater to as secessionist. India has used very liberally, and this is verifiable, you can look it up, the way it has kind of tried to stamp out dissent in Indian-occupied Kashmir by using the word of terrorism. So, for example, Kashmiri's independent UN-guaranteed right to self-determination has been explained away as terrorism to the advantage of India's occupation. So I think there's a common thread here that India does not want to engage or kind of come up with these delicate issues where it will be forced to kind of include these various segments into its national fabric or granting democratic freedoms. So what does it do? It liberally uses the secessionist card. It liberally explains away many forms of justifiable defense as terrorism and says, look, we want our partner to look the other way. That's the only way that we can engage on a long-term path. So I think the onus falls on India's democratic partners who had a greater experience kind of working through these delicate negotiations and have made no secret of standing by democratic values. But those should also apply to India.
Yeah, absolutely. It should apply to India. So, Hanan, the G20 is all about economy. We're talking about the 20 largest economies in the world. They've had varying degrees of growth rates, but India's growth rate is actually very impressive. It's just behind China, and in many different ways, it actually overtakes China to a large extent. It's also, the Indian economy is also larger than the UK by many metrics. But one of the key aspects of the economy is the health of the economy. And, I was actually watching the Deutsche Welle documentary the other day, and they actually claim that India's unemployment rate is amongst the highest in the developing world. You have fresh Indian graduates coming out of IIT, and we're talking about domestic graduates for that matter, IIT, and we're talking about JNU, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and they just can't find jobs in the Indian job market. That actually contributes to greater social, you could say, social, inability to actually integrate. You do see a considerable amount of unemployment actually increasing, and you also see a lot of inequality as well. So, given that this is a trend within India, it cannot really tout itself as a very healthy economy, despite impressive GDP growth rate figures.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, when we talk about economics, I think fast-growing GDP do not explain the entire story behind it. So, I think that's the kind of a distinction for which one needs to draw. So when you look deeper into the numbers, I think there's a broad consensus that India may not be able to sustain the same kind of growth rate, in the coming time, for example, into next year. It's going to take a lot for them to do it. You talk about an employment rate that has a lingering concern. So, for example, one of the backbones of Modi's appeals to voters was that, this is going to be a dynamic, well-rounded economy. No doubt, investments have been coming in, but the fact is that many young graduates, as you pointed out, by the legions are not being able to find those kind of jobs. I found two key reference points. So, for example, when you had the COVID-19 pandemic kicking in, the government had basically built a post-COVID recovery plan as key to revitalizing the economy. What happened? It was catered to larger enterprises. Middle and small income enterprises were taken on. And if you look to the test cases of certain parts of India as well as big economies such as China, small and medium enterprises are a major point of focus. They weren't when that happened. So when you look towards how resources are being allocated, which particular mediums of investments are being prioritized, and how things are happening, the reality is far more grim than a single figure kind of risk conveying. And I think in order for India to kind of correct that, it's going to be a larger affair. So, for example, when you have that kind of a growth rate coming in, are all provinces, are all states across kind of benefiting in the same ways. India, obviously, we've seen in recent years, many countries have made gains against poverty, but as India, the allocation and big questions surrounding how it's approaching poverty and the way these key funds are being utilized for bigger enterprises, not the small and medium, raises questions about you're having access to education in some areas, but then of course when you have a new fresh file coming in and you want to activate that as part of your labor force participation, what does a recurring absence of jobs for key talent indicate? It indicates that there's a large room for improvement, and the fact that the BJP has been quick to point and celebrate investments coming from partners that would obviously invest in it based on certain market considerations and growth values. But the same BJP administration hasn't been very forthcoming when it comes to these deficiencies in India's economy and considers admission there as a form of weakness. So that is going to be a key test of leadership on how transparent India is about its economic opportunities, sure, but about the challenges that underpin it.
Absolutely. Now let's talk about the global South. I mean, you talk about Africa, you talk about South America as well. There are many countries within the global South which are looking forward to the prospect of the very fact that the G20 can play a constructive influence to try and make sure it's not about doling out money, but to try and make sure that they can, build institutions in those countries, many of them which are actually flawed democracies. Some of them are also members of the G20 for that matter. India, on the other hand, has not really been playing a constructive influence in the region. We talk about disputes with neighboring Pakistan. Pakistan accuses India of fomenting terrorism within its territory. India's influence in Afghanistan has waned since the Taliban government has assumed power in 2021 in Kabul. And we also see negative, you could say, sentiments in countries such as Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, and even Bhutan and Nepal, for that matter, regarding India's role. So G20 or the G20 platform is to try and make sure that they can play a constructive role in global affairs, and also to make sure that they can resuscitate the global financial system. But India's regional profile, since the Narendra Modi government has assumed power, is actually very controversial. What do you have to say about that?
I think that was absolutely on point, and I think if I was to build on that, I'd say that much of India's homework and its credibility starts from home, and I think the picture from there doesn't look so great. I mean, you look at the fact that key organizations such as the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, which obviously does not have the best of records in cooperating, but that's a part of it is due to India's implicit move to sidestep any form of meaningful economic and political engagement with its regional partners. I think and the narrative about the accusation that India hurls towards Pakistan for long about terrorism is something that many other countries have outgrown, have tested, have verified, and have simply haven't stuck. But I think the growing realization over there is that should India try to engage with Pakistan, it will be confronted with the key challenge of addressing sticking points, including India's sustained occupation on Kashmir and how it is basically encroaching the same rights that it wants the world to guarantee to developing power. So I think there's a conscious effort there to not engage on key areas. We talked about Nepal. Reservations are high over there, for example, to not present itself as this platform for a great power showdown between India and China. Sri Lanka, of course, has been extremely skeptical of India, and I think it's important to inform your viewers that during the time when Sri Lanka faced its most bloody civil war at the hands of the Pangilinan terrorists, India was known to harbor militant sanctuaries, to kind of even lead and give the logistical space, train space to these terrorists who were, again, attacking the Sri Lankan state. So I think when we talk about state-sponsored terrorism, many of those reservations run deep. So I think putting all that together, and then Afghanistan comes back to, of course, India's desire not to integrate South Asia based on this, a truly multilateral practice is something that is damaging its own credibility. I'll point to two very quick reference points. So the fact that on the sidelines of the G20, the Indian, Middle Eastern, European corridor was announced. This is an ambitious project which was being, hailed as a game changer, and basically looks to connect two key corridors, all the way from the Arabian Gulf to India, and then of course from Europe to the Arabian Gulf. The problem over there is that when you talk about linking to South Asia, the corridor extends to India. And I would not reduce the credibility, the rights of South Asian integration to simply India. It needs to include Pakistan. It needs to include Afghanistan. Afghanistan is in dire need of integration. I mean, I'm no fan of the Taliban regime. I think, we all know the roots of that regime and the people who are basically running it. But the fact remains that there's a humanitarian crisis that can't be stemmed should these corridors be. So, I mean, to reduce the entire strategic value of a region to India and said this is South Asian integration when India benefits is the wrong signal and basically corroborates the impression that India is just not serious about integrating South Asia. So when you look at those platforms, India's ability to kind of go towards the larger Asia Pacific, go towards Southeast Asia, kind of move towards the Middle East, but not give South Asia the kind of credibility that it deserves in order to kind of substantiate India's own case for G20 leadership is a big vacuum, which I think no amount of rhetoric or a photo op, but with key leaders can basically just explain away.
So no multilateral platform is actually devoid of politics. We've seen President Joe Biden trying to leverage the G20 for America's own political objectives, and many of the countries actually echo those concerns, with the exception of maybe China and Russia for that matter. But India is often touted as a regional power that can be an integral part of America's Pacific shift. You talk about the Indo-Pacific strategy. Obviously, the Chinese would disagree. They'll call it the Asia-Pacific strategy, or the Asia-Pacific, you could say, prism through which we are supposed to view things. But America's quest to try and make sure that India plays a more pronounced role in the Asia-Pacific can actually backfire on Washington, D.C., because India also has very good relations with Russia. We're talking about oil deals. We're talking about cooperation. We're also talking about weaponry, which is actually exported by Russia to India. And the fact that Russia is actually engaged in an invasion of Ukraine also dents Russia's credibility and to a large extent India's credibility. But that's not really covered in the mainstream press.
Yeah, it isn't. And I think I just decode that one by one. So when you talk about Indian inclusion within the Indo-Pacific strategy, there's some elements of the strategy which qualify as relative strengths, some of them not so much. So I think within the strengths, I think there's a stronger, I'd say, realization on Washington's part that it needs to make its brand of a rules-based order where economic principles are respected, market practices are upheld, kind of resonate with key groupings such as the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. So I think there's a bit of an ideological credibility there to that strategy. But when you look at the metrics being employed, for example, India's inclusion, let's not fool ourselves of being in an imagined paradise. India is in this for its own self. It wants to attract a whole lot of investment to kind of build its manufacturing. We see it pivot towards smart and advanced technological development with microchips. And many of the key suppliers and manufacturers from telecom to technology are also looking to kind of build their bases and kind of bring India into its sphere of influence. So I think India wants to benefit technologically, diplomatically, and even in terms of, for example, what U.S. red lines were that, for example, at the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I didn't want a lot of flexibility for countries to engage in financial transactions with Russia to look for alternate mechanisms for oil and everything. There was even an effort to convince Europe that, look, we're going to look to the Gulf, but you don't need to depend on Russia. And India seems to be doing all that. And the United States, when it has come to India's autonomy, by doing all those things and projecting multipolarity towards an invading power, how the U.S. sees it, then of course, the kind of criticism that many other developing countries have faced, India has been immune to it. So I think there's a clear impression of exceptionalism when it comes to India, and that does not sit well when you talk about India being a credible partner within the broader ambitions that the U.S. looks to fulfill within the Indo-Pacific. You talked about the global South. I think many countries, for example, the African Union's inclusion within the G20 was a welcome move, but this was being promoted by many other parties. I mean, China was a key partner to this initiative. We know that without Washington's principal lobbying for AU's seat, this wouldn't have been possible. So many of the declarations made at this summit were not necessarily India's own imperative. They follow a larger process that's just come to fruition. So yes, India's, I'd say, quest for engaging with every single power makes it less reliable to the United States to kind of come forward on specific objectives. Yeah.
All right. Policy analyst and author Hanan, thank you so much for joining me on the show.
Pleasure.
So that's all that we have from Islamabad today on ThinkTech Hawaii. You can follow us on our social media pages for all the latest feedback. Do provide us with your comments. We value them considerably and take very good care of yourselves.
You're watching ThinkTech Hawaii, streaming 24/7 on thinktechhawaii.com, YouTube and Vimeo. Also uploaded to various other social media platforms. Broadcast on Olelo 54 Community Media. Video with vision, always learning. Watch us and subscribe today.
Well, you know, my heart goes out to these people in terms of, you know, there's the social impact and their, you know, the issues they've had in their life. But what really goes through my mind is that we've created an entitled population of people that prefer to be camping along a trail or in the bushes versus get services, and it's become a lifestyle. But I think the thing that I find the most challenging and egregious to deal with is the amount of rubbish that's generated and that we have to keep cleaning up. I budgeted $200,000 this fiscal year to support the efforts to clean up homeless, and it's not even close to enough. And that money could be used for improvements or other positions and whatnot, but we have to keep cleaning this up. And it's really a shame that it happens in some of our most beautiful locations. Granted, Sand Island is urban, but it's still, with enough elbow grease and capital funds, could be a beautiful jewel of a park. I'm concerned about public safety. I mean, we have canoe clubs over on that side, and Keiki come down here and paddle canoe. We had the BMX bicycle course set up, and it used to thrive with Keiki on their BMX bikes. They've left because of the fear of safety and the issues associated with the homeless people moving in. One of the things that we are doing with the help of Representative Holt, who got us capital funds, we're going to do a major shoreline cleanup. The king tides and sea level rise has exposed a lot of the old military metal debris from that era, and we want to do a full-on shoreline remediation.
It's a bigger issue than I thought, you know, all of these tents out here. You know, I feel for the people who are struggling and have to live out here in these tents, but to see our you know, beautiful natural resources be basically trashed and disrespected, it's very tough to see out here. They definitely need more efforts to clean this place up and keep it activated so that these types of situations can't happen in the future.
What we have to first start is clean up, and then we need the community to help us vision what really is the highest and best use of this space. Well, camping, legit camping, I think would be awesome, but not in this current environment. But we are screaming for more overnight camping experiences in the state on the shoreline. And with a cleaned up shoreline, elimination of the kiavi, maybe even some beach renourishment. I mean, look at this. This would be a phenomenal camping experience for visitors and our families. Again, the homeless situation is like dealing with a Rubik's Cube. You know, to get all one color lined up, it's a monumental effort, and then have it stay put before the cubes start turning and it turns into chaos, you know, once again.
Being the only park we have here in town, in downtown Honolulu, you know, I take very much pride in this place, and to see it being disregarded in such a manner is unfortunate. But you know, hopefully working together with DLNR and everybody, we can fix this place back up and get it back to a place where tourists want to come and want to visit. To see the state funds used to just clean up after these people is not the best use. You know, I think prevention would probably be a better use than coming in and cleaning up and just dumping all of this stuff into trash cans. So hopefully we can, like I said, do more prevention, get more security, maybe so these can't set up all these camps and tents around the park. But it's unfortunate, and we got to do what we can to keep it clean, but hopefully in the future we won't have the same situation.
The promise of a reliable supply of clean, renewable energy is a very good target. However, wind and solar generation rely on the weather to move turbines or power panels, leading to a variability in the energy they produce. And these systems are also often built in remote locations far away from population centers. Distance and intermittency must be overcome to fully rely on these clean sources of energy. The solution is energy storage. Storage saves up extra energy for use when nature isn't cooperating. Improvements to today's storage technologies can be deployed everywhere and can benefit everyone. At the Office of Electricity's Energy Storage Program, we're doing something about that. We're partnering with national labs, a diverse set of universities, and the energy community to find ways to reduce costs and increase the safety and reliability of storage technology, so that a grid powered by nearly 100% renewable energy can become a practical reality in our country. So what are these energy storage systems? The one you're most familiar with is the battery. The first rechargeable batteries were created in the mid-19th century using lead-acid chemistry, the same type of battery still found in gas-powered cars. Today's utility-scale batteries on the grid are most commonly made from lithium-ion. Mostly deployed in the mid-20th century, pumped hydro systems use water to store energy. Still the most commonly used type of energy storage on the grid. Today, we're on the brink of a new electric era thanks to advances in energy storage technologies. This new generation of storage has the potential to completely transform our current grid into the grid of the future. All storage systems help balance load and generation to ensure the stability, reliability, and resilience of our electricity grid at all times. System operators did not have this capability before. So the mass deployment of storage technologies creates new functionalities, including a pathway to a decarbonized grid. So what is it going to take to realize the future potential of energy storage systems? Most of today's energy storage technologies store energy for just a few hours. However, the clean grid of the future needs daily, weekly, and seasonal systems for a variety of grid needs. Currently, storage systems can be expensive due to high material costs and reliance on volatile supply chains for critical minerals. Newly developed systems need extensive validation so that they can operate reliably and safely before they are deployed to the grid. Storage technology must lead the way in providing underserved communities with reliable access to clean, affordable electricity. The Office of Electricity develops solutions for all of these challenges. We're funding R&D into affordable, abundant, and domestically manufacturable materials, components, and systems. We're advancing promising technologies that will deliver lower cost, longer duration energy storage. We're providing technical assistance and decision-making tools to utilities, state regulators, and communities on how to effectively deploy storage to meet their unique needs. We're investing in state-of-the-art facilities, developing novel testing and validation capabilities, and supporting at-scale deployments to boost industry support for new storage technologies. We're studying batteries under extreme operating conditions to gain a better understanding of why systems fail and how to predict failure before it occurs. Our breakthroughs in energy storage technology will ensure a safe, reliable, and affordable grid. Storage will play a key role in powering our country with clean, reliable energy. It's a big goal, and we're up for the challenge. Join us on our mission to support energy storage and learn more about the Office of Electricity at our website.